cuts through the winter chill and the static on the dial. A steady hand to hold you while you walk that lonely mile. From the heart of restoring families, internet, radio, the light begins to break. For every parent sleeping with a heart that's bound to wake. It's the voice of the voiceless, standing tall and standing strong, proving that silence isn't where your story should belong. The microphones are open as the marathon begins, a sanctuary of truth where the healing finally wins. It's a Christmas marathon, a beacon through the night, restoring families is leading you toward the light, joined by the warriors of the equal share parenting line, giving hope and wisdom when the stars refuse to shine. Against the core corruption and the CPS's hand, we're broadcasting a message to every corner of the land. You're not alone this Christmas and you won't be left behind. The truth is on the airways for the world to seek and find. The guests arrive with wisdom and they speak of better days, of reforming broken systems and their dark deceptive ways. They talk of parental alienation and the walls that must come down for every mom and dad who's lost their voice inside this town. With names like Mark, Ludwig, Carlos, Rivera, and the champions of the cause, they're calling for a future built on fair and just laws. No more bargaining for minutes, no more lies upon the stand, just the love that's owed a child by a parent's steady hand. It's the Christmas marathon, a beacon through the night, restoring families is leading you toward the light, joined by the warriors of the equal share parenting line, giving hope and wisdom when the stars refuse to shine. Against the core corruption and the CBS's hand, we're broadcasting a message to every corner of the land. You're not alone this Christmas and you won't be left behind. The truth is on the airways for the world to seek and find. They can block the phone calls and they can lock the gate. They can tell a child that love is just a thing to hate, but they can't stop the signal and they can't kill the hope when we're tied together by this broadcast silver rope. Through the uncertainties of family law and the shadows of the past, we're building up a foundation that is finally gonna last. It's a Christmas marathon, a beacon through the night, restoring families is leading you toward the light, joined by the warriors of the equal share parenting line, giving hope and wisdom when the stars refuse to shine. Against the core corruption and the CPS's hand, we're broadcasting a message to every corner of the land. You're not alone this Christmas and you won't be left behind. The truth is on the airway for the world to seek and find. So keep the radio playing, let the wisdom fill your soul. We're taking back the pieces and we're making families whole. Merry Christmas to the fighters, to the ones who won't give in. The marathon is rolling and the truth is gonna win. Restoring families, we're listening. Restoring families, your home.
There comes a time in every parent's life when they have to make a decision. Turn the other cheek or stand up for what they believe in. This is the battle of a father whose determination is so great, it's unlike anything else. A love so strong it sets new boundaries. A man whose sole purpose in life is to heal the parents, to better the children, to change our future. A battle so great, only one man stands up to the challenge, and this is his battle.
Casualties of war, warriors against the regime.
The civil rights movement has not ended. On 9/11/2016, alienated parents from all over America came together to march on Washington like so many of the great ones have done before.
Are you ready? Yeah!
Mr. President, can't you see?
Mr. President, can't you see
What the courts have done to me?
what the courts have done to me?
They went and took our kids away.
They went and took our kids away.
That's why we're marching here today.
That's why we're marching here today.
Mr. President, can't you see?
Mr. President, can't you see?
Won't you come stand next to me?
Won't you come stand next to me?
The courts took our kids away.
The courts took our kids away.
That's why we're standing here today.
That's why we're standing here today.
How you guys doing today? Oh, I know you're tired. How you doing today? My name is Cass Jackson. I am a United States Navy veteran of 20 years of naval service. I was discharged from the Navy honorably on 31 August 2016. And on 1 September, I launched a 3,000-mile journey from Washington State to Washington, D.C. I came all the way over here to talk to the Commander-in-Chief. I want to talk to the President about the Fatherhood Initiative. I want to talk to him about how he challenged me as a father to step up to the plate. So here we are. Me and my fellow brothers and sisters are stepping up to the plate, sir. But you guys keep moving the plate further away from us.
According to the U.S. Census Bureau, over 20 million American children grow up without their biological father.
I haven't seen my son since November, and this is almost June. And this shit ain't right. I mean, this shit ain't right. It's killing me over here. My son deserves to have a father. Every child deserves to have both parents in their life. This shit has got to change. This shit has to change.
I got started in this movement approximately 5 years ago. During my own divorce, I was devastated. My own children were taken from me, and I was denied access to them.
The majority of my life, I grew up without my dad. As crazy as it seems, my mom basically kept my dad from seeing me and my sister.
Today is July 12th, 2016, and I haven't seen my kids since December, Christmas, 2013.
Anything you want to say? Being accused of shooting a cop, killing him.
Society not letting me see my son. I latched out to somebody that didn't deserve it.
The first time I was involved with the family court system, I was about 7 years old, and my father and my mother were going through a divorce of their own. I was subjected to parental alienation as a child with one side of my family conspiring against my mother, and I grew up not knowing my mother. She passed away about 10 years ago.
You know, I've been going through this battle, if you will, for 32 years, since 1984. I started out a victim myself of falsely accused of molesting my 3-year-old daughter, wound up in handcuffs in Jacksonville, Florida, Duval County, 1985. I basically found myself having to prove a negative in my innocence. Didn't know that I thought this was America. You're innocent until proven guilty.
My name is Zaire Rahim. I'm a professional fighter. I represented the United States of America in 1996 Olympic Games as a boxer, 119 pounds. I turned pro afterwards, became 3-time champion, 3 different weight divisions. The toughest fight of my life was fighting for my daughter, and it wasn't against her mother, but the court system.
Finally not being able to pay my attorney. So she struck her appearance in my court case, which led me to either let the allegations stick or start defending myself.
Hello, I'm Cleveland James, a Marine who used to guard the President of the United States, and now, due to parental alienation, I can't even see my own daughter.
I am a retired New York City police officer. I served the city of New York from 1989 to 2013. I don't really have any blemishes on my record. I did serve on September 11th, 2001. I worked patrol that day. I was assigned as a driver to a sergeant. And I was down at ground zero almost every day until the cleanup was done.
I got one I ain't seen in 15 years. And I don't even know what she looks like. I don't know what the emotions gonna be like when I first get to meet her. Like I said, I try to find them on Facebook, Google, any search engine, just to look for my daughter. And I'm just hoping and praying one day when I get to meet her that she'll understand that it wasn't me.
I really hooked up with a woman that is, quite frankly, a narcissistic sociopath.
I was alienated from my daughter, Tanea Norwood, when she was only 2 years old in the year 2000.
My name is Neil Shelton. I spent 11 months in a jail cell with a guy who murdered my best friend, all for a divorce. I am a casualty of war.
Hello, my name is Dr. Carlos Rivera. I'm a pediatrician in New York. I'm also an alienated father. I have 4 children. One of my children was alienated from me 4 years ago. She hasn't spoken to me in 4 years' time. Sadly, my son fell also victim to alienation, and he hasn't spoken to me for about 3 months now. Luckily, I still have 2 children that have a wonderful relationship, and for that reason, I continue to fight for the rights of alienated parents and parents subjected to family court.
I had no legal rights because she had a fiance, and her fiance believed it was his daughter, and he named her. Took a blood test, it was my daughter. He understood that, he left. She was bitter and she used the court systems against me. All I'm a victim of is trying to be a father to my child.
When I was 19, I gave birth to a beautiful baby boy. His dad and I split up when he was a year old. We went back and forth in court for about 1.5 years. Me fighting for sole custody, his dad wanting joint. Of course, I won because, well, I'm a woman.
My daughter died. No one told me. And her mother still collected child support from me.
We bickered back and forth for years. He was reduced to being a visitor in his son's life, our son's life. He had every other weekend. He got behind on child support at one point, and I didn't let him see his son for the one weekend because I was mad about child support, so I essentially put a price on my son. And the next weekend that he was coming to get him, he had made plans to take our son bowling for his birthday, and they had planned to go fishing. He didn't come because he passed away in a car accident.
I don't need the system to help me raise my children. I have 6 children. I've raised 2 of them are adults now. I did a great job and raised them myself pretty much. Their mom did what she had to do to help out, but she didn't allow the system to come in and force me to raise my own kids. Therefore, me and my kids have a wonderful relationship now. So I would hope that anybody else would learn that, let me do my own thing, let me raise my own kids, and we'll be fine.
My experience in the court system was a breeze. I was given everything that I wanted. I was encouraged by family, friends, lawyers, judges even. That has to change. The system has to change. This is not right. It should not have been a win for me. It should not have been a loss for his father. the one who suffered in the end was our son. And now he's going to go without his dad, and he barely knew him. It has to change. You'll regret it. I regret it every day.
I hate the way it looks from the outside. People judge you. Do you see your kids and everything? And it's more complicated than just seeing them, you know? There's a lot of backstory behind the reasons why a dad doesn't get to see his kid.
It's called the silver bullet technique.
It's so common, it's known as the silver bullet.
It's called the silver bullet by men's rights and fathers' rights guys.
So what that is use either very dubious allegations of abuse or just flat out false.
This is called sexual allegations in divorce, the SAID syndrome. He said, she said, what a child said. There's a chapter in my book by the same title, the SAID syndrome.
You're either making a mountain out of a molehill or you're just flat out lying. And you use these allegations of abuse to get a restraining order. And the reason you use a restraining order is it's much easier to get a restraining order than to put somebody through the criminal process.
The voice of God just came down from out of nowhere. It just said, get up, dry your tears, and do as I say do. I went downtown the next day. I put my name on everything, and I started representing myself. Once the attorneys knew I meant business, we had a battle, because now I had the same privilege that the attorneys had with the judges to talk directly to the judges. And going back and forth for over a period of 5 years, back and forth, I was determined to, number one, not be that person who I was alleged to be. And number two, I wanted to show the attorneys that they wasn't dealing with no incompetent person.
My children mean everything to me, and for me to be stripped away from them, it would crush me. But it would crush me more so because I know what they would be faced with without me. You know, a father that wants to be in his child's life, especially in the Black community, it's a commodity. It's a commodity that you cannot, shortchange. Because so many of us grew up without fathers that we don't value being them. So when you find a man who's like, I have to be in my kid's life, no matter what, you need to allow that. You need to be an enabling factor in that.
High Point University said they estimated 23 million alienated parents that's not allowed to be involved with their children's lives.
Everybody's affected, everybody. I mean, when you say 150 million, I'd almost say we got 320 million in the U.S. Actually, 320 million are affected.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Somebody knows somebody, a brother, a nephew, a cousin, that's involved in this.
The underlying problem, though, is just like cancer. Until somebody tells you you have cancer, you sympathize for people with cancer, but you don't care.
Right.
Until family law, until you are separated from your children, until you lose everything, you don't care.
So I typed in her name in Facebook. Maybe her mom let her put up a page. Hopefully. At least I just want to see a picture of her. I haven't seen her, heard her voice many years. The only thing I have is my memory and a couple old pictures. First thing that pops up is her obituary. No one let me know. She didn't let me know. Child Support Services did not let me know. No one. Be it, this is months after she passed. Months after she passed. What kind of person could do that to somebody?
You have never heard me complain about missing my Ferrari. You've never heard me complain about missing my house, and you've never heard me complain about missing my money. The only thing important to me is my children.
Absolutely, and that, it's the apathy of, the state of the nation is, it was kind of like what you had during the Jim Crow era, when the large civil rights movement began, where you had so much of a nation who was used to the status quo. They were used to the oppression of minorities, and they were very apathetic to the plight of minorities during that time frame. And it was kind of, well, it doesn't affect me, so it's not really an issue. We've seen it for so long, it's normal to us. And because they weren't part of the suffering, they weren't suffering themselves, it was very difficult for them to get themselves into forcing change, where change had to be, where it had to be done.
54 years later, still fighting for our God-given constitutional rights.
In the state of Illinois, where my case is at, I was only given 4 hours out of the month to be with my child. And I had to pay to see my own children, $30 an hour to see my own children. But yet, on that same hand, in Southern Illinois, in the Menard Correctional Facility, a maximum security facility, a convicted murderer can get 10 hours a month with their child, and they don't pay anything. Now, granted, they are incarcerated, but what you see is we even know and understand that even somebody in prison, they need that family connection.
So a lot of these cases involve men and fathers who have been wrongly accused of domestic violence, physical child abuse, sexual child abuse, dads who are basically part-time distant dads, not seeing their kids like they should be. Perhaps the mother has custody, she's just violating the court order, or dad has very limited what I call Disneyland dad visitation rights, and part-time with his kid.
My firm represents men in family law matters. Been doing this since 2009, and I started the Isaac Law Firm because there's a huge need for good ethical representation of men in divorces. Men are what I found to be, this is not only my personal experience growing up, I've been on every side of the system, and I've found that men are really at a disadvantage in family law court for no other reason other than they're men.
So I want to know, will you defund Title 4D of the Social Security Act, which takes money from Social Security, incentivizes state courts to take one parent, normally the father, reduces them down to a visitor, to justify a child support order so that the state can receive money through Title 4D of the Social Security Act? Because for every dollar that the state is spending in child support enforcement, based on their performance of that collection process, they can then take myself as a father and give me less than 20% of time with my children, and that is resulting in over 20 million American children growing up without a biological parent.
I am aware of just what you're talking about, having talked to hundreds over those years in that same position that you're in. As President of the United States, I will do everything I can to address this inequality that in fact does exist.
Thank you.
It makes sense if the kids fall victim, trapped in the fine lines of the court system. My 2-year-old was stripped from my arms, restrained completely and given to a mom. And there wasn't even one cat call. No violent reports at all, but they hit me with a DV charge. Civil court, no arrest, yet I took the fall.
Yep, making it worse. That's what I am.
Okay, dad's right there, suddenly he goes
I'm a father making it worse.
How's a toddler gonna comprehend that? How's a mom's not gonna condemn that? And all I ever asked for was equal time. But the judge looked at me like my daughter ain't mine. Ripped me apart no matter how hard I try. Over and over, trust me, it ain't right.
My parents were divorced when I was very young, and so I didn't know anything other than living as a divorced child. But my mother was, I don't know how other to call her other than she was a sociopath and a narcissist. She kept us from our father. There were times we didn't see our father at all for long extended periods of time, despite his attempts. And he was a firefighter who worked shift work. And so you can imagine, and this was in the 80s, they were not father-friendly at all. The courts were not very father-friendly in 2016, much less in the 80s, so there was very little option for him at that time. So I went to join the military, got an education. That was my only option for an education, and became a child therapist. And as a child therapist, I worked at an inpatient residential psychiatric hospital for children, and then I worked in a private practice with a psychiatrist. And working with these kids, I really found that the common denominator was bad moms and absent dads.
Father's Day 2012 was the last time I was allowed to see or speak to my children.
This doesn't just happen to men, this also happens to women. Mothers are alienated as well.
I'm personally a victim of a corrupt family law system.
and I'm here to support other parents today in cash as we try to advocate for our constitutional rights that continue to be violated by family law judges and attorneys who work together to conspire to pimp our kids in the name of law.
I have 13 children. I have 5 by my first husband and 8 by my current husband. 8 of my children were taken away by defects.
I haven't seen my daughter since January 12, 2013.
We were living beside the lady who had 2 of my children. Well, actually 1 because they kept putting Savannah in the home with me. She come out to my house. This is the lady, she just got my case. She come out to my house. Kenneth was at work and I had Savannah. And she come up to me and she said, Brandy, she said, I got a deal for you if you want to do it. I know y'all are having a hard time, and it is really hard with that many children. And she said, she looked at me and said, if you work with me and sign your rights to your 5 kids, the first 5 kids, actually there was 3, my bad, 3 children at the time of my first marriage. If you would sign them over, I will work with you to get the mixed children. And so I was like, first, I was like, no, they're all my children. I'm not doing that. I want all my children. I don't look at that. And then she was like, well, I just don't, she got an attitude and she was like, well, I just don't think it's appropriate for a black man to raise your white girls.
My name is Gwendolyn Chubb. I'm 46 years old. I live in Chicago, Illinois. I have 2 beautiful babies that I haven't seen in 8 years. 8 years. My daughter is 14. She'll be 15 on Tuesday. My son is 12. I'm not allowed any contact with them at all. No phone calls, no emails, no birthday presents. I'm restricted from getting any medical records, school records, talking to the doctor. How is this possible? I have no criminal history, nothing, not even shoplifting. I have no history of drug or alcohol abuse, no charges of neglect or abuse. Department of Children and Family Service don't even know me. Nobody has even said I'm a bad mother. So how is this possible that I can't see my children, talk to them, and they're being told by their father that your mother don't want you, she abandoned you? Do you know what this is doing to my children? My daughter's having panic attacks. She's 14.
Hello.
Hello, Catherine. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. My name is Yahya McLean. I'm doing some background research for a documentary called Casualties of War, and I would like to speak to you. I would like to speak to you about one of the subjects featured in the project, Miss Gwendolyn Chubb.
Oh, I'm afraid I can't talk to you about that. I'm the child representative in the case.
Right, that's exactly what we wanted to speak to you about.
Yeah, there's attorney-client privilege between the children and me, so it would be inappropriate to speak with you. I'm sorry.
Well, would you be able to tell me why Miss Chubb was not allowed to have any contact with her child?
The court file speaks for itself.
Yeah, could you tell me where?
You can access that at the Daily Center, and there's the judge has made specific findings with respect to why Ms. Chubb is prohibited from speaking or having contact with her children. So I don't want to speak for the judge or the court. That's well documented in the court file.
This is for a new order of protection?
No, it's not. It's to continue the current order of protection that's in place for an additional period of years.
I went to get a divorce in 2001 because my ex-husband was beating me. I just wanted to be safe. We went to court. The judge said, okay, what do you want to do? Me and my ex, go to mediation. He said, let her keep the children. She's a wonderful mother. I was a stay-home mom. All he wanted was visitation every other weekend. Somehow, 3 weeks later, I get an order saying that I showed up to court and gave my babies to this man who had knifed me all up. I know God. And I thank him every day because I don't even know how I'm still able to walk around, work, and live, and act like everything is normal when this is my world. This box, this closet, this is my world. I'm boxed in. Everybody say, oh, gotta be something more to the story. Well, yeah, that's an easy way to say I'm not gonna get involved with that. My family is even scared to get involved. They scared to come to court. My mother and father, they got rights to see their grandchildren. They cut off. How is that possible? How is... God, Lord, I don't understand how we live in America. Abandoned children, babies taken and dropped off at the fire station or whatever. And I can't see my children. I'm cut off from my children. Never mind the rights, the Constitution. I'm saying that fundamentally, if there is no abuse, neglect, or anything, children need both parents. I'm not trying to put mother against. I just want my children. God. God. If you're a parent, I can't even ask you to imagine the pain that I have to live with every day. Anybody who knew me, you can go back and look at the pictures of me on my Facebook page where my skin was clear. And I've had two biopsies since 2008. Had a stroke in 2010. And do you know what? When I realized that something was wrong, that I was, my arm was getting numb, my head was hurt so bad, and I felt like just like my head was going to explode. I got ready to dial 911, and then do you know what I said? I said, thank you, God. Thank you. I said, because I would rather die than live like this because it's killing me every day slowly. I got these hives. Every time it's time to go to court, I get these big hives with pus coming out of them. And they leave these black marks and they bleed. And I know people want to ask me, but you don't want the answer. You don't want to know the answer. You don't want to believe that this is happening or could happen because I don't know if you heard the term cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance, where your mind can't accept what is happening. So it just decide we're going to make up an alternate reality. That must be what the judges and attorneys are experiencing in Cook County. Because for this corruption to just be allowed to go on and flourish at the expense of my babies. What about my babies?
So now we have psychologists working with the kids, programs working with the kids, all that money from the federal government. And now with this Families First prevention, the prevention is on foster care. Prevention services of Act of 2016 will make it possible that any federal money will only be to help families within the home for at least a year. And then if children need to be removed, you can only get the federal money if they're placed with family. Grandparents, aunts, uncles, family, because family is what matters. Dads are what matters. Moms are what matters. Grandparents. I'm raising 3 grandchildren. I didn't have CPS involvement, thank God, but I will be happy to return my 3 grandchildren when my daughter recovers. And that's the way it should be, but that's not what foster parents want. They want to adopt your child.
Title IV-E is the major source of federal funding for educating and training the child welfare workforce. The Title IV-E Child Welfare Training Program was created as a part of the Child Welfare and Adoption Assistance Act of 1980 to support training in both foster care and adoption services. But the federal funding incentivizes the states to place children that are loved by good, fit parents into foster care.
For this lady to say what she thought of me just because of my skin color is ridiculous. She did not know me. When she even was in my house, she barely looked at me or barely had anything to say to me. Strange thing is though, Landon, the youngest, he called me daddy. I raised him since he was 2 until he actually went to foster care. He hung around me, he stayed with me. I love that boy. To me, that was my first son. So whatever she says, she's ignorant, and I don't care what she thinks, but I think people need to be let known that racism still is here, and that cruelty and manipulation in the world still is here. And so people need to be aware of this. Just because you're in the government, just because you wear a badge or your suit, you got a card, you're still could be a bad person.
There was a warrant issued for my arrest and my mother for kidnapping. I had friends call me and ask me why was my daughter's picture at 4 years old on the back of a Vibe magazine saying missing. Please call if you have any information. It was terrifying. So the police called the FBI, missing child. Police called. They called and told me and my mother that we need to turn ourselves in because I dropped my daughter to my mother's house and I went to my fight. I had a boxing match on ESPN at the time. Well, I wasn't going to turn myself in. I had to fight in 24 hours. I couldn't do it. I would do it afterwards, especially for something that was false, allegations. My mother turns herself in, which all in itself broke my heart. I didn't even know how I was going to fight with so much pressure on my head, with so much pressure on me about my daughter and my mother. So my mother drives from Virginia to Philadelphia with my daughter, turns herself in. The police takes my daughter. My daughter's mother was there. When the police kind of understood that just didn't seem right for someone to kidnap a child and then return him, bring him back when the police asked. So they took my child, they didn't give him back to her mother. They put her in foster care. And this is where it all begins.
So my kids were in the custody of their mother, along with her third husband after me. And at some point in time, there was a domestic fight between the two of them where weapons were used and hands were put on each other in front of my kids. Police were called, Child Protective Service was called, and she made statements at that time that to them, they didn't see that it was best interest for my kids to stay there at their house. So without my knowledge, without even calling me to give me a chance at that time to get my children, they turned the custody over to her father. Her father then, after about 3 months, decided that it was too much for him, and without notifying me again or notifying the mother, he turned them over to the state of Kentucky, signed them over, and they were placed in foster care.
I've been confined to my home for 2.5, well, going on 2 years, and I'll probably be confined for another 2 years until my appeal is complete.
I've been on house arrest for 2 years now for wanting to be in my daughter's life and being a father.
This is all over the start of a divorce. The divorce attorney lives less than a mile, less than 1/10 of a mile from Christopher Morano. So it's very, dubious that she and Christopher Morano hang out together every day, and all of a sudden my ex, along with the divorce attorney, now has a criminal attorney that she's hired to convict me of crimes I never committed. This is what happens in the state of Connecticut. And the judges allow it, the prosecutors allow it, everybody allows this nonsense to happen. And there's absolutely nothing any average citizen can do as long as someone's willing to pay for the abuse.
What is the cause of that?
It's, I know what the cause of it is. It's political clout. It's this man, Blackie Pasoli, who has been involved in Chicago politics for about 60 years now. He runs the show. He runs all of the judges, all of the policemen, and he's made it clear that I should give up or I'm going to lose my life and lose my freedom.
And are you afraid?
Yes, I am.
Have you ever contemplated taking your own life?
Yes, I actually tried last year.
What happened? What did you do? What prevented it?
I was in I was in jail, and my attorney just came in and said that they added additional charges and that they were now charging me with 9 felonies, and my chances of getting out of jail were slim and none. And I just went back in my jail cell, and I just I couldn't think straight. I just didn't want to live anymore. So I took my t-shirt off and I ripped it in half, and I soaked it under some water and made a loop out of it, and I put it around the bars, and I jumped, and I woke up to a Chicago fireman who they called, and they cut the t-shirt from my neck, and he actually asked me to pray with him. And he told me that whatever was going on in my life, that it wasn't worth killing myself. And I spent about 2 days in the hospital after that, and then they brought me to Cook County Jail, where I sat for about 4 or 5 days until they were able to go into bond court and get an actual bond for me, and I posted bond and came home.
And aren't you glad that it didn't go through?
You know, after the last 2 years of hell, I go back and forth with this. I've been in hell the last 2 years, and I really don't see any light at the end of the tunnel. I don't see any hope. I mean, I don't know.
So I was working on Dominic Tomasello's story starting in the summer of 2015 through the fall and winter. And as I was getting close to finishing the first story, I received a call from a black number, and the voicemail was left, and the voicemail threatened me, said that I was going to be in trouble if I continued to work on the story.
You're fucking around with it. You like the story. You're going to find out you're going to be in trouble.
That's it.
One more time.
Short, sweet, and to the point.
Fucking around with it. You like the story. You're going to find out you're going to be in trouble.
So I'm in house arrest for the supposed or alleged crime of threatening a judge. I sent an email to 6 people. This email was never intended for the judge. It was a private communication. One of these people, by the name of Jennifer Verno, took that email. She then recrafted a new document, a text document, a text image document, and sent it to this woman by the name of Linda Allard, who also is funded and works for the court system. In the family court system, she works for DCF. So she then took this recrafted text document and then sent it on to the marshals, the judicial marshals that run and manage security in the court. The chief judicial marshal, his name is Brian Clemens. Brian Clemens has a 2-year pastry certificate from St. John's College in upstate New York. He's the chief judicial marshal in charge of all the marshals in the state courthouse. He then took that and sent it to the state police and said that I had sent it to the judge, and I threatened the judge with that text document, which I never created and I never sent to a judge. So he got his job from his father, who was a big political contributor and a real estate mogul here in the state of Connecticut, and most importantly in Hartford. So his daddy called up a few people, and he's now the head judicial marshal for the state marshals that run all the courthouse security and run all the prisoner exchange within the courthouses, to and from courthouses and to and from the jails. So Judicial Marshal Brian Clemens, pastry chef dude, he's the guy that he took that recrafted email and sent it on to the Fusion Center in the state police. Now, the Fusion Center is a federal agency, but because the feds knew that it wasn't a crime, they didn't convict me. But yet the state of Connecticut and the prosecutor's office said, oh, we need to hurt this person, so let's just convict him of a crime anyways. So I was arrested with 2 SWAT teams that came to my house on the Friday, August 29th. They had 2 up-armored armadillos and about 75 SWAT people here with guns, loaded guns, and pointed at me and pointed at my house, and they wanted to basically kill me. They wanted me to resist in some way, shape, or form. I was actually working for Citigroup that day. I was home. I was just working in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, and I came out barefoot, and there was no resistance. I didn't commit any crime. I had no reason to think I committed a crime, and they arrested me for what they said, threatening and harassment of a judge.
After a year and a half, I was awarded full custody. If it was vice versa, a woman and man, it wouldn't have lasted that long. I think there's definitely an issue with the rights of a man when it comes to his child.
Dr. Carlos Rivera, pediatrician, got divorced and ended up paying $15,000 a month to his ex. After paying $492,000 in 4 years, he still ended up having to go to jail for 6 months. Dr. Rivera has been forced into early retirement from his beloved profession due to finances and severe depression. He's been alienated from 2 of his children. He's been left with nothing. Yet, this isn't enough. His ex still wants him behind bars. Again, even his ex's boyfriend thinks this is wrong.
Do I think you're getting the shaft? Yes, I do.
So how is this happening? How is the system allowing this to go on?
What more do they want from you? They they destroyed your life. I mean, I don't think I'm overstating it. They destroyed your life. They destroyed your relationship with three of your children. Two of your children working on the other 2. They destroyed your career. They created this situation. Now they're asking for the court to come in again. What more do they want?
The hard part is losing the career was stressful, and that's something I could move past. It's the children. Losing 2 of my children to alienation, having the next 2 threatened because they reside with their mother. I never thought that anybody be capable of such cruelty. And it saddens me that I thought at some point her family would stop her and say enough is enough. But unfortunately, I walked past one family member who was giving me dirty looks and stares on the way in. And it just saddens me. I think that how much can you do to a person? And the career and money is one thing, but my children are another. And I pray that this ends one day soon because it's really become difficult.
I mean, what I find unbelievable is they turned you into the bad guy. You're the victim. You are the victim. You wanted to be divorced, move on. You were willing to pay plenty of money. You know, your wife had custody, or your ex-wife, you let her have custody, you had your career. Well, they're turning you into the bad guy that you spent 6 months in jail. For people watching this, you've already spent 6 months in prison.
Yeah, it's interesting because, I used to have a good relationship with professional colleagues, and everyone keeps a distance, a pretty cold distance from me now. And after this point, I don't hear from anybody at all. No one to say, hey, what happened? So I'm pretty isolated. And, if it wasn't for my children, I probably would relocate. It's been difficult.
So what we're going to do is, so now you have a court appearance today. I think it's for 9:30 in the morning, up on the 6th floor with Judge Cheryl Joseph, who we don't know. We have at the show. We haven't had any experience with her, and we're just hopeful that she'll do the right thing, which is to just let you go on with your life. Don't let enough of the destruction end it. You know, my feeling, being experienced with the courts, is they're going to adjourn it because that's the name of the game. Make this drag on, and to some extent hope that maybe you kill yourself. Hope that something horrible happens. They don't have to deal with it, or you just give up, or you have no money, so you're done.
I unfortunately, I've had bad experiences in the past with Judge Luft and Judge Lenore. I was happy to see a different judge this time around. I have a lot of hope that in this case, Judge Joseph will finally be able to straighten this out, because it's, I'm hopeful.
Well, you know, you're an optimistic type of guy, but you know the problem is where we are. The place is run by the Chief Judge Randall Henricks, who's corrupt himself. If you got the guy at the top, and you're not saying it, you probably don't even know him, I'm telling you, the man is corrupt. And there's many more judges. I promise everybody, we're in June of 2016. There are more judges that are going to go down because now people are starting to look at it. And I'm also saying right now, Judge Henricks, who is corrupt, is going to go down too.
The courts have a financial incentive to take our children from us, to take us as parents, most often fathers, but also mothers. They reduce us down to visitors to justify child support order. And when they justify child support order, the state then receives federal funding through what's known as Title IV-D of the Social Security Act.
When the ball stopped bouncing, she finally had enough.
She took me to court for willful contempt to not pay child support.
I would say roughly 350, 400,000 in lawyer fees.
Which was amazing to me because I paid over $494,000 to her.
Parental alienation is such a ubiquitous problem that it has taken family law court, which was set up to help children, and it has now turned it into a business. It is a $50 billion a year industry.
One of the people I worked with, I asked them, you know, what do you, they were an activist, and I said, you know, you're on the ground, what's a big problem you see? And the activist said, biggest problem I see is corrupt custody evaluators. And at that point, I'd never heard of a custody evaluator. I didn't know anything about that. And that was my original introduction into the world of divorce and custody matters. And this activist put out an email or something on their newsletter, got a bunch of phone calls back, and one of the people who called me, it was a couple weeks later, was a guy named Chris Mackney. And I spoke to Chris at the end, the first time at the beginning, or the end of October. And we spoke on and off, and then on December 29, 2013, he killed himself. And if I didn't step in and tell his story would be, his legacy would be that he was a crazy man, killed himself because he was mentally unstable, and all of the things which were done to him as a result of his divorce would go unnoticed. And so that's why I wrote the book. It's called Bullied to Death.
The importance of having a father in your life, like I said, is structure. You know, men, we make the difference. A man can walk in the room and the child will behave. But when the woman tells the child to do something, she may have a problem, but the man don't have to say anything. And I wish I, as a man, as a young boy, I wanted discipline. I wanted to be disciplined. I wanted that structure.
A real turning point in my divorce was when my children, they appointed a law guardian, called at the time, now it's called attorney for the child. Some states call it attorney ad litem, guardian ad litem, and they appointed one who, these are just loser lawyers. I call them ambulance chasers. They're people who can't make a living in the field, so they work for a quarter of the price that they normally work. They run around the courtroom with their tail between their legs, sucking up to the judges to try to get appointments while they're there. So they hire one, a law guardian, and she interviews the kids. And here's what an ironic thing is that they always tell you, don't discuss the divorce with the children. Keep the children out of the divorce. This is between you two. And what is the first thing these law guardians do? They come to my children, they say, who do you want to live with? Who do you want to have custody of you? These are 10-year-old children. How do you put this burden on a 10-year-old child? This person should be charged with child abuse for doing this. This is just the worst form, but it gets even worse. So they asked my 3 children. One is my stepson, he's the oldest. from a previous marriage. And one of the problems actually was that he said, look, I don't care who I live with. I love my mother, I love my father, and I would live with either one of them. I would be happy with either one. My son, who I had a very, very close relationship with, we had a lot of things in common. He was a very empathetic child. The only thing we didn't have in common with it, he was a lot smarter than me. But as far as his empathy, his love for animals, his love for nature, just a very caring, sensitive person, and we really bonded. We were very, very, very close with each other. And, you know, I love him with all my heart. He was just a great, really, I could almost say he was a perfect child. And he told them that he would rather live with me. Then my youngest one, my daughter, tells them that she would rather live with my mother, but it's okay with her mother, but it's okay if she had to live with me, she would be okay with that too. And then the problem is, so now we go back to these meetings, and the law guardian tells us what the children said. So now my ex-wife, man, this looks bad for me, because now her biological son is saying he doesn't care if he has to live with me. My son is saying he wants to live with me, and my daughter's saying she'd rather live with the mother, but it's okay if she had to live with me. This looks horrible for her. So she goes on a vicious campaign to turn these kids around, to change their mind. And that just destroyed the children, because of course the courts say, don't tell the kids what we say. But she did it, realizing there's no repercussions to what she did, because really now I come to know she was probably more advanced than me, or her lawyer was smarter, and told her, look, they don't give a shit what women do. You can lie, commit perjury, break every rule. They're not gonna put you in jail. You're not gonna lose custody. Don't worry about it. Do whatever you want to do. So she went on this path of trying to turn the kids against me. In fact, I heard her one day tell my son, if you are ever nice to your father again, I will never love you. I'll never talk to you, and you will be dead to me. This is well documented in my forensic report, where she denied it, and I said, well, I'll tell you what, if I can prove it, then I'll give up custody. If I can't prove it, I'll give up custody. If I could prove that it's true, I would expect that you would give up custody too. And the law guardian said, well, that's it. I mean, the forensic psychologist said, well, that's a good deal, because if you didn't do it, take Gary's deal. You'll get custody and he'll walk away.
The majority of America's social ills are due to fatherless homes. But the corruption in family court is what's been the key factor in this horrific and ubiquitous problem. Every child deserves to be nourished and loved by both parents.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up?
I miss you, man.
I miss you too.
How you been? How old are you today? Huh?
7.
Yes, sir. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, man. Hey.
Yes.
What you doing?
Nothing, just walking around the plaza.
Walking around the plaza? Huh?
I said, we just walking around the plaza looking for a store for me to go get my money, use my money on a toy.
Oh, how much money you got?
$7.
Oh man, I gotta give you some money too.
Oh.
You in Atlanta? Why you keep hanging up?
That's how me left my mom. He keeps taking the phone from me. Yes, it is.
Man, I miss you so much, man. I can't wait to see you.
I have to see you.
Huh?
Say bye before you hang up. Alright, bye.
What?
Bye.
Why? Why you gotta go? Why you saying bye?
Well, I've been treated like a criminal. I've been lied to, lied about, humiliated beyond anything I could have ever imagined, and I've been treated like a piece of scum by every judge involved in this case. As I put this story together and pieced together and had to put it on a graphic because it's so complicated and showing the ties of the people involved, I started becoming more aware that this happens all the time. These are the attorneys that at the firm that represented me, Drew Parker, Rob Parker, and Doc Halliday. Doc and Drew had been partners for over 30 years, and after my trial and what I described earlier, their partnership was dissolved, again, reportedly because Rob Parker was having an affair with Doc's wife, Mary. This is my ex-wife's attorney, G. Edward Murphy. Moving over, this is the Peoria County Court Administrator, Rena Parker. Again, she is the wife of Drew Parker and the mother of Rob Parker. If you follow the arrow over here, you can see that her tie to Joe Billy McDade, and that he mentored her in 1978. And then moving over, you can see that Joe Billy McDade and Mary McDade were married. At the time I created this, I thought they were still married, but my understanding is that they're divorced. But Mary McDade still has over a 35-year tie to the Parker family, and yet she was a deciding judge on my appeal. This is a picture off my wife's Facebook page, my ex-wife's Facebook page, with her and Mary Halliday 3 weeks after my divorce was final, obviously celebrating their success in Las Vegas. This is Judge Michael Reisinger, the judge at my divorce trial. He's a racist, that he bases his decisions for blacks on how they dress and their attitudes, and yet he's allowed to remain on the bench. Next is Kate Gorman, who took over my divorce case in Peoria County. Her father is John Gorman, who is also a U.S. District Judge and has worked side by side with Joe Billy McDade for years. You can see that the Parkers contributed to Kate Gorman's campaign contribution. Here is Clarence Darrow, who was assigned my malpractice case against the law firm of Parker and Halliday. He just happens to be the father-in-law, or Sarah Darrow, a U.S. District Judge, who is taking over cases for Joe Billy McDade. And it's no surprise that Clarence Darrow dismissed my malpractice case, and now it's in the appellate court. With my malpractice case being in the appellate court, I fully expect that I'm going to need to have a larger board and add 3 additional judges onto my chart, because I have small hopes that that'll be decided in my favor based on what I've experienced over the past 5 years in the Illinois family court system.
My name is Henry Stokes, owner of Trilogy Cigar Lounge and Tailored Ash. I was blessed to have my father in my life, active in my life. My mother has 6 children, 5 different fathers, and of them, I truly was the only one who had a consistently active father in my life. And so I was, looking at that dynamic, I look back now and see that my mom had 5 boys, 1 girl, and of the 5 boys, I'm the only one who doesn't have a police record, who hasn't been to prison, who doesn't have multiple, baby mothers. The only one who graduated high school, the only one who went to college, the only one who was able to advance myself. And it was really because I had a man in my life to say, here is what hard work looks like. And I was so determined to not disappoint my dad that I stayed away from trouble. Even though trouble was easily to get into as a young guy, I stayed away from trouble because of that. And I remember times when I would be in Miami with my mother and my other brothers, and it was just, they had this sense about just doing whatever, because my mom, again, couldn't control them. So there was no make sure you're home or do your homework. They were dropping out of school and really hanging around the older guys in the neighborhood who they looked up to as father figures, but these guys were, some of the hardened criminals, some guys who were heavy into street activity, so which led my brothers into that same space. And unfortunately led to my youngest brother being murdered past December 2015. But for me, I had my dad who would say, you know, get home, get your grades done, you know, make sure you finish school. All those things were important to him, so they became important to me. And I never really had this situation where I was looking for that affection from a man, or looking for that, you know, validation from a man to even show me what a man was, because I had a man who was there, who was picking me up from school, who was at my football games, who was at my practices, and really showing me what unconditional love truly was.
I didn't have my biological father to be there for me, to talk to me, guide me, and help walk me through things. That's pretty much what I wanted. I wanted to be walked through some things. I wanted to be showed some things. But he wasn't there to show them to me. So since he wasn't there to show them to me, I had to do them all by myself. And naturally, I'm not looking for the better things. I'm looking for the things that's fast. If he was around, I think I would have been more able to slow down, to see how he got his car, to see how he got his money, to hear that he went into the service, to hear that he did college, to hear that he had these degrees, because then it would have showed where I was from. But since I never had nobody like that around me, my step-pops did crack cocaine. My step-pops drive trucks and was off and on, off in and out of my life, all my life. So this wasn't no influence. This was nobody that I could go to. So I couldn't see myself going to him. But my biological father, he took time out. He took time out. And if he was there, I'm sure that 15 years that I said I just did, meaning last year, April 2015, got out of the halfway house, I'm positive I wouldn't be there.
So I didn't have to worry about how am I gonna eat? How am I gonna get school clothes? All I focused on was school and doing right. And it completely changed the trajectory of my life, completely opened my eyes to different experiences. And it allowed me to grow into a man versus trying to become a man at an age where you shouldn't even be thinking about that.
Let me be clear about something. The things that I did was nothing to laugh at. These things was real life. These things take life. We shot people, we stabbed people, people died, families was lost. You know, when you have your back against the wall and somebody have a gun to your head and tell you you don't have no other choice but to shoot somebody, and the influence is way less than when a person have a gun to your head. So when I'm sitting up there and I'm selling drugs, yeah, we was hard. Yeah, we was doing our thing. But you want to know what? When somebody got that gun at you and they shooting at you and you don't have no choice but to defend yourself and kill somebody, then you do what you have to do. But you want to know what? There's always consequences to that. Because now you're going to sit in prison. Now you're going to sit in a 150-man open dorm, listening to men with other men having sex, with homosexual activities, men violating your privacy, men coming in, stealing from you. You taking showers with all these men all at the same time. You not being able to be next to a woman. You can't be affectionate with a woman. You can't do nothing. You eat, you sleep, you shit when they tell you to.
A father is a diamond. And no matter what the circumstances are with the father and the mother, you cannot diminish the power and the effect of having a father in a child's life.
And the reason why I did 15 years is because my biological father wasn't in my life.
I had a client that I was counseling. It was a 36-year-old man. And at one point, he had experienced fatherlessness. I'm sitting across the table. The guy had hands like sledgehammers. He was huge, he was big, and this was a great big guy. He was like 6'4". And I'm talking to him and I'm asking him this question. And I say to him, who taught you how to pee? He rears back for a second. He gets confused. He looks frustrated. You can see the range of emotions that are going on through his mind. And all of a sudden, these tears start coming down his face. He's absolutely bawling. And I pause him and I say, what's wrong? Where is all of this coming from? Tell me about the tears. He says, you know, no one ever taught me how to pee. In fact, when I was in middle school and I was in high school, I got teased because every time I went into the locker room in the boys' bathroom, I had to put the seat down to pee because my mom taught me how to pee. My dad was never there. They were always fighting with one another. And these are the emotional struggles and things that some people carry with them throughout their lives. And oftentimes they go untouched, they go untalked about, and their repressed feelings of resentment, of regret, and this anger that people carry around with them.
I feel blessed by the Creator to even be able to sit and talk to you on this platform, because I got an arm full of people, an arm full of them that did not make it. And I did everything they did. We hung together every day. They did everything I did. But some of them will never get to see their children, whether it be through life in terms in prison or, you know, they're pushing up daisies right now. And these are people that I love dearly. These are people who I knew as people despite what society called us. Gang members, thugs, gangsters, whatever. These are people I knew as children when we all ran around poor, playing in abandoned buildings and dilapidated tenement homes. These were kids at one point who were struggling, who were hurting, who were in need of their fathers.
There was another child that was 8 years old, and his mother brought him into an office and she said, fix him. And it was just her. She had been warring with the father, even though the father wanted to be a part of the child's life. And she wanted this child fixed. One of the teachers had reported and said that we really need him to be classified as ADHD. Now, nothing was wrong with the child, and I talked with the mother, and I ended up talking to the child. Come to find out, the child was acting up simply because every time he got in trouble, every time he acted out in class, the teacher would then call his father. The principal would then call his father, not the mother, but his father. So because he was acting up, because he was getting into all of this trouble, this was a chance and an opportunity for him to see his dad. And that's the only thing he wanted. He didn't need a diagnosis. He didn't need drugs. All he wanted was the attention of the father. So sometimes the emotional turmoil of parents and the resentment and all of the things and the frustrations and disappointments that are going on as parents, we get caught in this windstorm of irrelevance, and we forget about the most important piece of this thing, the child.
At the end of the day, we brought this beautiful life into the world that didn't ask to come here. And so we have to put our all into shaping, develop, nurturing, loving this child together so they can grow up and have a chance.
Just everybody in the process has absolute immunity, which means they have no incentive to behave positively, and in fact they have lots of incentive to behave negatively because there's lots of money to be made as long as there's animosity in the process.
Those type of laws, to me, like I said, once again, give women or men incentive to have kids by people who are either successful or prone to be successful, because then they can go in and legally alienate the parent and force the parent to pay money, which the system wins and the parent wins, but the kid truly loses.
The best thing to happen to the family courts is movements like this, is people standing up, telling their stories, taking to social media. It's the best thing that could happen because it's bringing awareness, it's bringing attention. Because most people, they hear that, well, yeah, mothers get custody, fathers are on child support. They understand that, but they don't understand the injustice until it hits their front doorstep. Then when it hits their front doorstep, they come in and they're just appalled and they're amazed at the family court system. But so the best thing to happen to the family courts is what's going on right now, is people telling their stories, people here protesting, people here rallying, people here expressing what they want and exercise their constitutional rights to do so.
I can't imagine if I was denied access to my children like hundreds and hundreds of parents that I've been exposed to are going through right now. the heartbreak, the frustration, the anger, the humiliation, the suicides, them being put in jail on a regular basis, I'm going to take the facts that I have in my case where it shows the corruption, the collusion, and try and drive change.
At the end of the day, it's all about the kids. It's all about the kids when they grow up. You know, working where I work, seeing grown men still talks about how their father did them, how the mother not allowed the child to be in their life as a grown man. It's a problem there. It's really a problem. And a lot of times when we have kids, things gonna go wrong. They gonna go wrong. But at the end of the day, we gotta do what's best for the kids. What's best for the kids is having a mother and a father.
So if we want to have healthy children, we want to have a good economy, we want to have low rates of domestic violence, we don't want teenage pregnancies and childhood depression, well, guess what? Family courts, you need to start doing your job.
What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Hell! What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Hell!
So we must stand together as woman and man, as we demand the repeal of Title 4D, as we demand the repeal of Title 4E. We will stand together and no longer allow the government to dictate the outcome of our children's lives. We will no longer allow the government to financially gain off of the demise of our families. Changing the laws is one thing, but the repeal is real.
Sorry that I'm not there. It's not that I don't care, but your moms won't let me. One day I know you'll see. It was lies written about me. When you need me, I'll be right here, right here, right here. Sorry that I'm not there. It's not that I don't care, but your moms won't let me. One day I know you'll see. It was lies written about me. When you need me, I'll be right here, right here, right here.
We all wanna fight for the equal rights put in the media's light, but people just don't see what I'm talking about here really ain't just me. We in 2015, not 83. Ask any professional what the babies need. That's a moms and a dad, not just half of that. And it looks to me like we're lacking that, cause the system is biased and that's a fact. Judge Susan a meanie, didn't believe me out here in King County. My daughter's without me. When a mom wants to take a kid, it's that easy. Ex parte and there's no peace treaty. Christine Robinson was the bailiff involved. Looked at me like this is all my fault. Delayed my time on a 5-day trial. Gave me 2 days, said I would be fine though. Tell me now how they rush this process. The statistics expose this nonsense. 85% in favor of the mom. How can a working man try those odds? Fight for my time, how am I wrong? Stood for my rights, it cost me it all. Held my ground now for my daughter. Show me the evidence why I can't be a father.
Casualties of war. Warriors against the regime.
Buddy, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Luca, honey, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Buddy, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Luca, honey, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. If I could have one wish, and that wish would be my kids. We'd be out doing shit that all the other families did. Taking you to practice, look into gymnastics. Watch your first backflip, that's the shit that I miss. Tell me what did I do? They don't deserve this. Tell me what's the purpose? To reverse this curse which social services has placed upon us. Yeah. Buddy, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Luca, honey, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Buddy, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Luca, honey, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. I don't always do what's right, but I do what's needed. I'm the father's rights champion, I can't be defeated. Without you in my life, kids, I feel incompleted. The courts are so blind, but I'ma make them see it. You gotta believe it, his daddy loves you both. I just want you to know that. Even though it seems hopeless, don't give up hope yet. Come on, sing it with me now. Sing it with me now, yeah. Hold on, Makai, buddy, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Hold on, Luca, honey, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Hold on, Makai, buddy, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Hold on, Luca, honey, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control.
Hold on, baby. Daddy's on his way.
beautiful wife, Vanessa McLean, for always holding me down and having so much patience. My daughter, Ebony McLean, for your unconditional love and understanding. Ebbs' mother, Jackie White, for never taking me through any of the bullshit that we just watched. My brothers, Mark and Malik McLean, for always being there for me, right or wrong. Imam Fatim, for always keeping it 100 and always loving my mom. My mother-in-law, Edith Quiroga, for raising such a gem of a daughter and always being so cool. And last, but definitely not least, my beautiful, strong, loving mother for giving me life, everything you've taught me, and for raising 3 boys to men on your own, along with any and everyone that has looked out for me or helped me through this process in any way. I love you all.
Casualties of war, warriors against the regime.
Has the family court system damaged your relationship with your child? Were you shocked by the lack of due process? You are not alone. For 11 years, Mark Ludwig has led the charge for shared parenting reform. He's met face-to-face with over 700 legislators, hosted over 70 events, and pushed legislation in 31 states. Now he's building something bigger, the A-Team. We are recruiting trained advocates in all 50 states, people like you stepping up for kids and real change. By joining Mark's Legislative Leadership Development Program, you'll get strategy sessions with Mark and guest legislators, on-demand training videos, and advanced AI tools to influence lawmakers. You'll even earn a seat on Mark's legislative team to join us when we meet the lawmakers. Don't just hope for change. Be the reason it happens. Join the movement. Join the A-Team. Visit stlmarkludwig.com and click the membership tab to get started today.
Are you ready to challenge the script? Fathers face immense hurdles in family courts, biases that often sideline their vital role in their children's lives. This isn't just unfair to dads, it deeply harms children, who deserve the love and guidance of both parents. Solicitors often focus on winning cases, treating clients as battles to be won rather than families to be nurtured. Government agencies frequently act on one-sided reports without thorough investigation, forcing fathers to defend themselves against unverified claims. Fathers, don't let this break you. Play the long game. Document everything meticulously. Keep detailed records of calls. Consider CCTV at home for transparency and never react emotionally to provocation. Less is more. Avoid confrontations, never chase or pester, and focus on the end goal: quality time with your child. Mandatory mediation, shared parenting presumptions, and accountability for false claims are crucial reforms. When fathers are equal partners, children thrive emotionally and socially, developing resilience, empathy, and security. Stand strong, advocate for change, and remember, persistent strategic action can rewrite the future for fathers, children, and society.
It was such like a tug of war with whose side are you going to choose. I realized like it was just tearing me apart.
It was always, you're on my side or you're dead to me.
The first time my dad saw me, I was in my grandma's arms in a courtroom.
It really felt like she didn't want anything to do with me.
It's hard when you have to stop and think that your child wants nothing to do with you because of what they've been taught.
One parent gets to be a parent and the other gets to be, at best, a visitor, and at worst, completely erased.
And a lot of it has to do with our judicial system.
What I remember about being in court was having to lie to the judge.
It destroys lives, it bankrupts people every day, it tears children from their homes, and just so happens to be a $50 billion a year industry.
If you don't pay your child support, you're gonna go to jail.
Walter Scott decided to bolt from his car. Court documents show he owed more than $18,000 in child support payments.
These fathers are not deadbeat, they're dead broke.
Nothing I said mattered. None of the evidence I brought forward mattered. The judge wouldn't even look at it.
He's nothing like I was told he was.
If there's 22 million adults
dealing with this. That's over 22 million children. And the mental health consequences are severe and long-lasting.
It's heartbreaking to me to see how many of you are dealing with this.
My dad was erased from my life.
It's happening all over the world. This isn't a father's rights issue. It's not a mother's rights issue. It's a human right issue.
My daughter here and I have been alienated from each other for the majority of her life. She called me and said, "Dad, it's time to move home," and she came home.
If the court worked in a way where there was 50-50 custody, I'd be happier. I wouldn't feel a void because I've never known a life where one parent wasn't missing.
A new bill would make default custody 50-50.
How come we don't have shared parenting in the law? It's called special interests.
We need more clarity in law to support what is best for children, shared parenting, and this helps move in that direction.
I want to show people that it can have a happy ending.
In about 10 minutes, we're going to leave for the courthouse so I can legally re-adopt my daughter.
I've seen families heal just because both parents got a fair chance. You don't have to agree on everything. You just have to agree your kid deserves both of you.
Say that there is a normal person. She or he sees their family, their mom, their dad, their dog. My perspective of family, I live with my mom and my stepdad. My other brother lives with me. My dad hates my mom. My older brother hates my mom, and I can't see either of them. It's not fair that any family goes through this. It breaks up your family, makes life harder, and you just don't see the world the same.
Every 60 seconds, a child loses contact with one parent permanently because of what's going on in the family court system.
One parent gets to be a parent, and the other gets to be, at best, a visitor, and at worst, completely erased.
It destroys lives, it bankrupts people every day, it tears children from their homes, and just so happens to be a $50 billion a year industry.
It's an epidemic that people don't realize that this country and other countries are going through. Nobody wants to talk about it until it happens to you.
This isn't a father's rights issue. It's not a mother's rights issue. It's a human right issue.
My parents' divorce was so messy that after I graduated from university, I moved literally halfway across the world to Argentina. Anything I could do to get away from them. But divorce and its effects on kids kept following me. And I made a film called Erasing Dad, Borrando Papá, that exposes the discrimination fathers face when they want to be in their kids' lives after divorce. The film's release caused the law in Argentina to be changed so that moms and dads could share joint custody. It also helped me to heal and reconnect with my family, and I returned to the United States. I wanted to make a follow-up film, and after a post on Facebook, my inbox was flooded with desperate pleas for help. Why were all these families reaching out to me, a filmmaker? Why were the family courts unable to help them? I decided to tell the stories of the ignored victims of family court, the children.
I was only 5 years old. One day we're all good, we're all happy, and then the next is like, oh, my dad's no longer in the picture.
I didn't really know what was happening at the time.
My first memory that I have is my parents fighting.
I have more bad memories than good memories.
The day my dad moved out was extremely hard. I was crying all the time.
When I was born, my parents were in the middle of a divorce. So the first time my dad saw me, I was in my grandma's arms in a courtroom. My mom only had one photo. It was a picture of him, and he was holding my sister, Chelsea. A lot of me wanted to have a relationship with my biological father. I remember asking my mom every day, has Dad called? Has Dad called? She kept telling me, you know, maybe he's just busy, and then that turned into, he's not your dad. I was informed that basically he was poison to me and he would manipulate me if I was ever in contact with him. When I was reading the divorce file, though, there was a lot of things I didn't know happened. There's flaws in the system. I've never known a life where one parent wasn't missing.
I think that as a child, like I kind of knew it was coming subconsciously. You know, there's moments that I have flashbacks where I could see, you know, the door close. I could be standing in the hallway, just hear them screaming, so I just kind of disappear. So when my parents got divorced, I was 12 years old. My father was like, pack your things. We're gonna go, you know, visit your grandma for a little while.
When they left, he pulled him out of school, and I didn't know what to do. I was so overwhelmed with what was going on. I was living up in Pennsylvania because I was in the military. They ended up in Virginia.
Karen, my stepmom, I also call her mom, she came into my life when I was about 14.
Initially, I was there practically every weekend. So the visits started to decrease every month, and then I was stopped. Sometimes it was because the children would call me and say they didn't want to come. Sometimes I would get an email saying, well, the kids don't want to see you this weekend. It was signed by my ex, but it sounded like his wife.
I was just so confused. It really felt like she didn't want anything to do with me.
I can't even really answer why the whole thing happened. I was never on drugs. I had no criminal background. I had no psychological issues other than being heartbroken because I lost my children.
Me and my older brother had a really good relationship most of our lives. And we would play video games together, and everything was normal, like a normal sibling.
My older son always looked up to his father. My ex-husband and I separated, and at that time, my son realized that if he didn't side with his father, likely he wouldn't have his father in his life. So he had to choose mom or dad. And I think it was a survival mechanism, and he chose his father.
It just seems like one day out of the blue, he's just angry at her.
He would come home from their dad's and say I was horrible and demand whatever their dad wanted at the time.
Then he would always say, like, I want to kill her.
That wasn't my son, but he was being so influenced that that's how he had to act towards me.
Oftentimes she just starts crying on my shoulder, but I don't know how to help her.
I get reminded every day, like, your dad sucked.
My dad and my stepmom sat me down and discussed with me how awful of a person my mom was.
I don't think my mom wanted me to have any contact with my father.
Growing up, I learned to hate him.
As I got older, my dad said, you owe your loyalties to me because I've been here for you and your mom hasn't, and your mom left you.
It's a constant reminder because I am my father's child, so.
I began studying parental alienation approximately 3 years ago. I started looking around to people who have been affected by this on Facebook groups and support groups, and I didn't get any answers. I thought it's time to put some serious scientific attention to this problem.
Parental alienation. The set of behaviors that a parent will do to try to distance their child or hurt the relationship between the child and the other parent. Okay, so these...
It can be very subtle. They can refer to the other parent in pronouns, completely undermining their role as a parent. The custodial parent really colors the way that child perceives events. Obviously, you trust and love your parent, and you want to believe that what they're telling you is correct. That child is then expressing and parroting back what they're hearing.
How many of you have had it happen to you? Just by a show of hands. That's about, I'd say about 40%. I ask this of every class that I teach. It's heartbreaking to me to see how many of you are dealing with this.
I was trying to estimate the scope of the problem, and we conducted a poll in order to do that. 13% of these adults reported feeling alienated from one or more of their children, and what that comes out to is over 22 million American adults are feeling like they are being alienated from their children. If there's 22 million adults dealing with this, that's over 22 million children. And the mental health consequences on that child are severe and long-lasting.
I therefore find that X is an alienated child and that he has been alienated from his mother by the words, actions, and behavior of his father. The Child Custody and Access Report found that Brandon was alienated. I knew something was wrong before that. I just hadn't heard of a name for it. The judge did take away Dad's access for a month as sort of a warning because of behavior that was going on. So the judge was really swift in his actions. But the problem is, if one parent wants to make things difficult, it's almost impossible to get things in front of the judge. If they're not turning up for their court dates, if they're hiding from process servers and things, they can drag it on, and the judge can't do anything about that.
I've went to about 4 counselors. The counselor, he asked us to draw a picture of how we felt. I drew a house split in half with Brandon and my dad on one side and me, my middle brother, and my mom on the other side. And it was just cut in half.
I ended up leaving high school in my second sophomore year and went to beauty school at 15.
See how your layers kind of cascade together now?
My ex and I divorced while she was pregnant with Ashlyn, and then we had a big argument over the phone, and the next morning I was served with a restraining order. This was a permanent order of protection.
Kept everything. It amazes me that I go through all of this, and nowhere in here does she say I'm a bad father.
Our divorce is our divorce. What we went through, what she did to me, what I did to her, what our relationship was, has nothing to do with our children.
Your Honor, I wish it to be known that all I am after is to have unsupervised visitation and joint custody of my daughters. My children are very important to me, and I am very important to them.
This was the worst paper I ever had to file.
He's scared to continue any type of attempt for visitation because of some threat.
I feel it's best to withdraw my petition for visitation.
Although I have not been afforded the opportunity to see my youngest daughter, I love both of my children.
My ex-wife will go to any extreme in her vendetta against me and others. Therefore, I withdraw my petition and pray the situation will change in the future. And I will become a part of my daughter's lives.
This is hard because you're, reading a letter that your parent feels hopeless.
I lost him.
Here, I don't know when's the last time you've seen this.
Peanut head.
I mean, they're just pictures of his life. Look how cute you were, though. I should give this to you. We had a good 4 years where we were just extremely nasty to each other.
It was almost like this enmeshed situation through a divorce where it was like team mom or team family in Virginia. My family started asking me about the divorce and my choice. I felt like my support system was right there in front of me, so it was a pretty simple answer at the time.
You can always look back at a situation and say, oh, I probably could have done this and, been a little nicer about it or welcomed her more, but had better conversations. But no, I think she disappeared on her own.
Ow. This is a transcript of when I went to pick my kids up. I rolled down the window, asked Rick if the kids are going to get in the car. And he said, that is up to the kids. They can decide what to do.
No, they do not have to come to the door. They don't, yeah, I think they do. They are old enough that they can express their wishes to you directly, and I can express them to you. I'm not the one who's telling you you can't see them, hon. It's not me. It has never been me. It's them. Really? Okay. You ready to go? Sure. All right. Cheerio.
I was calling the police, I called the courts, I called whoever I could think of to help me, and they were like, "Oh, no, sorry, there's nothing we can help you with. Unless they do something physically harming the children, we can't intervene with this." And I just went through all these emails, and this is all the stuff I had to provide to the court. So I was more angry with the courts than I was with what was happening, because they wouldn't, it was like, it's almost like the thought that there's no gray area. It's all black and white. It was almost like they were looking to assign blame to somebody rather than figure out a way to make it work for everybody. All I wanted was to have a relationship and be able to see my children. And I felt that there had to be a better way to do this, and what I was experiencing was not it.
I think it was about 8. There was a custody battle that happened.
When the divorce was final, I saw my dad every other weekend.
It was supposed to be 51-49, my dad to my mom. Eventually went to I was only living at my mom's.
My mom hired the most expensive lawyer to make sure that she got sole custody.
The family court system is mandated to work in the best interest of the children. But what actually goes on behind the closed doors of family court?
If you watch any of the law shows, you come in today and you're in court tomorrow. That's not how it works. You're talking usually 6, 8, 12 months down the road. And during that period of time, it's very traumatic for children.
Too many cases, not enough judges. I was responsible for over 1,000 cases. Some days I would have 15, 20 hearings.
That you were in fear of imminent serious bodily harm. Isn't that true?
Family court really sets the stage for conflict because that is the nature of the legal process. It's adversarial.
If a parent is angry, I want the parent to continue talking, even though what is being said is not relevant. You always have to listen.
Mr. DeHaven, please make sure the questions are clear and don't ask redundant questions.
If you have a parent who has mental health issues, control issues, that person can keep coming back to court. Even if a person cries wolf, wolf 4, 5, 6 times.
In criminal court, the state has to pass certain tests to file charges, but not so in family court. One parent can bring the other parent back to court for something as serious as domestic violence or as petty as not liking the food they feed their child. Family court doesn't have to find a parent guilty of a crime, only that the other parent is the better parent. So evidence standards are much looser in family court than in criminal court.
They are not looking for clear evidence to support or refute either parent's claims, and that's very problematic.
We have a lot of stereotypes that are negative for the fathers. They're more abusive or aggressive than mothers, that they're deadbeat dads.
Would you agree that's a definition?
We have a lot of very positive stereotypes about mothers being the better parent. However, if a mother works, that is often used against those mothers. The other pattern is that the father will make the mother look like she's crazy, and everybody looks crazy in divorce.
While the courts are mandated to work in the best interest of the child, nowhere in the civil code is this term defined. So judges, custody evaluators, and psychologists can make findings based on opinions that they don't have to justify or show scientific evidence to validate.
Approximately $28 billion has been an estimate of how much this costs a year for family court involvement. It's to psychologists who have to get assigned or appointed by the court to make an evaluation. They get paid thousands of dollars. Expert witnesses that parents have to call. It's an industry because all of these pieces play a role.
I've had at least 4 or 5 counselors and doctors, 3 or 4 lawyers. It's cost close to $1 million.
Because it is civil court, you have no right to an attorney. This presents a barrier to families who can't afford to pay for one.
The attorney I had didn't want to do his job because I wasn't able to pay him in full. He could have talked about the parental alienation and said something referring to that, and he didn't say a word because I couldn't pay him.
I had nobody. And on a $600 a month income, can't afford anybody.
How is destroying a parent financially and emotionally in the child's best interest?
Nothing I said mattered. None of the evidence I brought forward mattered. The judge wouldn't even look at it. I mean, like, literally wouldn't look at it. My ex said plain and clearly that there was nothing that I could do to get to see my kids. And the judge asked me what I wanted, and I said, I want you to find her in contempt of court. And the judge wouldn't do it. He said, that's the children's caretaker. And I said, what am I? And he goes, you're the financial support. I get a phone call from my ex. She said, your children want to see you. They want to be in your life. And I said, how soon can you come over?
When I first met my dad at 10, I remember pulling up in the car and he was like smiling like ear to ear.
My wife was elated. My other daughter was excited.
My dad took my sister Carola and I and Chelsea to go do like a family photo shoot thing. And I just remember feeling really happy because we were all together.
God, it was such a blessing.
It was actually a very good visit. We met at a park, so they were able to play on the toys and feed the geese.
I knew he was somehow family in one way or another, but it's like I didn't know him. It didn't really feel like a father-daughter thing because I didn't have that sort of connection with him.
I think I was 4. They got to come stay for a little bit. We used to play Polly Pockets together. He made me feel very secure about every issue I ever had growing up, wondering where he was. He got a tattoo on his back of my birthday, and I was informed by my mom and my stepdad that that tattoo got removed, and it hadn't. The visits with my dad ended kind of abruptly.
My ex said, you know, with what they take out of your checks for child support, I know that you struggle. And I would like to help with that. So I have an idea.
The last time that I remember seeing my dad, he was signing papers.
Ashlyn's crying, I'm crying, and I've got my kid's stepdad telling me, don't worry, I'll make sure she never takes your children away from you again.
By that point, Robert had been their dad for a few years. It just seemed like the next step.
I knew something big was gonna happen.
I've got her sitting there telling me, it's not going to change anything. You're still their daddy. You're still their daddy. And the minute the papers were signed and the car doors were shut and everybody drove off, that was the last time I saw him.
The purpose of me meeting my father when I was 10 wasn't really about what I wanted from it or anything like that. It was just to get the adoption to go through.
I signed my rights. I'm ashamed, I'm embarrassed, I hate myself every day for it.
It sometimes felt as if my parents wanted me to choose sides. Like, they'd be like, what do you think?
They basically left it up to us whether we wanted to see him or not.
To pick a parent at 5, I probably wouldn't know who to pick at all.
Oh,
Yeah.
that was wave, go wave.
I found out that Brian was adopted by Karen, I believe, through an email. Ooh, okay. I was angry and heartbroken.
This is that when you adopt somebody, everything about the person disappears and it all starts over.
I think she was like much more like making a bigger deal than I was. She was really excited and felt like she was like pretty nervous, or maybe a little nervous to ask me.
So on it says certificate of birth. Like, I gave birth to you on this day. That's how this is written. Like, it wipes everything else out before that, and now this is your legal document. So if anybody searched your birth, this is what they would see. They would see that I am now on your birth certificate as if I gave birth to you.
To me, Karen was mom, and it was important to her.
It's like that never happened, and this did.
Yeah, it's an interesting way to make
look
things
at it.
happen, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I really didn't even think about Caroline at the time.
This is a card I sent to my daughter that I took a picture of so she would know that I sent it. And I did that with many cards that I sent them. This was a photo that was taken when she was little. Oh, God. All right. The adoption paperwork for Katie. I received an email from Karen saying that Katie wanted to be adopted also. By that point, she wasn't talking to me anymore, really. She didn't want anything to do with me. It just says who we are and my consent to the adoption.
How do you feel when you read that?
Not good. My daughter testified on the stand and said that she didn't want to see me. And it was an open court. I watched the whole thing. I was sitting right across from her looking at her while it was happening.
As soon as society and the legal system starts to ask a child, who should you choose to live with? Who would you like to live with? Then right away, they are asking a child to make a choice about who's a better parent. And that means one parent gets to be a parent and the other gets to be, at best, a visitor, and at worst, completely erased.
Like, I would just say it's just easier to not talk to her, and it was just such an easy decision. And in reality, there's no way that a decision like that could have been easy. So in turn, that's how I started building my walls. They're like screw you walls, like no one's getting in here. As a kid, we just don't want the stress of having to figure all this out.
I think the parents a lot of times aren't even conscious of the conflict they're creating for the child or the way they're manipulating them. One of the concerns when you interview a child is they come into a stranger's office in an uncomfortable setting. They've been brought here by one or the other parent. The other one's sitting out there. They feel incredibly conflicted. And so I don't know that we get accurate information from children when they come in.
I just want to see my mom. Sophie, do you want to go see your daddy? Can you tell me why? Because I don't.
What I remember about being in court was having to lie to the judge.
I have one case that sticks in my mind where the child wrote me and told me that all of the things she had complained about in detail had all been a lie.
my stepdad was going to be my real dad now. I remember telling Mom something along the lines of, I don't feel this way about my stepdad. I don't want my stepdad to be my dad. And she told me that basically that was too late to say that, and it was out of my hands at that point. I was scared, to be honest, so I lied. And I said, yeah, I'm okay with this. I'm comfortable with this. This is what I want. And I felt a lot of guilt for that for a long time. Like, it was my fault that I felt that way, because I should just rewire my brain and think the way they think, which was that I shouldn't have a relationship with him. I started smoking when I was 12, cutting myself regularly. I don't recall any kind of follow-up or checkup. I was never talked to by a social worker or a psychologist on anything about it. I had a boyfriend. I had a talk with him one day about my situation with my father.
She just felt like she couldn't really talk about her father, Dizzy, around her mother and her stepfather. And I just gave her somebody in her corner to fight for her decision on whether or not she wanted to pursue it. The worst thing that could happen is, you never talk to him again. But the best case scenario is so much brighter than that,
I contacted Dad. I was on the phone with my dad for the first time since I was 10, and it was like the most crazy feeling. Then I found out that my mom and my stepdad started listening to our phone calls. I got into a very vicious argument, and I ended up getting kicked out.
She had called me and let me know that she was homeless. She was 14. And I have no legal right to drive up and pick her up. She's not my child, according to the courts.
They came to pick me up, my stepdad and my mom, and basically told me that if I wanted to live in that house and have a happy family, I needed to cut ties with my real father. The family kind of changed after that. Things were different. People weren't really acknowledging me. People were treating me poorly. Like, yeah, I felt like I was the enemy in my own house.
About 60 or 70 of these interviews. Just like with domestic violence, people blame the victim. What did this parent do? They must be doing something to make this child not want to see them. It shows an ignorance of what human development is like and the power that a parent has in that child's life and how they perceive the world. This child has been brainwashed. They hate that parent, or they inherently don't trust them. They don't like them, and they don't have a good reason for it.
My dad had my brother snoop through my mom's paperwork.
And I got to the point where I resented going with my father. I would yell at him. I would say, I hate you. Why are you doing this?
It was always ingrained in me that my mom was the enemy and that I shouldn't want to see her.
And how much of a liar she was, and all these terrible things about her that I knew wasn't true.
What goes through the mind of a child trained to hate a parent? We talked to Candace, who was brave enough to come forward.
I became deeply fearful of my dad. Iranian culture is not exactly popular in the United States, and my mom showed me that film Not Without My Daughter.
We're not going back, we're staying here. I want us to live in Iran.
And told me this is what your dad's culture is. They're all kidnappers, they want to steal children and hurt women. She really wanted to erase our identity. It was really a very slow process of conditioning me into accepting statements that I otherwise would not have believed. My dad would go to hug me and I would reject him. And I confronted him every chance I got to scream and yell at him about why he was a bad person, why his culture was so bad, and rejecting everything that made him him. When I was at his house, when he would manage to get visitation, I would go through his papers. I knew what I needed to do when I was around his information, and that was to steal it and give it to my mom so she could get him fired and this and that. And that's what she would do. She would call these companies and make accusations pertaining to his national origin. That's one of the hardest things, because there was a lot of abuse in my house growing up with my mom, and those scars are there, but the scars of guilt are just as powerful. And I can't take it back. I can't get time back. And no matter how many times I tell myself or someone else tells me that there was nothing I could do, that I was going to be powerless to this campaign of denigration, and thinking, I need to tell somebody. And the thought that would always stop me is, who's gonna listen? They don't listen to my dad, he's an adult. Who's gonna listen to a 10-year-old? And then what's gonna happen to me? They're not gonna give me to my dad. And I don't even know that I know him anymore. What if some of the stuff my mom says is true? What if I'm wrong? I'm just a kid.
After half a decade in family court, a drastic ruling. No contact between the father and any of the children until family therapy had been completed. As the courts often don't diagnose alienation, the judgment made the local papers, which published the entire 120-page ruling.
The ruling was made that he should enter a family reunification program and have temporary no communication with the father. I believe that the father had no intention on Brandon participating in the program. And so there were plans made for him to leave.
We get a phone call. He's in England.
After the ruling, Brandon ran away from home at age 16. His father claimed he didn't know where he was, but he was given money and a passport and resurfaced in a family friend's home in the UK, his father's birthplace.
He wanted all the orders dropped for him to be able to just go straight back to his dad's house. That would be the only way he would come back. I'm going to read the CAF-CAS report from Child Protection Services in the UK. Brandon said nothing that helped in my understanding of what has caused the breakdown of his relationship with his mother. The judge in England decided that he could stay there and he would be made ward of the court and that she could not force him to get on the plane to come back.
What a stupid judge. Like, you basically just ruined my life.
It is just like a death. You completely lose your child, but it never ends. It's like walking around with a knife in your heart and it just keeps getting twisted.
My sister was very similar to my mom, and she became very angry and hated my father.
Growing up, we never had that relationship as brothers.
My dad basically took my little sister away, and he moved away.
I haven't seen my brother probably since I was 1.5 or 2.
After I hit like 5, I didn't see them again until she was 18. I just remember when my dad got a phone call from the two of them, orchestrated by somebody else, saying that they didn't want to see us anymore, and I took it personally. I had this like permanent idea that my sisters didn't want to be in my life. I tried to reach out to Chelsea on like 3 separate occasions, and she told me she didn't want anything to do with me.
Did she give you a reason?
She didn't give me a reason.
I never knew that. How old were you?
It's 10.
I never knew that. Sorry.
It's okay.
What did your message say?
I'm Carla, your little sister, and I miss you.
The last time I spoke to my older sister was through a message that I sent her on social media.
She'd been at odds with mom and dad for a while. There was something she said that just rubbed me the wrong way, and I just shot her a message and let her know, that really upsets me. I'm uncomfortable with this. I need some space, just because I needed to not be a part of that. And she put it on my mom as, you know, this is you telling Chelsea what to do. This is you pulling Chelsea away. The Facebook post, it was like a picture of an angry woman, and it was something about, go ahead and disagree with me. I'll just say you beat me and you'll never see your kids again. Don't get me wrong, I totally agree that there's always a bias in a divorce court. Sometimes the men, you know, are made to look like the bad guys. It really sucks. But he kept deflecting this like towards my mother. It made me angry. And I let him know, you know, hey, I don't appreciate you talking about me like this. I don't appreciate you talking about my mother like this. You know, I'm my own person. I have my own life up here. You know, I have Robert who's raised me, and I consider him my father, and I'm sorry, but that's that.
My parents fought about everything from who pays for the sport.
They are the kind of people to fight over money a lot.
My dad wasn't helping out whatsoever, and my mom was like, no, you know, you have 4 kids.
Decided to, you know, file child support, and that takes, you know, most of his money out of his check because he's working at a grocery store. So what is that, you know? Nothing.
I was childish, immature, and angry. You're not going to let me see my kids, I'm not going to give you the money. And it took them about 3 or 4 months to find me and garnish my wages. And I got $12.45 that paycheck, $2.05. This is my favorite. I got a paycheck for 0. I paid her off, and now I'm paying California off. The money that I'm paying goes directly to the state. You know, I mean, it could go for anything. I mean, garbage collecting, pothole repairs, I have no idea. I just know that the state continues to take money. Not a dime of money that I pay out to child support goes to any of my children. Not a single penny. I owed so much because they charged such a large amount of interest that it just built up and built up and built up.
Dizzy isn't the only parent who found himself in debt to the child support system. The child support system can lead to parents being erased. Child support creates a financial incentive for parents to fight for more parenting time. In many jurisdictions, more custody time means more child support, with even 1 extra night making a huge difference. States also earn more federal dollars to enforce child support. And if shared parenting means no child support, then there is a disincentive to grant joint custody or to make it the default option. A parent can lose their driver's license, passport, and even be incarcerated for not paying child support. But because it's civil court, you have no right to a public defender. And the worst part? In many cases, the support doesn't go to the kids. The state keeps flat fees, percentages, interest payments, and will hold on to all of it if the custodial parent receives welfare. The billions of dollars spent on child support enforcement could be spent on programs that help families, like mediation, mental health services, and enforcing custody orders.
We are at the Shasta County Child Support Division office to make my final payment on child support.
That's it.
I am over this frickin' place. And if they weren't so nice, I would drop 2 fingers up at this building.
No one comes out saying, I want to be a bad parent. I want to be a bad dad. Life circumstances as well as things that happen to them do that. And most of that is about economics. You know, we have to change our perception and our vision of fathers.
The idea of the deadbeat, especially the deadbeat dad, is an outdated and incorrect idea.
Anybody in here want to share a situation where they're paying child support, but they're not able to see their children as much as they would like to?
All in all, for all my kids, I pay $1,175 a month in child support. And I have seen my twins 2 times in 9 months.
I wasn't able to really put up much of a fight in court because I was making $30 every 2 weeks.
These fathers are not deadbeat, they're dead broke.
When I speak to some men who vent their frustrations about the child support system and why they're angry, I explain to them that child support is a business. If you don't pay your child support, you're gonna go to jail.
We heard from dozens of parents who said the state's child support system is broken and failing families.
Turner paid a total of $1,935 in child support. The News 5 Investigates learned his ex only received $1,386. And while the Department of Human Services would not tell us specifically where it was deposited, they did tell us they kept it.
The officer told him he's a deadbeat dad, he's under arrest.
The system of child support and how we put that into place are barriers to successfully having fathers involved with their children's lives. That's not the intent, but that's certainly the result.
They hold your passport if you're back behind on child support. And CDL too, right? CDL, and they take your driver's. How you gonna do that?
Registration on your car?
Yeah, because you back on child support.
Yeah.
I'm a parent, married, 2 children. And my responsibility as a parent never goes away whether or not I'm working or not. You can't have a child and not take care of your responsibility.
When it came to Walter, my brother's situation, my mother them had rescued him several times.
From
Picking up his rear in child support.
Okay.
They paid it up, caught it up, and he would always get back behind again. And even when he was continually paying.
Walter may have been behind in his child support payments, but he was involved and active in his children's lives. His children were staying and visiting him the weekend that he was actually murdered.
The other big story we're covering tonight, the police shooting death of an apparently unarmed man.
Today in North Charleston, the anger boiled over.
We just want this thing to change where no other family would have to suffer the way my family is suffering right now.
The deadly encounter between Walter Scott and police officer Michael Slager began with a traffic stop for a broken taillight.
It was a fateful decision. The moment Walter Scott decided to bolt from his car.
There's no justification for what I see on that video.
I don't know why Walter ran. He took that to the grave with him. But I think that's where the child support may have played a part. It wasn't like he was trying to hurt his children. He was caught up in this system.
A warrant had been issued for Scott's arrest. Court documents show he owed more than $18,000 in child support payments.
Can you get a court-appointed attorney to represent you in a child support case?
No.
Only in a criminal case. It's about access.
Access of money. But does the judge give the father information about what his rights are as a father?
Like 40 people in there, he moving cases in and out. He ain't got time to educate you.
And you have no idea that you could get joint custody, shared custody.
That's not their job. The ultimate goal in family court should be what? The child's best
To
interest.
preserve the family.
Yes. But if the dad is not in the child's life, how's that preserving the family?
Because I don't think the current system is created to preserve family.
No, it's not.
I think the
It's not.
current system is created to make it more punitive to parents.
Once he got out, the child support was still being due, but he was not able to pay because he lost his job for being arrested. How does the system expect you to catch up when you're locked up? He'd already been arrested twice prior to him getting murdered. I believe Walter was not a deadbeat dad. After paying thousands of dollars back, then still being behind, there was no catching up. So what do you do? I don't think a man should have to die or feel so upset about the child support system that you don't care and you're gonna run for your life.
I didn't have the father figure in my life. I didn't know how to be a man.
If he was really present in my life, I would probably, not be chasing boys.
As far as relationships go, I have a lot of trust issues now.
I don't see the point in allowing someone to get close to you if at the end of the day they're just going to hurt you.
I caused a lot of depression, anger.
I just can't call him dad right now because he was never there.
How would the lives of these children have been different if the courts assumed that both parents should be equally involved?
A new bill making its way through Lansing would make default custody 50-50 for both the mother and the father following a divorce.
Public support for it is huge. The legislators told me that they had more calls to support the shared parenting bill than they did the football stadium.
This bill sets the stage so a child, which is in their best interest.
The judge's responsibility is the best for the children.
It presumes both parents are fit.
We need more clarity in law to support what is best for children, shared parenting, and this helps move in that direction.
In any family, whether it's a man and man, women and women, it doesn't matter. There's a yin and a yang, and that's what makes a family work.
Put in there your research motion.
A default shared parenting plan would be when two people are separating, it would be presumed that both parents will have an equal role in terms of decision-making and custody with their children. If there is abuse or some other problem, then you would have a custody evaluation happen.
We now have abundant research that shows that children do much better if they have shared parenting.
It's even more important for children who are going through divorce to have a healthy relationship with both parents because it buffers them from the conflict.
We just assume that children who move 50 times a year would be more stressed than those who live only with one parent.
The packing did suck, but I got to see them every other week, and now looking back, I appreciate it a lot more.
I am convinced that the Swedish system, where you don't have any money to gain from a divorce, is beneficial for children. We have a system where very few separating couples go to court. Most people just solve this between themselves.
We have this form. It's an agreement that we share the custody of our son.
You just print it out, sign it, and send it.
We don't have to go to court or hire a lawyer or anything to do this.
In Malmö, Sweden, sisters Eleanor and Anna have spent equal time with their parents since they separated over 15 years ago.
It works, doesn't it? We have two different lives, more or less. You know, you have your life at mum and your house at mum, and then you've got your life at dad's. I find that really fun.
Hungry.
The 21st.
In Sweden, it's not really a decision. It's very hard to remove the guardianship from one parent. That parent has to be really, really unfit. Otherwise, you know, you're stuck with them.
What parents discuss in Sweden when they split up is how the children should live more than money.
It's obviously not perfect. If one of the parents doesn't want to cooperate and makes it difficult, then they're always going to do that. But if the basis of the law is going to be split evenly and both parents are going to be involved, then at least you have a better starting point.
Think about the child. It's not just what you want, it's what they're going to grow up with and what they're going to have. And this is their life too, it's not just yours.
Great news is also that if the marriage itself was more conflictual, but you learn to get along better afterwards, kids do much better.
If default shared parenting became the norm, the legal system could be more focused on things that really are significant, documented child abuse cases. It would be wonderful if people thought, this is sort of where we're starting, and only if we prove that we cannot do it, that's when we have to move to this adversarial process. It would really change the face of how people manage divorces.
When parents can't reach an agreement on their own, mediation can provide an alternative to a courtroom trial and help them work together in the best interests of their children.
My theory on litigation is if any custody case gets in front of a judge, there is a mental health problem. Either one or both of the litigants have mental health issues, or possibly the lawyers do.
If you spend 2 or 3 days saying everything bad you can think of about the other person, and I award some sort of a joint custody arrangement, it's hard to undo the damage and have people walk out and parent together. Baltimore County decided to put on court staff, mediators who worked just in the courthouse, just doing court mediation. I don't know of another court that has on-staff mediators that can provide high-quality outcome.
She'll make some recommendations to hopefully assist the family in resolving it amicably and without the need to try the case in court.
I've seen it many times where parents go in angry, aggressive.
Tell them that they're
Yes,
drunk.
you
They
do.
know you
Stop.
are.
What is it that would help you to move forward?
And by the end of a mediation session, they're actually helping each other.
I mean, at the end of the day, you'll have a trial and a judge will make a decision. Somebody always feels like they won, somebody feels like they lost. They don't buy into the outcome. It's not the best way to get to a good result. You want a child to have as good a relationship as they can have with both parents. And you want it to be as smooth as you can make it.
There's a lot of incentives to keep things the way they are, particularly by the American Bar Association and other folks.
There's a lot of money in divorce, and with shared parenting, there's less conflict, fewer billable hours.
Pay up and you're on your way to getting rid of that vermin you call a spouse.
There's very real potential for this state to lose federal funding, and I'm talking millions, possibly hundreds of millions of dollars. This issue has not been addressed by those in favor of this law.
What's in the best interest of the kid is not to worry about how much federal dollars we're going to get for food stamps in this country. It's ridiculous.
I represent the Family Law Foundation. The foundation is respectfully against the bill.
In Florida, when the bill advanced through the Senate and the House and was on its way to the governor, the Bar Association spent $110,000 to hire emergency lobbyists to defeat the bill. In North Dakota, they've been sued and lost because they misused $70,000 to run an advertising campaign against a shared parenting ballot initiative.
Until the system is redesigned to help families, Ashlyn, Lauren, Brian, and countless others will attempt to heal their families on their own.
My advice to parents divorcing with kids is to be respectful to each other and watch how you act around your children.
I would ask her if she could keep my siblings and I out of it. I know she didn't do it intentionally. They need to always let the child know that there's love and support no matter what happens.
To just be there for your kids.
Don't be afraid to ask for help.
By the way, I have a new line of essential oils I'm carrying now, geared for beards. I was right in the middle of doing a hair color. I turn around and here's my wife Kelly and my other daughter Caroline, and then I saw her.
And he dropped his hair dryer and just ran to me. And we both started crying, and the whole salon started clapping. Like everybody knew the story.
It was like a scene out of a movie.
It was awesome. It's probably one of the best moments of my life. It's amazing living with my dad. He's great. He is someone that I can always talk to. He's nothing like I was told he was, not even in the slightest.
I'll go through anything and everything with you, side by side. Just like I said, when you decide to get your GED and we do it, I'll go with you and I'll do it too. My daughter here and I have been alienated from each other for the majority of her life. She called me and said, "Dad, it's time to move home," and she came home. Well, I made the mistake when she was 10 years old to sign my rights away. I never got to see them again.
Which was part of the deal.
Yeah. In about 10 minutes, we're going to leave for the courthouse to file paperwork so I can legally readopt my daughter. So she will be my daughter once again in the eyes of the law. Whereas in our hearts, we know, and it doesn't matter, she's my little girl. If something was to happen, she wants to make sure that myself and her stepmom, soon to be on the paperwork, her adopted mom, will be the ones to make those tough choices if they ever need to be made.
I think she's always gonna be my mom, and I'm always gonna love her. It's just, she kind of lost the title of mom.
To just want to totally cut out one set and go with the other set, it was hard. After a while, I felt like since I had kind of done a similar thing, maybe I just need to back off and give it some time and go from there.
If you could talk to her right now, what would you tell her?
I could talk to her right now. I don't even know what I would say. I would just be so happy that she's talking to me.
Sometimes when you see children as they grow up choose a side, perhaps even going towards the parent that they didn't grow up with and rejecting the parent that they did grow up with, what they're trying to do is avoid conflict. It would be great if they could find a way to have relationships with both parents, and as they grow up, be able to explain to both parents, I'm not getting in the middle of this, I'm going to have a relationship with both of you, and I don't want to hear it, basically. But I don't think that all children feel that assertive even as they grow up.
After a decade together, Brian's dad, Rick, and his stepmom, Karen, divorced. Once again, Brian found himself torn between two parents.
I believe I was about 22 when Karen and Rick got divorced. For like the first few months, like of the separation, like I would flip-flop, like, no, my dad's right, so I need to stand by his side, I need to be loyal to him. Then I'd be like, Karen's right, no, I need to stay by her. I think after so many months, like, I realized, like, it was just tearing me apart. And that's when I was like, I'm not gonna deal with their shit.
Hey, baby, how are you?
I think that's probably why, like, I was able to have that relationship with Caroline as well. It's like I could choose this route of what some people call loyalty, or I could choose the route of having my own independent relationships.
And your sister was sitting in the back seat.
Guess who that is?
It's a good-looking kid.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing me. Now that we do have a relationship, I look to try to find some of those good memories, and it's been exceedingly difficult. Seeing these, I feel like I don't remember any of them.
It had nothing to do with you. I wanted to get down there, and there were times where your dad and Karen would tell me that either you didn't want me to come down or you had stuff going on. I wasn't able to force myself in there because they wouldn't let me.
I think that where I sit is like the child. I wanted you there to have someone nearby, knowing that I could go there when I was ready to. You know, does that make sense?
Yeah, I didn't know that you felt that way. I didn't think you wanted me there.
I can understand what you're saying. And I get it. I mean, you have to, as an adult, you're thinking about like taking care of yourself and trying to figure it out and move on. It's like how far do you push?
At one point, your stepmom sent me some pictures that we had taken with us in it, and she cut me out of the pictures and sent me the other part back with a note that said, "Thought you might want these, Kay." And it destroyed me, and it broke my heart, and I didn't know what to do.
It's not like I cut her out of him, because obviously in the photo album there's lots of pictures of her. The people that I was with were just like, oh, we'll just throw them away. And I was like, no, that's kind of weird. Like, I'm just gonna send them back to her.
I've judged you guys, I've judged all of you for different actions, and it's like we still don't always mesh at the same time, and we have our disagreements, but I learn more from those than I do from being alone, and I don't like that more than having to go through it and just forgive and move on.
Life right now is just forgiving and moving on.
It's so much easier just not dealing with people's shit.
Yeah. I don't know if I ever had a desire to win, because I didn't feel like I ever could. But I did have a desire at some point to be right. All that stuff doesn't matter anymore. What matters is where we're at right now. I think that was the best thing that happened to me in a really long time.
Hearing
you call me mom.
Why are you trying to talk to your brother so much if he's so rude?
I'm trying to talk to my brother because he's my brother and I miss him and I love him, and I'm trying to convince him to snap out of it, you know?
She feels like her only solution is to try and talk to her brother and convince him to come back.
My actions do not put me in the wrong, as your mom has caused me so much trouble over the years. I want a relationship, but if you cannot respect that I don't want anything to do with her, then we will have to wait until you're older to talk. I said, it kind of seems like you hate mom more than you love me. I did have to grow up a bit faster and cope with all of these big words like alienation. You can tell Mom that I now have this conversation of proof that you've been alienated against me. I think I might send this to my lawyer because I'm not alienated, you are. I said, why can't we just be normal siblings and talk about normal things? Even though we aren't normal, why can't we pretend like we are?
I never believed this could be possible. To be here today. Ash, you don't just live here. Today we get to fix the wrong.
How do you think Chelsea will react? I forgive that she doesn't care, and I've moved on from that, and I just have no interest on the subject. But it's different when you're a dad.
I don't know. I have to focus on the daughters that are here, that need their dad, that want their dad. So, that's where my focus is.
All right, we're on.
I am writing this letter regarding illegal adult adoption between my stepmother and my birth father.
My biggest fear here is that because I sign my rights away, the judge is going to look at this case a little bit differently.
My birth mother alienated me from my birth father for over a decade.
I mean, I'm a father that, quote unquote, voluntarily relinquished my parental rights, and now I'm trying to get them back.
How are you doing? You didn't have it back. I was trying to stop. Don't drop it.
You know what? I am preparing myself for anything. Because, I mean, there's an order of protection in place right now. I mean, that's on my record. They run my name, they see an order of protection. It's going to list who it is. It's going to list the children. What if the judge says no? I can't even think about that.
This adoption is the missing piece to my puzzle. Not the ending to my story, but a new beginning. Sincerely, Ashlyn Marie Lerner.
Okay, so congratulations.
Thank you, Robert.
Glad you all got back together.
Me too. Thank you. Thank you.
How about a picture?
You know, I do recall this Lerner case. I think I may have had him in front of me when I was in my family law assignment. It was a very emotional adoption.
I love you so much.
It's interesting that Ashlyn told me one thing that bothered her was that nobody ever checked up on her to see how she was doing.
You know, in family law, we only address what is in front of us. We don't go check up and say, hey, how did that work out? We don't. We're so busy, and there's just no avenue to do that. We expect if people are having problems, then they are to bring that issue to court so we can address it.
What if getting help to reunite with your erased child didn't depend on you going back to family court, hiring a lawyer, or navigating a complex legal process on your own? What if all the resources spent on child support enforcement and adversarial court trials were spent on promoting shared parenting, affordable mediation, and access to mental health services? Until then, children like Ashlyn, Lauren, Brian, and Candace are reaching out to erased family members on their own. With no help or resources, the results can be bittersweet.
It's weird when I think about the fact that Ashlyn and I don't legally have the same parents. But I know she's still my sister.
Filming these kids has taught me that even if a parent isn't perfect, and none are, erasing a parent does lasting harm. We need to stop assigning blame and start helping parents to be in their kids' lives.
It has been 8 months since I've seen my children. It's been over 4 years since I've been able to hug them, hold their hand, or take their picture.
I haven't seen my sisters for 4.5 years.
I haven't seen my daughters for more than 5 years.
I haven't seen you in almost 2 years.
My son here, who's 3 years old, has not been able to meet his 2 other siblings. So
they went to me when I was a baby.
We wanted to tell you how much we miss you.
I want to let him know how much his dad loves him.
I just wanted to share some of the pain that I felt.
Te extraño mucho.
I love them, and I'm here for them.
We were best friends.
Je t'aime beaucoup.
I want you to come home.
And I want to just see your smile again.
And I'm sad to say I'm an erased mommy.
I'm an erased dad.
I'm an erased sister.
And I do believe that one day we will reunite.
I took my time getting off that plane. Thought to myself, is this a good idea or just insane? All this way for a man I've never met. His name ain't even on my birth certificate. He's nervous too, I bet. So much inside me I would like to say, but I'll just say,
standing in this baggage zone, I couldn't feel any more alone. Is this the way she felt the last 18 thinking I chose not to be around? I had no idea until she found me, and now she's standing here. I didn't want to let the words get in the way, so I just said, hey.
hey, I'm glad to finally meet you. Share my story, what I've been through, to find a part of me that I never knew. Time and distance seem so small now, kinda takes my breath away. How much of me I see when I look at you. A new chapter in my life began today when you said, hey. I know that this must be so hard for you.
I think it's so brave that you asked me to.
I wasn't sure of the right thing to do, till I heard that little word, and then I knew. Hey, I'm glad to finally meet you. Share my story, what I've been through, to find the part of me that I never knew. Time and distance seem so small now, kinda takes my breath away. How much of me I see when I look at you. A new chapter in my life began today when you said, hey. A new world opened up for me today when you said, hey.
Why should kids suffer so lawyers can make a few bucks? Shared parenting works for kids, not lawyers.
They call it visitation, like you're a guest in your own child's life. For many unmarried fathers, the battle for 50-50 shared parenting isn't just about time. It's about fighting a system and a spiteful past that tries to erase the most important title you'll ever hold. The unmarried father is more than a movement. We are a brotherhood of men who refuse to be sidelined. We believe every child deserves the active, meaningful presence of their father, regardless of whether they were born in or out of wedlock. Your story matters. Your role is essential. It's time to stop fighting for permission and start standing for equality. Join us at TUF and help us change the narrative for the next generation. Because a father's love is not a luxury, it's a right.
I just wasn't going to allow my kids to grow up without their father.
And having absolutely no relationship with him, it hurts. It really does.
I'm a business owner. I'm an elected official. But the courts didn't think I was good enough to raise my kids.
There could be no system that would be designed to hurt the family more than the family court system in its present form.
They're not protecting the kids because they are cutting one parent out of the life of a child just because two adults can't get along.
What do people do when their children are taken away? And she said they pay their child support and shut up and walked away. And I thought that was the most accurate encapsulation of my experience in family court.
I've been through 43 false allegations, not one conviction, not one arrest.
Lawyers, judges have financial gain. Social workers and people that are in the community, our jobs really is to clean up after the mess that happens from courtrooms.
Did you know that nearly 50% of all marriages end in divorce? That's nearly one divorce every 36 seconds in the United States. That breaks down to nearly 1 million children a year who are affected by divorce. 75% of children of divorced parents live with their mother. Teenage children are 3 times more likely to need psychological help within any given year, 50% more likely to develop health problems. 85% of incarcerated individuals were raised in a single-parent home, twice as likely to attempt suicide. About 70% of all high school dropouts come from a single-parent home. 75% of teenage substance abuse comes from single-parent homes. But did you know that children of divorce who are involved with both parents equally have far better academic results and are less likely to drop out of school than those living in a single-parent home? They're better off on measures of mental and emotional well-being, they suffer less depression, and exhibit less anger, and are less likely to participate in underage drinking, premarital sex, or drug use. So support 50-50 shared parenting. Our youth are counting on your support. This message is brought to you by the Illinois Fathers for Equality.
Oh, those boys are much too much. Those boys are much too much. We got the spirit. We're hot. We can't be stopped. We got the spirit. We're hot. We can't be stopped. We're going to beat them and bust them.
The smallest moments can have the biggest impact on a child's life.
Let's get a little bit rowdy. R-O-W-D-Y.
Take time to be a
One
dad
more
today.
time. Oh, those boys are much too much. Those boys.
Suicide is not inevitable for anyone. There's no shame in seeking help. And there are resources available if you or a loved one is contemplating suicide. Here are 5 key steps that you can take to help someone who is struggling.
Ask, are you thinking about committing suicide? Listen to their reasons for emotional pain, and then help them refocus on their reasons for living.
Keep them safe. Put time and distance between the person and potential suicide methods.
Be there for them, in person, over the phone, or however else you can.
Connect them to helpful resources.
like the National Suicide Prevention Hotline.
And follow up. Text, call, or see them in person to help reinforce their connectedness to the world.
Please click the link below for further information on suicide prevention resources.
I just wasn't going to allow my kids to grow up without their father. You generally hear more about black fathers abandoning and kids having baby daddies, but there are a lot of people that are just like me that want to be with their kids, that a lot of times they're denied. And then when I found out that she made up things and used her brother to say that I was a terrible father, and seeing that people would lie in order to get an advantage, it just infuriated me.
I've been through 43 false allegations as of today in 11 years, over an 11-year period. Not one conviction, not one arrest. When somebody takes your children from you that way, the only way that I can describe it is it's like you're grieving the loss of a living child.
My grandchildren and I were so close. My youngest grandchild took his first steps walking to me. Whenever he'd be in somebody's arms and he'd see me, he'd be like, you see his eyes get big and he'd start to squirm and he'd just get out of the arms and come running to me. I have not seen my grandchildren now for 6 years, and it is a shame what has taken place.
I remember being so optimistic about the future. I envisioned my marriage as two people working really hard to get to heaven together, and to get their children there too. And I had a sense of mission and purpose. That's the terrible aspects. It was so wonderful, and it's been transformed into a weapon against you.
During the separation, during the divorce, during the alleged abuse, has led to absolutely no relationship with my oldest son anymore. When you know you gave birth to them, you took care of them, you were there by their side when they, went to football, when they did all of their activities, and having absolutely no relationship with him it hurts. It really does.
I remember so many nights I would come home at like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock at night, and I would literally just sit on the couch with my little Aaron's uniform on and just cry, just like, where's my son? I don't know if I'll ever see him again. I don't know where he is. Will he ever know that he has a dad that loves him? But I would just sit there staring on the couch, staring at the pictures or staring at the ceiling. And I can remember so many days the sun would start coming through the blinds there, and I'd realize, you know what? I've been here all night. I gotta change my shirt and go back to work.
My ex-wife and I, we were both good parents. I'm a business owner, I'm an elected official, but the courts didn't think I was good enough to raise my kids.
When I walked into the courtroom, I wasn't a kid, I was 46 years old, practicing law for 19 years, custody law too. But I always believed in the system. And what opened my eyes was stepping into that court and realizing how big of a disadvantage I was at just because of my sex. And there was nothing I could do. I spent thousands of dollars on a lawyer. Halfway through the case, I ran out of money and I wouldn't ask my family for any more. And I gave up. Have you ever loved anything more than your own child? My son is my absolute world. So when I go into a courtroom, my case, and I realized that the court doesn't see it that way. When I first started practicing law, the only area of law that I wouldn't touch was domestic issues. Why? Because it's people at their worst. The highest stress levels in their life because everything's about to change. The biggest issue in every case that I seem to have is the custody issue. Where the children are going to reside and who's going to be in control. And then you have the other, it's really not just the other party, it's really the court system. It's our laws, and they're saying, no, that's not how it's going to be. You do not have the decision making over your own child.
It's definitely true that the courts and the legal system magnifies the problem, magnifies the anger. You go to court, and over again, when I've been an expert witness in court, I hear the mother saying terrible things about the father saying terrible things about the mother. You can't help but come away angrier at that. And so I began to see that this was not working. The way it wasn't working was being magnified. They became adversaries, which is exactly the opposite of what they needed to become, the mother and the father, and most importantly, what the children need. So there could be no system that would be designed to hurt the family more than the family court system in its present form.
I believe the system does incentivize conflict. Lawyers, judges have financial gain in this picture. Social workers and people that are in the community, our jobs really is to clean up after the mess that happens from courtrooms. That's the hard thing. Right now, we don't have enough counselors to keep doing what we're doing.
Most people don't think about family courts as being unjust and being destructive, that there's a difference as far as in criminal courts versus family courts. Number one, you get due process, right? You don't have due process in a family court. It just doesn't exist. You have constitutional protections. You don't have constitutional protections in a family court. And you know, you can always appeal something. I guess maybe you can appeal it with a family court, but the reality is that when you appeal something, they're gonna say, well, we can't overrule the judge's discretion. It's a shame because I want to believe in the court system. I'm a person who wants to believe in the rule of law. I'm a person who wants to believe that justice is gonna be done. But I can't do it because I've seen it with my own eyes repeatedly.
A common strategy is called the silver bullet, which is where you make false allegations against the other parent in order to win the upper hand in custody. The reason that strategy even exists is because the system is designed to have a winner and a loser.
Most children who come from loving families with adults who care about them, they can work out what is best for their children. And I want to assure you that in my experience as a domestic violence prosecutor, it is exceedingly rare for there to be false reports of domestic violence, almost to the point where it just doesn't happen.
The court looks at you like you're always guilty until you prove yourself innocent. You're gonna be put under a microscope and they're gonna figure out every little thing, and you're gonna end up paying $30,000 to $40,000 just because of a false allegation. And the court is actually letting it happen because as soon as that allegation is made, you never get to see your kid again until you get back into court.
You have to prove you're a good parent. So you spend 5, 6, 7 years proving you're a good parent, and your kids are in high school. By the time you just proved that you're finally a good guy or a good gal.
The courts feel like, well, I can't take the chance. I can't take the chance. So the other party has to prove himself that this didn't happen. So what we find is there's a shift in the law. Is not that you have to prove it. I don't have to prove it anymore. Once I say it in the court the way it is now, it's the other party has to prove that it didn't happen. Where does that happen in the law? But they use it against the other party. And then, you know, like I said, my clients are sitting in a position where they're paying me thousands of dollars to prove it didn't happen? Doesn't make sense.
Prior to being separated from my kids, I was a very active and engaged mom and the primary caretaker. From 2019 to present day, there have been a series of events that involve unsubstantiated lies and lack of due process that I reference in my written testimony, and I encourage you to read, that ultimately has led to a complete loss of rights and relationship with my boys. It all began with a protection order based on false allegations restricting from not only me not seeing the children, but extended family, grandparents, aunts and uncles, great-grandparents.
In fact, what happens is in every state, there's some statute somewhere that says the family court should act in the best interests of the child. The problem is that the best interest of the child is not objective.
Every statute gives a list of factors for the court to consider when they're considering the best interest of the child, but there is no guidance for courts on how to weigh those factors. This is why two judges looking at the exact same factors in the exact same case can come to completely different conclusions. It's because it's not a defined standard. There is no statutory guidance on how to weigh those factors. And there's no guidance for courts on what is generally best for children.
There's debate about what is in the best interest of the child. So the question really should not be what is in the best interest of the child. The question should be who decides what is in the best interest of the child. When you have fit parents, judges should never decide what is in the best interest of the child.
The courts have to choose a custodial parent and a non-custodial parent in most states. And because of that, it doesn't matter if you're a good parent. If you have two good parents, the court cannot assign joint custody just because you're both good parents. Because courts have to apply this arbitrary best interest of the child, they instead have to choose which parent is better. And when you have two good parents, how do you choose which parent is better? And is it truly best for that child to have two good parents, but only one gets labeled as a custodial parent?
What I think the legal system fails to realize is that the way in which we handle marital separation actually victimizes the children more. If you look at the research, it shows that what's best for children, regardless of the parent's income, regardless of the parent's educational level, and importantly, regardless of the conflict between the parents, it's best for the children to have substantial parenting time with each of the parents.
This isn't about fathers versus mothers. This is common sense legislation to help our children. Ohioans want this. When polled, 87% of Ohioans said that children have the right to spend equal time or nearly equal time with both of their parents following a divorce or separation. And 61% said they feel our family courts do not treat parents fairly in custody disputes.
When we look at the system and we look at the outputs of the system and the outcomes for children, they're terrible. The system actually induces serious emotional impairments with children. They're effectively taking children out of the environment they've been raised in since they were babies, when the parents were making these choices, in their family's lifestyle choices, in their religious choices, in their social ideas, right? But parental rights are simply not a really recognized legal doctrine. And you have almost no recourse in that regard. So the fundamental problem is the law, the judges, and the agencies don't recognize that parents have authority over their own children.
They're not protecting the kids because they are cutting one parent out of the life of a child just because two adults can't get along. And the courts are stepping in and they're saying, oh no, the presumption is, and really, I'm sorry, the presumption is custody to one party. That really is the presumption, and you can see that because what do their standard orders say?
In the majority of the cases, the non-custodial parent basically gets every other weekend. Sometimes they'll get a Wednesday dinner, sometimes they'll get a Wednesday, overnight, but majority of times it's basically an every other weekend in those situations.
I think when you're looking at the standard parenting time every other weekend, you don't get to take your kids to school. You don't get to be involved in school events because you don't know about them maybe. Evening events, sporting events, getting them ready for practice. There are so many things that happen during the week. And the only way that kids can benefit from having both parents is to have both parents there.
They make these decisions, right? They have never witnessed the parent-child together. They tell you they don't even want the child to come in. They don't want to see that. Why? I don't know. That's what I would want to see. First thing I'd want to see. I mean, you're severing, a court stepping in and severing a parent-child relationship. I don't care if they think they are or not. 8 days a month, that's not adequate.
You're better off trying to work things out on your own. Yes, high conflict divorce is something that you don't want to be involved in, and sometimes you have someone that's not willing to listen and not interested in settling, and they want to prolong things, and they might have more money than you. And it's unfortunate if you get into that situation, but you're better off staying out of court because their interests are not necessarily in line with yours.
Judges and lawyers need to know that they are not a functional part of helping mothers and fathers. What is the court system that exists now is not helping what you both want to help, which is the next generation of children be as functional as possible.
This bill says we're going to presume, the legislature is going to tell families that everything has to be 50-50, and that's just unnatural. I mean,
the problem is that if we're starting with a law that says these parties are presumed equal time, equal rights, we are setting them up for failure.
So you sometimes hear that it's not quantity of time that matters, it's quality of time that matters. Really good quality with one of the parents, one afternoon a month, doesn't constitute parenting. You're not really doing ordinary parenting if you're just with your kids on a weekend.
I guarantee the majority of people that you talk to say, yeah, shared parenting is a good thing. That's the way it should be. Most people think that's the way it goes, that if you're a good dad or a good mom, it'll be 50-50 when you walk into court because the court's going to be fair. The courts don't have to be fair. I mean, our laws don't set it up that way right now.
Black and brown individuals, obviously, too, have been affected. You know, once upon a time, you didn't see African-American families split up. Now it's like every other day, right? That whole sense of family is eroding. We have taken a point where we've allowed the system to parent our children. That's why schools right now, they say, oh, let the schools do it. No, wait a minute. No, the schools are there to educate. The schools are having so much trouble right now with our children because we have taken shackles to our parents.
40% of births are to unmarried women today, and that's 72% in the Black community. Society and family courts often make damaging assumptions about a father's lack of involvement when they are unmarried or live separate from the mother's home. When played out in court, these biases greatly contribute to the disparities that Black children face growing up in single custodial homes with seemingly absent fathers. Many fathers, especially Black fathers, desire active parental roles in their children's life, but may not have the financial means to pursue court and often believe involving the courts is a losing battle that they can't win.
So there are some myths that are holding back the shared parenting movement. And one myth is that shared parenting only works when the parents are in agreement, when they're in harmony. And we have this sort of idealized view of, every Friday they get together for coffee and they talk about the kids and how the kids are doing, and that they're divorced but they're still friends and so forth. And that's actually a pretty rare situation for divorced parents. What happens most of the time in shared parenting is what researchers call parallel parenting. And that means that the parents are largely operating independently. They share information, they cooperate when it's important for the kids' well-being, but they don't share every bit of information. And the bedtime in mom's house may be 8:30 and in dad's it's 8, and it doesn't matter. Kids adjust to that very quickly. So it's not essential that the parents cooperate on all their decisions and that everything's a joint decision. That's actually a recipe for more conflict between the parents. The other myth that holds back shared parenting is the myth that it is inappropriate for infants and toddlers. That, it may work for school-age children, but infants and toddlers need to have their one primary parent. And in fact, that's not true. And we have the research to show that. There was a paper that was signed on to by 111 researchers and practitioners that said that the research shows that shared parenting is fine for infants and toddlers. What it means to have this kind of consensus among these researchers is that they're frustrated with the fact that the court system is not responding to the research that exists. They were sending a message, this is what the research shows, so quit operating on these old myths that are not backed by research.
One of the problems is the deep history that we have in the last century or so of seeing the mother as being the natural parent. We used to have a tender years doctrine that still exists even in people's minds and judges' minds, even when it doesn't exist in the law, that just basically has a bias. I may have held some of those biases before I started my research from 25 years ago, but the more I dug into it, the more I realized that the children need both parents, and they feel abandoned by a parent that sees them less. They feel hurt, they wonder what's wrong with them. And they don't get, and especially boys, don't get the role model of what it's like to be a good, constructive, loving dad.
When I walk into court, I'm more anxious when I represent a father. I know my job is going to be 10 times harder. I'm going to have more stress. I'm going to have resistance from the trier of fact. The court, even the court staff treat you differently. Even the lawyer they do this to. They're against a dad who wants their kid. If there's some reason they throw out there, oh, he just doesn't want to pay child support. Well, I'm going to tell you one thing. I've been practicing for 21 years. Very seldom do I have a dad come in this door that flat out says, I just want my child support reduced. That is not what they're after. Do they think they get reamed in child support? Sometimes, yeah, they do. That's what the system is setting up. But that's not really what dads are after. Dads today want their kids. They just want to be a dad.
It seems like most of y'all have enough basis to know that a protective order carries criminal consequences. Accordingly, that makes it a pretty heavy tool in negotiating a divorce. So I would encourage you very strongly, if you have one of those cases, to do the protective order as part of your case. It gives you more leverage in negotiating a settlement. It often will help your case to do it. You'll get evidence that will be just as applicable in the divorce. It'll leverage onto your divorce, and you can file it into the divorce. The other thing that I find, if you file it into yours, a lot of times you can get better results. A lot of times you can leverage it for a better settlement. And I understand what you're saying about if they're poor, we don't want to charge them more billable hours. But I would think about if it will help your case in the long run.
So conflict is bad for kids, and parents who are getting divorced are often in conflict. It turns out that conflict actually goes down when parents live apart if they're both involved in the children's lives. So there's research in Sweden that shows that children of divorced parents actually see less conflict between the parents than children of parents living together. Why is that? Well, because the parents aren't living together and aren't fighting with one another. And importantly, in Sweden, they usually have shared parenting. So neither parent feels like they are being, shunted off to the side and taken out of their children's lives. And that process of sidelining one parent is a source of conflict. People treat it as if it's, these parents are in conflict so they can't do shared parenting. But actually the failure to do shared parenting exacerbates conflicts between the parent, because one parent feels like they're entitled to make all the decisions about the children, and the other parent feels like they've suddenly been disenfranchised with respect to the children. And that's a source of conflict. That's not a way of resolving conflict.
Kids have two traumas you're dealing with. Number one, mom and dad aren't together. They were used to seeing mom and dad in the same house. Part of their security is gone. And now all of a sudden, one of those parents isn't in the house anymore, so they're dealing with that trauma. But the second trauma is even worse. What happens is, one parent, as we alluded to, becomes the custodial parent. They're the ones that are the gatekeeper. The other is the non-custodial parent. And the children see that, and they're thinking, you know what, these are the two parents that I used to see together all the time, and now one parent is almost like a child, having to beg and ask for permission, and they love both parents the same, but one seems to be the superior parent. They may not understand the dynamic, and they may think that this parent doesn't love the child as much. So all they know is, I only see one parent every other weekend. And they may be internalizing, well, maybe that parent doesn't love me as much, and that's why I don't see them. Can you imagine the trauma and the stress that goes through a child's mind? But they don't know how to articulate it. It just gets bottled up. And that's why when children get to be teenagers, they basically implode. And you look at all the statistics of high school dropout rates, incarceration rates, drug use, behavioral problems, violent crime. 70 to 94% of every one of those can be tied to growing up without one of the parents, usually the father. But the reason that starts, happening as a teenager is it's been bottled up. And the longer it's bottled up, the more problems that we're kicking the can down the road.
I lost all contact with my children. During that time of separation, the children were psychologically influenced by their father and family and filled with lies. The first time I reconnected with my sons after 7 months, my oldest was very resentful. He thought my family and I had abandoned them for a year because he was told that we didn't love them. During that same visit, my youngest son cried and said he looked to the stars every night and prayed that we would be together because he didn't understand. He was very confused.
Research that's done in the US and that's done internationally and in other countries has consistently shown that children who have both parents equally involved in their lives when their parents live apart do better on every metric of child well-being than children who are raised in a sole custody situation, and this is important, they do almost as well on all of those measures as children raised in intact families. And what this tells us is that the harms that children experience in divorce are not the harms of parental separation, they're the harms of parental deprivation.
Shared parenting is so crucial because the children do better in about 50 different areas of growth and development when they have about an equal amount of time with both dad and mom. One of the things that really surprised me in doing the research for the boy crisis was how much data there is showing the positive values of when fathers are involved. I'd say one of the most important things we need to do in the culture is to understand the differences between dad-style parenting and mom-style parenting. Understand that sometimes they reverse. Mom-style parenting is like dad-style and vice versa. Both of them contribute to children's development in very important ways. That dad-style parenting, like roughhousing, like teasing, like risk-taking, those are styles of parenting that are not easily understood by a mom. And not because there's something wrong with the mom or the mom doesn't really care about the children. She cares about the children enormously. But those dad styles of parenting do not come naturally to a mother. But each of those styles of parenting have very important functions in balance. Risk-taking can go too far. Roughhousing can go too far. Teasing can go too far. But they also are important child development styles that need to be part of a child's life.
The idea that children need to have a primary parent is just fallacious. Some children do have a primary parent, but that's not the best arrangement for children. The best arrangement for children is when they have at least two, and who knows, better to have, if grandma and grandpa are living close by, better to have, them involved as well. But what's best for children is to have at least two actively involved parents. And so there's no primary parent in that case. It's a myth that children need a primary parent. And so this talk that you hear sometimes about who is the primary parent, we should be suspicious when we hear that kind of talk, and we should be suspicious when there is an arrangement where one parent claims to be the primary parent, because that's not what's best for children.
One of the interesting things about me is that I was the stay-at-home parent. She's a pediatrician. She had a medical practice, and she was working 80, 90 hours a week in this private practice, and she's on call all during the weekends. I took them to school. I got their lunches put together. I did all the cooking and all this, and I ran a business out of the home. And I was the stay-at-home parent. And despite all of that, the court still wouldn't let me have even the standard possession schedule with my son. I had less than standard possession. And I remember, exiting the courtroom after the verdict when I couldn't see my sons anymore. I was sitting there. And one of my own expert witnesses, who was a counselor, was there. And I said, what do people do when their children are taken away? And she said, they pay their child support and shut up, and walked away. And I thought that was the most accurate encapsulation of my experience in family court.
I had been involved with kids all my life. I served on the board of directors of a foundation here in St. Louis called Angel's Arms for trying to keep multiple siblings together in the foster care system. We raised private money to keep the kids together, and then I worked on the Litzinger Foundation for kids with special needs in St. Louis. And then I've taught at my church kids, and so I've always been involved with kids, and everybody's always said, man, you're gonna make a great dad, Mark. And I wanted it. I mean, I wanted to be a dad.
We actually had a really good life before. I did marketing for my ex-wife's company, and I was able to see my kids daily, from the time I wake up till the time they go to sleep, you know, change diapers, feed them. I actually got to see the kids more than my ex-wife, simply because she was the CEO of the company. I was doing marketing. We were in Switzerland, and our daughter was about to turn 1. Right before then, she was kind of learning to walk and stuff, and stood her up in the hall, ran back, stood beside her, she started walking and she fell. Well, my ex-wife ran up to her and grabbed her and she was like, no, Daddy. She turned around and looked at me. That was it. The next week, my plane tickets were canceled, a nanny 7 days later, and I was starting to be erased.
When the opposing counsel and my ex dropped the allegations of abuse, we then entered into an agreement of the reunification process identified by the court. There was no accountability to get him to the psychologist, even though we had a reunification counselor, even though we had a psychologist on board, even though we had a guardian all advising us. There was no accountability for getting him the treatment that he needed to reunify us. It's trauma. It's like death, like you have lost your son over and over and over. It's just, and it's that grief that you go through. So I understand from a psychological point of view, he's surviving the environment that he is in. And I have to understand that, and to be a good parent, I have to parent him where he's at. The hardest part of not having a relationship with both of the boys as we were going through this was seeing my family absolutely crumble.
I still hold on to my memories. I still have hold on to my pictures. I've said, you know, children not only need both parents, they need their grandparents. I don't believe that grandparents replace parents, but grandparents provide something that parents can't. And it is a shame to my grandchildren that they have a really great grandfather that they can't see. It's evil. And so that's why I fight some of these things, so that it never happens to them.
Going through family court, my children lost their college funds, and it's going to affect their children because of the trauma that they've had to be put through 11 years of family court. It's going to affect their relationships. It's going to affect the way that they treat people, the way that they look at life. Before family court, they had the most amazing outlook on life. We traveled, we laughed, we got along. They knew nothing negative about the world. When they were thrown into family court, it spun all of our worlds into something unimaginable.
I just want to be a dad. I want to be in my son's lives. I want to influence their values. And I want to take those values of my ancestors that my fathers handed to me, and I want them to take that into the world and to make the world the place that their ancestors couldn't. I want them to stand on the shoulders of their fathers the way I've stood on the shoulders of mine. And that's what I want for my sons and for me.
Here we go. Oh no. We learn to be men from our fathers. So he gets 8 days a month to learn from me. That doesn't seem fair. Not for me. I'll be okay. My dad was there, you know, and I want to be there for mine.
So I started a journal because I'd heard these horror stories by then about kids that grow up not knowing their parents and wondering if their parents ever loved them. And I started thinking, what if something happens to me and he never finds me? Then there was a period of time where I had a pretty serious health challenge. And Sorry. But we didn't know how things were going to go for me. And at that time, I was really glad I'd written the journal, because I thought, you know what, just in case I don't make it, at least he's going to have something written someday that he's going to be able to read. And so it sounds weird, but you know, you think how many people die in a car accident and never got to say goodbye. I thought at least I get to say goodbye.
You would not believe how many times I went through that case, still going through it, and I wanted to give up. And how many times I have, it's not just me, I have clients come in here that give up all the time, whether it's for financial reasons, but most of the time it's just they're overwhelmed and they feel like it's a hopeless, useless battle. I used to have clients come in before my case, and I would sit right here at this table and I would try to reassure them that no, we will go in there and you have equal rights in here. They come in now that I've been through the system myself, I don't feed them that bullshit anymore. Yeah, I lay it out that the system is biased against you, and all we're going to have to do is fight if we ever want anything out of this case. It's the law, and the way the law is being enforced by the courts.
This was nothing I wanted to be involved with. I wanted to just have a family. I wanted to have grandchildren. And when I found out that our courts were destructive and took some of those things away from me, when I was not the one I didn't do anything wrong, I ended up being drafted into a war.
To this day, I don't feel the same about, what we do in this regard. I have lawyers, friends of mine, that we argue about cases, and, we used to be, and I hate to even say it, but the thing is, we would say to each other, shared parenting was like a negotiating tool, right? So in other words, if I was representing a mother and there was a dad on the other side, I would say, well, it's just a title, Mom. Just give him the shared parenting. That's what he's fighting for. We can settle this case. But then if I was in Dad's, representing Dad, I would say the same thing, but in the opposite way to get the case settled. I'd say, well, it's just the title, custody, whatever. You still see your son, your daughter. And here's what I'm getting at. For the first time when I walked in that courtroom is when I realized it's way more than a title. It's like a right. It's something that it's a right that we have as a parent. There's always going to be conflict in these cases. It's people at their worst. And unfortunately, it's the worst times of our lives, right? Divorce, not even just divorce, say you had a baby with somebody and you never got married. It's devastating. You're losing the partner, right? Girlfriend, partner, whatever it is. And then right away you're thinking, oh my God, my kid. What about my kids?
That child is in the wing. And we don't know all the trauma that is impacted in that relationship. That's the time when I think government needs to come in and assist, right? Let's just support each member, whether you're the woman or whether you're the man. Let's support them and build them up versus allowing themselves to tear each other down. And then let's embrace that family unit and let's move them forward. That's what we are supposed to be about, is working with that family and making certain that they can stay the course versus falling apart.
When we think something's against us, we tend to be angry and we raise more conflict. Why? Because we want the system to be fair. I think when we feel like things are fair, we tend to get along better. And things aren't fair. People lose their mind.
As soon as you decide you're going to split up, everybody runs to their corner, they lawyer up, and they got their dukes ready. Somebody runs to the bank and tries to withdraw all the money. All of those factors happen. We need to get some normacy to this whole process. 50-50 start there. That should just be automatic. That's common sense, right? 50-50, when I walk in the door, I already know I have a shot, okay? I know I have a shot to work with my child, to stay in my child's life. So let's get them to a point where they can work together and decide that we're gonna go our separate ways, but we're still gonna keep our minds and our eyes focused on our children and building each other up.
If we had 50-50 shared parenting from the time that we started down the road of divorce, I truly believe our divorce would not have taken as long as what it did. which was 3 years. And I truly believe the kids would be in a much better emotional state because we would still be having shared parenting at the moment, and they wouldn't have missed out on parts of their life with their grandparents, their aunts and uncles, and with their parents in general, with mom and dad. If the kids are seeing both parents equally, they cannot be brainwashed or have that time to be influenced by only one side of the family. So when you have 50-50, I'm a huge advocate for that because it will lead to less parental alienation.
By assigning one parent as the primary parent, you are essentially putting all of the burden of child raising on that one parent. Single parents have a lot on their plate. They have to manage a household on their own. They have to raise children, make decisions for the children, take care of the children and the household, and work full-time just to get by. But imagine if we could alleviate some of that burden by allowing or encouraging, if needed, both parents to be equally involved so that the responsibilities of raising the children are more evenly dispersed.
There's probably no one in the world that works harder than the single mom. We need to be encouraging dads to step up, to be equally involved as parents, just like moms and women fought to be equally involved in the workplace. A woman in the workplace who doesn't have support raising the children is herself overwhelmed, and she needs to be honored for the work she does, but also to recognize that she deserves to have an equal amount of fathering in the children's life, both for her own life, for her own balance, for her own success, and for her children's success.
Equal shared parenting really was the logical choice for me. And I think it's a logical choice for most parents, really. It allowed me the opportunity to create and grow a career of my own. It also had built-in breaks, so I wasn't overwhelmed and exhausted. And my interactions with my kids was more balanced. When they saw me, I was energized and I wasn't exhausted. And I was, of course, excited to see them. And then having that separation gave me opportunity to focus on myself and focus on my future. And they weren't losing out because then they were at their dad's and they had the opportunity to grow in their relationship with him. So everybody had to adjust to a new lifestyle, but no one was left feeling abandoned or alone or overwhelmed.
I believe that having kids grow up in a two-parent household, whether you're under the same roof or you're separate, but they have access, equal access to both sides of their DNA, I think it's important. Now, if they didn't see any of that stuff because they couldn't see their father, it's just like you're depriving someone of their history. So it's important to realize that their DNA is made up of the mother and father, and they should have access to that information and that history. I remember speaking to a lot of friends of mine, and they would tell me, if you don't like the law, change it. And it's true. In order to make effective long-term change, you have to change the law.
The best interest of the child should be the goal, but we need some sort of presumption to help guide courts to making that decision. Most judges don't have training in child well-being. They're not social science researchers, they're not psychologists, and they don't really have time to read all of the research. And so, given the overwhelming research that supports the presumption of shared parenting, the legislature has a responsibility to create for the courts a presumption. Rebuttable, of course, because shared parenting is not appropriate in all cases, but to create for the courts a presumption that shared parenting is in the best interest of children. Don't begin with an outdated model of separated parenting where one parent is marginalized. Begin with equal shared parenting and move away from that when there are good reasons to move away from that.
What that does is level the playing field. It allows both parents to come in with a more collaborative mindset instead of immediately arming up and having to duke it out.
People started coming to me and sharing their stories, and it was kind of like a network of us. And just to hear all the different stories and the similarities, it was just good people that wanted to be good parents to their kids but it was the court system or the attorneys or the ex-spouse that was putting roadblocks up. When two parents are fighting over the kids lose. I want to make a change. I want to make a difference. And I want to fight for the parents. I fortunately had the means to fight for my children, but I want to fight for the parents that don't have those means. You know, a parent shouldn't have to spend $90,000 to $100,000 to get their own kids. We shouldn't even need a law for this. It's sad that, you know, the country that we live in the freest country in the world, and we have to pass a law so both parents can raise their children equally.
Why is it that it's taking so long? A number of reasons. Courts are overburdened. They have far too many cases to deal with. And so the courts need a nudge to change. They've had these rules in place for some time, and they don't see the reason to change it unless we push them to change it. This is so clearly an instance of what Mahatma Gandhi said when he said, if the people will lead, the leaders will follow. And it's going to take pressure from ordinary citizens, from parents going through the system, to get the courts to look at this. And I think if they look at the research about child well-being, and if they look at the disparity between the rules that are being applied, I think they'll move in the right direction.
There are enough people that have been hurt by the system, or they've seen people they love get hurt by the system, that we're banding together and we're a force for good. There are a lot of states right now in the United States that are introducing legislation that would provide equal shared parenting when parents divorce or separate. All of these bills always have a rebuttable presumption because shared parenting is not appropriate in every case. There are exceptions. You know, we do not want to put children in danger. We don't want to put children in the hands of abusers, of course. What's happening is good parents are losing their kids. And that's what we cannot allow.
Family law is gonna have to change. There's no way. Because of social media now and the way that we can get the message out, it used to be that they could probably keep it hidden. Kind of like me, for 10 years, I had no idea that anyone else was really going through this or that they could play these games for so long. But that's all they are. And now that it's coming to light, you see that you're not alone. And so with enough of us together, we can get the laws changed.
I realize that a lot of fathers, especially a lot of men, just want to talk to somebody. They just want to hear that somebody understands what they're going through. Black men don't feel that they have anybody to talk to, but there are a lot of organizations that are doing that now. I just believe that there needs to be more of it, and don't be afraid to actually talk to somebody about your situation, because there are people that are going through the same thing and they understand what you're going through. And the more people that you talk to, the better you'll feel about this.
What can you do? Well, join an organization that is advocating for shared parenting, that's being effective in doing so. Write letters to the editor. If you're in a state where your judges are elected, go to a judicial forum and ask them what their views are on shared parenting. Ask them if they'll use the authority they have as a court to promote shared parenting. Make your voice a voice in favor of shared parenting. Don't just complain about how bad the system has been to you.
For those of us that have been around, and those of us that the sand's going through the hourglass with the kids, I know it hurts. Trust me, I still feel it to this day. So I know there's hurt, but I do tell you very sincerely, from my heart, we're headed the right direction.
The younger generation really does believe in greater gender equality and in a more equal division of responsibilities between, household and child rearing responsibilities on the one hand and breadwinning responsibilities. And we see them actually living that pattern. And so when they divorce, they find it much more natural, much more obvious to agree to a shared parenting arrangement. And so that's another thing that's driving the change.
If we can solve this issue, it's amazing how much we could do for the whole country. Almost every societal problem that we have could be fixed with bringing, in most cases, the dads back into the home. And yes, there's some that walk away, but you don't push the other ones out. I mean, we have 19 million kids in this country just dying for more time with their own parents. And we're pushing more than half of those out. So that's why I fight so hard for this issue all across the country. We all need to start banding together to say, you know what, this isn't about us. This is about the fact that one day I don't want my son to have to write a journal to his own kid to be able to be the only communication for his kid. We gotta lock arms and start getting this thing passed so our kids don't face the same stuff we're facing.
When we get this done, children of divorce are going to have the opportunity to just be kids. They're not going to have to be picking between their mom and their dad or be stuck in a perpetual tug of war. They can just enjoy life and be kids and focus on growing and playing with their friends and having wonderful memories with their parents without the extra burden of being bound to a loyalty conflict. We're going to have much happier, healthier children.
Most people don't think about family courts as being unjust and being destructive, that there's a difference as far as in criminal courts versus family courts. Number one, you get due process, right? You don't have due process in a family court. It just doesn't exist. You have constitutional protections. You don't have constitutional protections in a family court. And you know, you can always appeal something. I guess maybe you can appeal it with a family court, but the reality is that when you appeal something, they're going to say, well, we can't overrule the judge's discretion. It's a shame because I want to believe in the court system. I'm a person who wants to believe in the rule of law. I'm a person who wants to believe that justice is going to be done. But I can't do it because I've seen it with my own eyes repeatedly.
Here is my handle and here is my spout.
When I get all steamed up, then I shout.
Tip me over and pour me out. Oh. The smallest moments can have the biggest impact on a child's life. Cheers. Take time to be a dad today.
Single motherhood can be totally exhausting. You do it all. Take care of the kids, run everyone to sports, doctors, play dates, cook, clean laundry. Plus you work full time. I get that when you divorced, this made sense. You were the main parent and maybe even the better parent. Kids can see their dad on the weekend, but they need a primary home, right? Plus, your mom, your best friend, your lawyer, everyone told you that's what you should fight for in divorce and pay the lawyer for. But what if I told you the every other weekend schedule isn't actually what's good for kids? That it hurts kids? In fact, there are 60 peer-reviewed studies that prove that it's best for kids when they spend approximately equal time with both parents. That every other weekend schedule was developed in the 1960s, back when June Cleaver was the feminine ideal and women couldn't get a credit card without her husband's permission. Think about it. Your current setup is pretty sexist. You are responsible for the kids while he has time to focus on his career. It turns out, though, when kids spend equal time between both parents' homes, good things happen for everyone. Kids grow up seeing dads juggle family and work, manage households, and be involved caretakers. And kids grow up seeing moms as breadwinners and taking care of themselves as well as others. After all, now moms have more time to build their careers, build a life, and swipe right more often. Not only do kids benefit from bonding with both parents equally, all that lawyer money can go to the college fund. Everyone wins. So if you believe in gender equality and what's best for kids and what's best for you, start by splitting parenting time 50-50. Simple.
Some folks think shared parenting only works if the parents are best friends. That's not true. Research shows kids do better with shared time.
At Kids Deserve Dads, we believe in a future that starts with a father's presence. We envision a world where every dad is empowered to be the best version of himself. It's about more than just being there. It's about fostering strong, loving, and connected relationships. We envision a world where every child grows up with the love and support of an involved father, a foundation that lasts a lifetime. By empowering men to become their best selves, we are doing more than helping fathers. We are fostering a new generation, children who are confident, compassionate, and resilient. Because when a father stands strong, his children stand taller. Join us in building a world where no child is left wondering, and every father is equipped to lead with love. Your journey to your best self starts here. Visit us at kidsdeservedads.org or find our community on Facebook at Kids Deserve Dads.
If you're struggling with thoughts of suicide, are worried about a friend or loved one, or in need of emotional support, help is available.
Call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-TALK to speak to a counselor, or visit suicidepreventionlifeline.org.
It's free, confidential, and available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Even if it feels like it, you are not alone.
Gentlemen, we are back. Wow. I'm amazed. I was able to get at least a 3-hour cat nap in, just got me some dinner. Now I'm eating the dessert, some cookies, some Oreo minis. I hope everyone's doing wonderful this Christmas Day. I know it is a stressful time for many, but we got to make do with what we got, right? We got to figure out how to cope with the stressors that we're facing. So if anybody would like to come on and join this Christmas Day and say a few words, or, bring up, it could be about anything. We were talking about Power Rangers a little while ago. Come join us. Right here, the link's right there in the chat. It says if you'd like to join and say a few words, the link is right there. Click on that link. It'll bring you right into the StreamYard's studio. Yeah, I'm still trying to wake up from my little nap. I'll tell you what I did. I absolutely needed that nap. I do know that David Grove is going to be joining us again here very soon. He just started feeling a little crappy. He's going to go lay down and chill for a little bit. Okay, not a problem, David. Not a problem. Come on when you feel okay. I hope you feel better. I hope you didn't eat anything that was not good for you. But yeah, if anybody wants to join, please do so. We want to hear your thoughts. We want to hear your encouraging words to those who are struggling this Christmas season, and just keep the ball rolling. I know at 7:00, Tiff and the Punisher is going to be coming on. I got to make sure I send the StreamYard link to them. Rosini. I was on Twitch. No, come on. Where is it at? There it is. This is the link. Live on their sites, and I'll just share their there we go. Okay, I just want to make sure I send them the link. Oh, we just had somebody pop on. Mark Aaron, how are you doing? You make sure you unmute yourself. Yeah, if you're trying to talk, we can't hear you. You are muted. You got to unmute yourself. It won't allow me to unmute. Let's try this again. There we go. Can you hear us now? Mark? You're muted.
Hey, Brian Lee.
Oh, there you are. Finally, we hear you now. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. Thanks for putting this together for the entire world.
Absolutely. This is something that we've been doing for the last, since 2013. We've been doing this. And there's been a couple years in between where I've had to have somebody else take over the reins for the marathon because I just wasn't in a position. But yeah, this is something that it's got to be done because there's too many moms and dads and grandparents and children that are going through the system or just getting the system, and they don't know how to cope with how to deal with the holidays during this time.
Yeah, it's difficult for all the parties.
Yeah.
In their own ways.
So what do you have for us today?
Hey, I'm doing okay. And I know there's a lot of people out there who question whether or not they're okay, but it's all going to be okay.
Absolutely, it's definitely going to be okay, and that's what individuals need to realize, that yes, even though you're struggling through this time because you don't get to see or talk to your loved ones, your children, or the children to their parent, and so forth, that the struggle, you will overcome the struggle. You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
Yeah. It's I got some limited bandwidth, so I had some problems with like my browser trying to connect with the camera and things, but it's usually okay like this.
Oh, well, you don't necessarily need to bring your camera up. You don't have to. Just as long as we have your voice, that's all that really matters. Yeah, for anyone who wants to join, you don't have to be on camera. If you do not want to be seen, you don't have to be seen. But we would still love to hear your voice and, hear what you got to say to the people out there that are struggling. If you want to talk about politics, you want to talk about, Power Rangers, you want to talk about Legos, you want to talk about going fishing. Hey, that's what we're here for. We're here, if you're struggling and you just want to talk about anything, that's what this marathon is about. It's about helping you get through this hard time. And I can tell you until you're blue in the face that you're going to be okay. But until you actually get through it and realize I was okay, then you'll realize it. It gets easier over time. Yes, it still sucks, year after year. I did it for 12 years. Think about Carlos Rivera, who did it for the majority of his kids' lives too. And, all the other parents out there, everyone will pull through this. And, we want to make sure that no other parent, because you guys are so important to this movement, that we want to make sure you guys don't want or have the thought of wanting to take your own lives because you can't handle it. You can handle it. I promise you. You can handle it, and you have the help here to be able to help handle it.
Yeah, I've met some people through this community in the last couple of months, and I'm blessed for those opportunities and the ability to go make that happen for myself. And it's been helpful for if I'm at a spot that I don't think things are really good.
Yeah.
When I reflect on it in a minute, it really only lasts for about 6 minutes. And I'm not saying I need to distract myself at all, but there are things that I can do, just to build a little bit of esteem or something for a moment, or just realize that it's difficult, or it really sucks. And I'll get through it.
Yeah. You're exactly right. Like I said, I can literally tell you till you're blue into the face. Think about what we were talking about last night with Jennifer, and how she was just in a huge rut and it just could not get out of that rut. And no matter how many times that we told her, you're gonna be fine. Yes, we understand you're angry and you're frustrated, and you want it to happen. You need to heal yourself. If you do not heal yourself, you're not going to be able to be there for your children. And that's one of the things that we were doing, including with who was it? It was a Sleepy Panda Mama as well, who was commenting earlier, and she actually came on with us and shared her story that she had wrote dealing with the system. It's just like I said, we can tell you until you're blue in the face, and I know it sounds like a broken record because it is. It's an ever revolving record, over and over and over again. And I know we've been talking about it all throughout the Christmas marathon, but this, we want to, you're going to be okay. You're definitely going to be okay. And we do have another guest on, and I did speak to him prior to us coming live, so we're going to bring him up. Mr. Shawn Pearson himself, the dad to dad coach. What's up, brother?
Hey.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
I was just hearing what you were talking about. Merry Christmas. And it's funny because I do 8 calls a day. I've done over 16,000 calls with dads going through these things. And one of the main things I talk about all the time is just what you were saying. Anger and frustration is normal. I mean, that's inevitable in our circumstances. But what we do with that anger and frustration is optional. It's totally up to us as to what we do with it. Now, many of us have been told and taught all our lives that if you're angry and frustrated, there are certain behaviors that you should do. But the truth is you have choices. I think the Stoics always push the idea that pain is inevitable and suffering is completely optional, and that's true with this. I see people all the time talk about how I'm supposed to be upset, or I'm supposed to be angry, or I'm supposed to be depressed because I'm not getting what I want in life. Well, that's just not true. I mean, when things happen, you still have choices. Go ahead.
There's a saying, there's a saying in the Marine Corps, pain is weakness leaving the body. And it is, your pain that you're feeling, it'll eventually dissipate. Yes. It's just like when you take a drink of alcohol and you start feeling a little buzzed, and then that buzz goes away and you're just like, oh,
yeah,
it goes away. Yes. And I'm not telling anybody to go out there and drink. I'm not, because especially right now, if you're struggling this holiday season, drinking is not the answer. Okay, I'm just using it as an analogy that when you do drink, you feel that buzz, and then I'm not telling anybody to go drink. But if you do it responsibly, please do. Please raise a glass and cheers to everybody out there, and And I know towards the end of this marathon, I will be raising a shot for those who we have lost. And I would hope that everybody watching and everybody out there that's lurking will join me in that toast later this evening. I'm a whiskey drinker, so I'll be taking a shot of whiskey. but yeah, in performance, yes. And God, that right there, bingo, in performance. So, yeah.
Impermanence. Yeah. Impermanence. Nothing is permanent. Everything is temporary. I mean, no matter what happens in our lifetimes, we can move past it. I mean, one of the greatest things I've seen is a post that I posted recently about there's a guy who does a TED Talk. He's a veteran who was a minesweeper, and he lost both arms and legs in an accident.
Oh, yes, yes.
And he's up on stage and he's talking, and it's like, and he talks about exactly what I've talked about so many times. It's like he had choices. I mean, he could have just wallowed and said, God, I've lost everything, and just spent the rest of his life miserable, whatever was left of it. Or he could figure out how to get back on his feet, have feet put on him, legs put on him, arms put on him, and now he's up talking and doing stage presence and stuff, and teaching people how to continue to push through even when you've lost everything, which he essentially did. I mean, I can't even imagine pushing on after losing both my arms and legs.
I like the joke that he made, because yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. I love the joke that he made, that when he's in the front seat, especially during Halloween, and he's like, his head's just one showing above the windowsill. So whenever they pull up to somebody, he'll turn around. And in the chair, it freaks people out. Like, oh my God, this guy's possessed. That was one of the famous jokes that he always tells is his Halloween experiences. And that right there, we have to make light of what we're facing, no matter how hard the struggle is. Think about it this way. When we actually do lose a loved one due to natural causes, and I bring this up because, you remember Annie Rosini.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, she lost her brother this past week. And she literally messaged me. I want to say it was like Monday that she lost her brother. And she messaged me saying, hey, I'm sorry I haven't gotten you the pre-recording. I'm going to do one right now. I just want to let you know that I lost my brother. And man, my heart just sunk for her. She hasn't been able to see her children for many years. And now she just lost her brother on top of that. So losing a family member is possible, any day. And, just like how you deal with the loss of a family member, that pain will eventually go away too. David Grove had me bring up the picture of my grandmother and I earlier today. And while I was in uniform, it's like right after I graduated. And even still today, that picture was sent to me by my mom. And I posted, I think you've seen it on my social media page. But when she sent it to me, I was at work, and I couldn't see it right away because I had customers in the store. But when I was able to pull it up, man, I just broke down in tears. And it's just memories. That was my grandma. You know, even today, it still hurts because I miss her so much. I mean, I miss her coleslaw. I miss going to Virginia with her, hanging out at the lower cabin and riding the four-wheelers and doing everything that we did growing up as a kid. You know, the pain's still there. You know, even with my mom, you know, when I called her right after I saw the picture, and I'm like, oh my God, thank you so much. I didn't even know that picture existed, and she didn't either until she went through the photo album. But you know, it's just one of those things that we deal with grief every day. We deal with pain every day. It's just a matter on how we deal with it, and
it's all a journey. I mean, you know, I mean, and each of us deals with it differently. You know, I mean, there's the different, you know, patterns of grief too. I mean, and some of them we have to repeat several times before we get it right. But we have to process it. One of the things I see people doing that they have to try not to do is just trying to push it down all the time. Now, obviously, there are times when you have to push it down because you want to be regulated emotionally around other people. But you have to give yourself the opportunity to go process it and get it out of your system, whether it means just a good bawl, you know, cry your eyes out on somebody's shoulder or whatever it takes. You got to take the time to process those emotions. And that's one of the reasons why I do all these calls that I do, is to give these guys the opportunity to have somebody to talk to that actually understands what they're going through. Because, I mean,
I've had that happen. There would be times where and especially if I'm at work and I'm unable to, I always send them to somebody that I know who can. You know, I'd be like, hey, get a hold of Stephen Ball, get a hold of you, you know, get a hold of Carlos. You know, unfortunately, I'm unable to take that call.
Right.
And it bugs the heck out of me that I can't at that moment, but I do have a responsibility. I am a manager.
Yeah,
so I have a responsibility to my company, and I shouldn't be doing it on their dime anyway. But if I have a moment to step away and be like, hey, everything's going to be fine. You're going to be okay. You know, I will. And I don't care if it's 3:00 in the morning. If you need to vent and you need to talk to somebody, you know, if you're on my social media, shoot me a Facebook message. You know, shoot me a video message. You know, video chat me. I don't care. You know, my phone. If I hear the, you know, on my phone, I'm going to answer it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh,
well, that's the reason I'm creating this Dad to Dad platform over on Discord, because I want us to have thousands of fathers there that can be there 24/7. And when somebody has that need for somebody to talk to that understands what they're going through, they know they can jump on the platform, and there will be guys just waiting, you know, that know that understand it, that have been there, and that can talk to them about it. Because obviously, you and I can't be everywhere 24/7. You know, like you said, you've got job. You know, you've got a job. You got to sleep sometime. That was the biggest problem for me. You remember, I ran that crisis hotline for 8 years, and I never got to sleep hardly because
you were run yourself into the dirt, brother. And I'm glad that you took a step back and limited that time. And I'm not saying that what you were doing wasn't the right thing. It's just and I know you and I have talked about this before, and I was, bro, slow down a little bit. You're going to hurt yourself. You're like, no, I'll be fine. You know, it needs to be done. Yeah, but there's other people out there that can do it too. You're not the only one. You know, I remember.
Yeah, the whole idea behind putting the platform up was because we needed something. Plus, one of the most common questions I get from fathers is, "Hey, how can I help? How can I help other fathers?"
Yeah.
You know, it's the most common thing, because most of us want to give back. You know, in whatever way we have, whatever we have the bandwidth for, and having a platform like that, not on social media, that, you know, is a safe place where everybody can go and they can talk amongst each other. To me, I think that's going to be a game changer. You know, I mean, I don't know.
Absolutely.
I mean, it may completely crash and burn, but I'm going to give it a shot.
I don't think it's going to crash and burn. I think many people are not subject to change. They don't want to change. You know, they're like, oh, well, Facebook is enough. No, it's not. You know, especially with the way the censorship is. You know, look what just happened to us this morning at 6:14. You know, David Grove actually had the time stamped down. He goes, literally, it was like, as soon as it happened, man, I was on the ball. I don't know. I don't know if it was fate for me waking up just after 6 o'clock or not, but literally, I'm literally wake up, I'm looking at the screen, and I see the YouTube screen go dark. And I'm like, okay, Twitch is still up. That means I'm still online. So I'm not having any internet issues because I have over the past week, our internet provider has been working on the lines, and it's because of our speed to literally go from here down, way down below the kneecaps in a split instant. We had to reset the router. But man, I tell you what you do and just in reality, what you do is so important. And creating a new platform, and some people are trying to push back on this whole Twitch platform. They really are, because it's not the same. Well, you're right, it's not the same. It's better. Yeah. Be open to change. Understand that in the 2 to 3 years that I've been streaming games on Twitch, ever since I left Facebook and left YouTube on gaming, because of all their censorship and everything, I come to Twitch, I'm not being censored here. And that's the one thing we don't need to be censored. And Twitch, literally, we have been live for 19 hours and 54 minutes and 58 seconds now, without a single glitch. Yeah, we did have a slight internet hiccup where it went out for about 30 seconds, but we were right back on. But that was the only glitch that took place. And that's the other thing too. We just had a message or a comment that was just deleted by the Siri bot. They banned the individual because it was spam detected, and I can see the comment because I'm the moderator, of course, of the channel, and it's telling me, hey, the best viewers are streambo.com. Remove the space and put in blah blah blah. That's buying views. I don't buy views. I refuse to buy views. Because that's being fake, and I don't want to be fake. I want people to trust into the words that we speak and the words that we share, to the guidance that we provide. I won't ever feed into fake viewers. Right now it's saying that we got actually 6 watching us. But that's not a true number. It's because we're not affiliated, so it's not going to give us a true number. It is going to just give us a roundabout number. So there could be more. It could be double that. Who knows? I won't know until the end of the stream when I get the message from Twitch on my email on how the stream went and so forth. But having a new platform to go to is not a bad thing. It's a great thing. Here on Twitch, we're the first ones to do it. I've searched. I have looked up family law stuff on Twitch. There's nothing, not a single cent, not a single word, not a single moment on Twitch where we deal with these type of issues. So we're the first here on Twitch. And, one of the things that Twitch allows us to do is we're allowed to tag 10 locations. And most of the time we do the family law reform, equal share parenting, Title IV reform. And then, of course, just chatting. Just chatting is one of the biggest platforms on Twitch. So, we got people coming in left and right. I have to go and, like I said, I can't actually view on how many people are viewing at once right now because we're not affiliate. And if you are watching, please hit that like button, follow us, comment, we need those comments. We need those follows. You don't have to subscribe unless you want to. We're not asking for subscribers. Any subscribers that we have, it goes right back into the platform. We do not take it for our personal use. So I want people to understand that if it's showing that, to subscribe, that's up to you. Everything that is made through this channel goes right back into the channel. It goes right back into getting new equipment and stuff like that. We do not use it for personal use. It goes towards, getting back and forth to events, which does help. I will say that because this doesn't, this is not free. It's free to use, but it's my time. It's our time that we're using, to be able to provide this information to you. And I'm Shawn will tell you, I've never been about the money. Never been about the money.
Yeah, but some of the tools we have to use to make ourselves more efficient and things like that, also, they all cost money, every last bit of it. So, and I don't, I know you and I both have spent a ton of our own personal money to make these things happen. So it's always nice when we do have money coming in from other sources that we can turn back into that, so we're not having to spend our own personal money on it.
Tell them about the one time you came over to my house and how my living room looked. When I'm talking about doing a production, ladies and gentlemen, that year I was doing a full 100% 24-hour pre-recording.
And he was trying to cook at the same time.
Well, no. That was the time that you actually came over and actually joined for that one.
Right.
That's the time that Greg Ellis, the actor from Pirates of the Caribbean, joined us on that Christmas. No, this is the one that you came over and helped me do the film work.
Oh, okay. Where I was in the background.
Yeah, were you in the background? You're working the cameras and changing the screens for me, so I knew what to say. But literally, my entire room, my living room, I had moved the couch into the dining room area so we could have enough room to do it. And literally, the entire room was covered in green screen.
Right. Yeah, I was just thinking about that. I remember poking my head around the green screen occasionally, and I think I actually got on camera one time from doing that.
You did. But yeah, so literally I have all the green screens. That they're in a box right now, and I'm hoping by this time next year that I will be in my own home. So if you and the spouse would like to come, for a weekend and hang out down at the beach, you guys are more than welcome to.
Awesome.
Once I get my own place. But I do next year. I want to be able to provide that to other parents, whether moms or dads. I want to be able to house as many people that I can. Make a dinner for them because I love cooking. I love being in the kitchen. I love the chance to be able to cook for others. And so next Christmas, if I am in my own place, hopefully, fingers crossed. Right now, we're just waiting for the market to go down because this is way too high. I'm going through the VA to purchase my first home. And I definitely want to be able to house people for the holiday, for the Christmas season, and have a big round table right there, right in the dining room over dinner and whatnot. And, and just have a good time, because spending time alone does suck. I'm alone, but I'm not. I got my landlord downstairs. She's downstairs in her room watching a football game while her son's in his room watching another football game. I'm up here doing this. And then, one of the other roommates is in his room watching Christmas movies. So it's like, technically I'm not alone, but at the same time, I'm not alone because I'm on here. I have everyone who's watching right now. I've had those who have joined this Christmas. I've had my son on here last night. Awesome. He joined for a little bit, and that was cool. I know it was Zach Martin was on with me at the time, and my son had made a comment on the YouTube channel, and I'm like, my son, it's like my son. But he was watching last year as well, but it is knowing the fact that he's there, that means a lot. And, the fact that I can't physically be with him. And if I was back in Gaithersburg, Maryland, I would be with him right now. I would be with both my kids, for the holidays, for the Christmas. Just unfortunately, I am a state away from them now. And, I love my kids dearly. They know it. And they understand why I moved out here. They're old enough. My son's a senior, be graduating this year, going off to Marine Corps boot camp, or should I say officers training school. So awesome. I got a year and a half to lose 112 pounds to be able to get back in uniform.
Good luck.
I guess I could actually
help you with that, Brian. Because I don't know whether you've ever seen some of the pictures from me back in the day. I weighed about 342 pounds, and I'm sitting down around 230. So
yeah, well, my mom swears up by this, the GLP.
Oh yeah, that'll help.
Yeah, it's green,
That's
so
a
it's
quick way.
with the green screen. Yeah, it's gonna not show it. I just started doing that a week and a half ago. I'm also taking the fat burner gummies, the green tea gummies.
Yeah.
You can't doggone green screen.
Yeah.
Making it clear. So yeah, I'm doing stuff. I started stuff to be able to cleanse my system out and start using to burn this belly fat off. And I'm gonna start hitting the gym again. Riding the e-bike has definitely been great. I'm not just using the throttle. I'm actually pedaling. So
I found the healthiest way to do it was to go only healthy carbs. Take away all the processed stuff. Only eat like salads and green beans and things like that. And the rest of your meals are mostly protein and fats.
Yeah.
And
the good thing is I did talk to my VA doctor from Maryland. My VA doctor's still in Maryland. I haven't gotten it switched over to Delaware yet. I don't understand why I haven't done so, which I will be doing that in the upcoming year. That is one of my goals for the upcoming year, get my doctor changed over. But they told me with the GLP, I don't need to change my diet.
Yeah. Well, yeah. If you're which one are you on?
I'm doing the 6-in-1 Health Solution Oral Liquids. It's the GLP-1.
Oh, okay. I don't know anything about those. I know the different medications actually work, but I don't know anything about those. Hope it works out. I'll definitely have to hear from you about how it works out for you.
Yeah, my mom was using it, and she swears by it. And I've done some research on it, and I'm like, all right, I'll give it a try. I got a 2-month supply for like $50. And what it is here, I'll open this one.
Hey, by the way, I just got a message from Zach saying that he's out having fun on a Christmas hike by himself.
You know what? He did say he was going to try to go live if he had the signal out there. And
I don't think he has a signal, but he did drop me a message real quick just now to say, "Hey, love you guys, having a little fun on a Christmas hike alone. Merry Christmas."
Yeah. But yeah, so it's literally there's a 7th one in here. It's just it broke off. So here's the 7th one right here. There we go.
You'll have to send me a link on that.
Yeah, so 7 vials, and you take them before you go to bed. So I do the technically you're not supposed to do green tea mixed in with these. However, I'm not doing them at the same time. Okay. I do these at night, right before I go to bed. So I take one of these at night, and then in the morning before I go to work, I take a gummy. So I have 2 things working coherently. And I tell you what, ever since I started doing this roughly about 3 weeks ago, and literally you can get these at Walmart. And so yeah, I have more energy. I'm already starting to feel the difference ever since I started doing the gummies, and it comes 60 gummies in a bottle. I started noticing that believe it or not, I was running back and forth to the bathroom, because it was just cleansing my system out. It was pushing that gunk out.
Yeah.
And so I was cleansing my body, and then I got these. These actually came in earlier, and I started taking them, and I started noticing a huge difference.
Okay.
Just
an appetite difference, or what's the difference?
Appetite difference is like, before we came back on live, my landlord texted me going, "Hey, dinner's ready. Come grab yourself a plate." And I was like, okay. So I did. I went down, grabbed myself a plate, and I go down to rinse off my plate, and she's looking at me. She goes, "You're here for seconds?" I'm like, "No, I'm good." She goes, "You sure?" I said, "I'm good."
There you go.
So it's like even my cravings, like, yes, I've been munching on small snacks and stuff like that because trying to, keep my sugar levels up a little bit. And normally I don't drink soda while I'm at home, but I had a couple of soda bottles left over from at work because I only drink soda while I'm at work now. But I'm a Mountain Dew guy. I love my. I literally.
Yeah,
I
you need
bleed
to shift
green.
to Mountain Dew Zero.
And I'm not very fond over the no sugar aspect. You know, especially because working in retail, I'm constantly moving. I need that sugar.
No, you don't. No, you don't. In fact, the one nutrient that we do not need is carbohydrates, and sugar is the simplest of carbohydrates. We can live our entire lives without ever having a single carbohydrate and be
Oh
perfectly
no!
healthy.
If I can feel when my body's getting low in sugar.
That's because your body has become acclimated to it. Once you get off of the sugar, you'll be amazed at how wonderful you'll feel.
I'll have to look into that because
Yeah.
yeah.
We'll talk about that sometime when we're not on the air for everybody else. But yeah, trust me. I mean, it's, you know, I still have the sugars occasionally. You know, I allow myself one cheat day a week, but you know, I mean, that's how
that's why when I'm at work, it's the only time I drink sodas now. It's just, you know, it being
Well,
Christmas.
the difference there is there's 6 whole days where I don't partake in any of that garbage. You know, the sugars and the unhealthy fats and the stuff like that. And there's only one day a week where I'm allowed to like have pizza or whatever it is that I splurge on. You know,
Yeah.
maybe have Christmas cookies like I did the other day. Or
Well, that's what I've been doing. I've been splurging, you know, last night and today. You know, that's one thing about the GLP. It takes away those cravings. Like, I opened this bag this morning, and I've maybe had, and these suckers are small. I'll show you. These suckers
oh
are
yeah, I
really
know.
small.
I've had them before.
These
The
are
minis.
the minis. Well, for anyone that doesn't know, they're tiny. These are tiny minis. And I've maybe have about 5 or 6 of these since I've opened them this morning. You know, even my landlord's like, you sure you're okay? I said, no, I'm trying to lose the weight, trying to lose the belly. And she goes, yeah, so am I. You know, and but I was like, yeah. I said, no, I'm good. I don't need seconds. Don't get me wrong, the food was great. I love the food, you know. But yeah, it's just one of those things where, you know, when my son told me that he wanted to go officer, that blew my mind.
Yeah.
You know, he wants to follow my footsteps, but go a step beyond. And
I got to tell you, the officer corps and the Marine Corps are to me the ones I respect more than any other officers. The whole atmosphere that they live under, the idea that the troops come first and foremost, attitude that the Marine Corps officers has is very impressive. I mean, compared to all the other services, I've always been impressed by the Marine Corps officers.
Well, it just impresses me, you know, when my son was in 10th grade, he's always been a great student, always been an AB, you know, maybe 1C student. But his 10th grade, he started slacking. And, you know, we wound up having to take his game privileges away and everything until he got his grades back up. And, you know, I talked to his recruiter, and I talked with his ROTC command, and I was like, you know, look, I'm not in Maryland. I can't keep him on track. You know, I can talk to him till he's blue in the face over the phone, but I can't keep him on track. Can you please help? And, you know, he kept saying that he wanted to join the military. I was like, look, if you don't get your act together and get your grades up, they're not going to take you. And I don't know what his command did or what his recruiter did, but they lit a fire under his ass.
Good.
He's an honor roll student to this day.
Awesome.
And, you know, when he told me like I said, when he wanted to become an officer, I'm like, okay, great. Now you're going to have to put me through boot camp because now I'm going to get back in uniform to render your first salute. So, yeah.
Well, that's the other thing that I'm proud of, Brian, is that I actually have broken out and managed to find my old fatigues and stuff, and I can wear them now. So that's been awesome.
It's going to be nice being able to get back down to my Marine Corps weight again, about 160. Right now I'm just over 260. See here, what's today's Thursday, so I don't weigh myself until Sunday. Every Sunday, I'm doing the weigh-in, and I'm looking to see how much weight I've lost just in this past week since I started doing the GLP. Like I said, this is a new box. I have one more somewhere that I got to take from the first box. And like I said, I'm already starting to feel a difference just in my energy level. So if anybody is looking to lose a little bit of weight and, you know, maybe making a New Year's resolution to lose weight, you know, look into the GLP. Just look it up. They're literally, it's 4 boxes. Well, this one was 4 boxes. I got a total of 8 boxes. And so it's, you know, 2 months worth of this stuff. And
the only caveat that I've heard about that is that you want to make sure that you're doing resistance training, because otherwise you lose a lot of muscle mass.
Yes. And that's one of the reasons why I am starting to hit the gym again. You know, reason why I am not using the throttle on the e-bike. I am pedaling because on my old e-bike, I would just use the throttle because I just want to get to work. You know, I just want to enjoy ride. I don't have to worry about pedaling. Now I have more of a purpose to want to pedal.
There you go.
And love it. You know,
this is going to sound like a crazy thing, but one of the things that I did to try to teach myself to be to embrace discomfort is every time I finish taking a shower, I turn off the hot water and I stand under the cold water for as long as I can.
Yes, I do that too.
Good. Because we have to learn to be comfortable with being uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with like eating. You know, when you get hungry, I actually learned to take hungry signs, you know, and I start feeling hungry, and my brain instead translated that to, I'm losing weight.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I'm hungry, so I'm losing weight. And that's those little reframes that we can use can really help you to accomplish anything that you want in life. Just reframing it. Like the secret that I learned for ice baths and for the cold shower is, you know, instead of thinking, oh my God, I'm freezing to death, think I'm really excited and get excited instead. It's the same sensation. You know, your body shakes and your muscles tense up and you get excited and yeah. And that's what I do now when I jump in the ice bath or I do a cold shower. You know, I get excited instead of being cold.
Yeah. I do it, one, because it does shock the body. You know, my dad actually told me he tried something for the first time, the hydro baths, where not the ice water bath.
Yeah, I know which one you mean.
But you get into this machine and it closes in around you, and then it's like a freezer. It just shocks your body for like less than 3 minutes, because anything more than 3 minutes will put your body into hypothermia. I can't remember exactly what it's called.
Cryotherapy.
That's it. And I want to try it.
Yeah.
You know, but like you said, you know, get in, you're washing your body, and then turn that water to cold immediately and just let your body it shocks your body. One, it wakes you up. So if you're not awake, it'll wake you up in a heartbeat.
and it activates the healthy fat that we have in our bodies. It's called brown fat.
Yep.
It activates that. So yeah, that's
so yeah. Like I said, I've already noticed a difference since I started a week and a half ago, where my energy level's been up. You know, I got sick because there's a bug going around. Of course, it's wintertime. Of course, there's going to be a bug going around. I did get sick for a couple of days, so I didn't take it for 2 days, which is the reason why I'm behind 2 days. But it's expected when you're sick. You can't keep nothing down. Even water. That's literally. I got like 7 cases of water.
Good.
That I literally. This is what I drink when I'm at home. This and green tea. Or ginseng tea. I love ginseng tea. It's good.
Yeah.
Good for the heart. Good for the blood. Your blood levels.
Just don't drink either of them late at night, or you'll never get to sleep. I learned that the hard way. I used to think, oh, okay, so any herbal teas are good to drink at night, and I started drinking the green tea at night too, and it was like I started having a lot of trouble sleeping at night. I was like, what's going on here? And I went and I looked, and it's like, yeah, green tea's got ECGC in it, which is a caffeine alkaloid. And it was like, that explains it.
Yeah, no, water, like I said, other thing, because I'm splurging a little bit because it is Christmas. You know, I'm having a few, you know, a few treats. Like I said, I've only had about 6 of these out of the whole bag. And I've had, this is my only soda that I've had so far today. I do got one more that's in the fridge. Which I'll probably take to work with me tomorrow. But yeah, we got to make sure that we're keeping ourselves healthy. And I know it's easier said than done, especially when you're on high stress levels, and because high stress levels help, you tend to want to eat more and eat the unhealthy stuff. And I did, when I first started this, I will show the picture again just to show you how skinny I was. And of course, this picture was taken back in 2013. It's a picture of me and my grandmother, and I was in my dress blue uniform. Let me pull it up here.
Just noticed the thing coming up. Charles Bazdanis is on there saying Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas, Charles.
Yeah, we tend to post on some of the show some of the comments. Come on, there it is.
I got to tell you, Charles is one of those people who he's been through so much in family court, and he's used his pain and turned it to purpose. I mean, he's feeding hundreds of thousands of people there in his region. He's got a nonprofit. He's really doing well. I mean, he's been through so much, and yet he still gives to other people. Oh, that is awesome, man.
Yeah, that's the picture right there.
That looks like you. It looks like your son instead of you, man.
Right? But no, that was me back in 2013. That was right after Marine Corps boot camp.
Awesome.
And look how skinny I was.
Yep. I couldn't imagine you any other way after getting through boot camp, buddy.
Look at me now. I mean, I look like a stuffed pig.
Yeah. Trust me, I've been there, done that. I know.
Yeah, come on, Charles. Come on. The link is posted as the pinned post. Go ahead, click on that link. It'll bring you into the studio here, and we can bring you up. Absolutely. You're more than welcome to join us. Anyone is welcome to join us. We want people to join us. This is the time for you to join us. This is RFIRN, the voice of the home of the voice of the voiceless. We give everyone a chance to have their voices be heard. So come join us, like for real. But yeah, now
I'm going to stick around just for a moment for Charles, and then I'm going to have to head out. I've got some stuff to do here. We're still celebrating Christmas over here, so after he pops in, well, I definitely don't want to leave before he pops in. I want to say to him and everything, but he's one of my favorite people. I mean, I've worked with him for almost 4 years now, or over 4 years now. November would have made it 4 years, and he's been so resilient. I mean, he's been through so much. I mean, I use his story a lot when people say, "Oh, I've got the worst story you've ever heard," and I tell them some of his story, and they're like, "Okay, I don't have the worst story."
You beat me.
It's like Charles's story is one of real frustration but resilience.
Well, I want to say this, regardless to whatever anyone's situation is, to them it's the worst situation.
Oh yeah. Well, I also tell people never to compare
monster. Pain. Yeah,
never compare pain.
Monster.
Yeah.
A different story, but same monster.
Yep. Definitely.
And
but it always helps people though to hear that there are other stories out there that are, because I mean, honestly, I know when I was in my situation, I thought, I felt like it was the worst situation anybody could ever experience. And then talking to thousands and tens of thousands now of fathers, on calls and stuff, I've realized, yeah, my situation was my situation. We all have our own situations, but there are, hundreds of thousands of us out there that are going through this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're not alone. And that's the other biggest problem is the isolation that we feel when we go through this, because, as David Grove would point out, because of his book, the first thing people look at you and they say, "Oh, you must have done something." Whenever you start telling your story and stuff, you must have done something. And it's like, no, I didn't. I was, as good a person as I could be. And, did I make mistakes? Of course I did. But I didn't do anything to deserve this crap. And that's what most of these fathers are feeling. They're and mothers.
Well,
I mean, I see.
I wouldn't say everybody, because there are.
I didn't say everybody. I said most. I said most.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it's pretty rare that somebody takes the time and effort to call in and seek help if they're one of those people that deserve everything that they're going through. Do you know what I'm saying? The ones who don't deserve are the ones that really, I mean, every once in a while I do get somebody who calls in, and it's pretty obvious they created their own mess. But for the most part, that's definitely the exception, not the rule. Hey, what's up, Mister?
Hello, Chuck.
Briar Chuck, as I call him.
Did
you hear
lose
him?
your voice?
Oh, he doesn't have his mic yet. We're not hearing you yet.
It's coming in.
Oh, there you go. We hear you now.
Do I shut off the StreamYard or this Twitch? What?
You're cutting in and out.
I'm on two. Which?
The StreamYard. Just have StreamYard up.
Oh no.
Okay, got it.
There you go.
I'm only on StreamYard now. How are you guys doing?
Good to see you, sir.
Hey, Brian.
Uh-oh. Hello. It looks like I'm having the first major internet connection issue.
Of course.
Yeah, I can't even ping my my internet speed at the moment.
What's funny is I'm hearing you just fine. You're doing fine with me, and I'm seeing Charles as well just fine. So
yeah, but on my end, it's very cracky. Like you keep going in. I can barely hear Chuck.
Okay.
Crap.
Well, I'm not noticing any jerkiness or any problems on this end. So
yeah, I may have to shut down for a brief moment, and Chuck, we may have to bring you back up.
All right. Well, guys, I do have to go because I do have other stuff going on, and I just wanted to pop in. But hey, I love you guys, and it's great talking to you again, Brian. And I wish everyone a Merry Christmas and the best New Year. And I look forward to us doing some collaboration in the new year.
Same to you. Thank you for coming on and joining.
Yeah, buddy. If I can figure out how to get out of here. There we go.
But anywho, welcome, Chuck. Thank you for joining us. I know you've joined us in the past for past marathons, and I am so glad and thankful that you've joined us again this year.
Yeah, this is my third annual opportunity to participate, and it's very inspirational what you've done. And Brian, is this your 8th, 9th, 10th year?
Oh my God, I've been doing this for since 2013.
So 12th year. Wow.
Yeah, 12th year. Minus 2, because there was a couple years where I couldn't host it, just for the pure and simple facts I was in the process of moving. And
the show did go on, to my knowledge, though. So
yes, the show did. We had somebody else take up the reins. I was able to join, but I wasn't hosting it. I had somebody else host it in my stead. But yes, for 10 years, 12 years altogether, because like I said, I was always a part of the Christmas marathons. I just wasn't hosting it for those 2 years due to location.
Yeah, I thought it might be appropriate. I don't want to. I'm just going off you here. I didn't want to take the reins. Is it okay to jump in?
No, go ahead. The floor is yours, my friend.
So I just wanted to welcome the incredible audience. Brian's been doing this selflessly for over 12 years, doing this, and I sent a couple links and. To Brian, I took my pain into purpose, when I was separated from my children over 7 years ago, and I found peace starting a nonprofit, and I sent them to Brian, and a little bit about what we do. We fight food insecurity. 1 in 6 people in the area that I live in are starving, suffering hunger. And this past week, we actually ran a Christmas event, and it actually, in the 18 months as a nonprofit, we've served over 425,000 pounds of food, served 850,000 meals to 50,000 people, including 20,000 hot plates over the course of 18 months, spanning 8 different counties. And ABC came out, and NBC came out. And so as I've gone through 7 years of parental alienation and separation from my children, I just thought it was nice to share some positives, a nice positive story, turning a pain into purpose. And Brian does an incredible job. So I just wanted to come on and show that there is hope. And I'm now seeing my younger 3 children every 2 weeks for an hour. And I've been gone through quite the journey. So yeah.
Yeah, you have done some amazing work, and yes, you have sent me those links. I'm going to have to go back and relook at them again. I definitely, over the last couple of weeks, I've been making a lot of commercials for different organizations, and I want to be able to make one for you guys for what you do. And so we're going to have to link up here so I'm able to get one made for you guys. I love making commercials for organizations because one. Not only will you be able to use them, but we can use them for our RFIRN show as well.
Yeah, and
to give people more purpose and
Yeah.
spread awareness of these different organizations.
And Brian, just really quickly, the last link on the very bottom, it's just 2 minutes, and it talks about the food we give out. It's actually on an ABC broadcast. It's only 2 minutes, and I think the general public might find it interesting. It's only 2 minutes. It's right off of ABC. And it just talks about fighting hunger in Southampton County. And it's a pretty cool story. It's only a 2-minute piece, and it's right off of the ABC's website if you click it. It's very straightforward. It just talks about the story about how I've evolved. And it's a really cool video. And I think the audience may enjoy it if you're comfortable. It just talks about fighting hunger. No agenda, just talking about fighting hunger. And it's only 2 minutes, but I respect that. If you're comfortable, that's up to you.
I can't because if I do, no one's going to be able to hear it. I have to have it in a zip file to be able to upload to here. If I were to share my screen, they would just see the video. They wouldn't hear it.
Gotcha.
So yeah, unfortunately, if I actually had a file to share, I would. And maybe that's something that we can definitely look to for next year. Like I said, if I can create a video file, we could definitely do so. I just don't have the time to do it because I have to go through the Easy Video Maker and do a lot of editing to make sure that it's good to go and so forth.
And on a pivoting to this, I just wanted to say that the work that you're doing with Mark and the work Robert's doing, and there's a lot of different people and different. It seems like we're finally starting to play well with one another. It seems in the shared parenting community, they've kind of seen, Mark take a real leadership role, and it seems that people are able to follow, and that's what we've lacked is as a shared parenting community. Can we play nice together? Can we follow the legislators a lot of legislators are pushing this right now for us? And Brian, you're doing a fantastic job with Mark, and I know you guys have a new organization, and I just want to let you know that I've been keeping up with it, and I'm really proud of you all. And I don't have the courage or the psychological fortitude to participate, but I'm supporting you all from afar.
Well, we do appreciate it, and it's not our organization; it's the people's organization. Mm-hmm. The National Council for Equal Shared Parenting is not just a group. It is a broad band. We're trying to get all these groups and organizations to unite under one banner because it needs to be done. And for the first time, groups are coming together. And that's the whole purpose, is to bring everybody together. Mark says it best. We all have our strengths and we all have our weaknesses. Where one is weak, the ones that have strength in those areas pick up that slack. And if that person's strong in an area, they pick up the slack on somebody else where it's not. Like Mark, he's great at the, on political aspect where I'm not so great. That's my weakness. Mark is not great at podcasting. I'm great at podcasting. So that's where he and I, collab together to make it work. He comes to me, hey, can you do this? Can you do that? And if I can't, I'd be like, I'll learn it. I will be able to do it. And sure enough, I come to him 2 days later, be like, all right, we're good to go. Let's do it. He'd be like, how did you do that? So yeah, it's all about collaborating together for the greater good. And we must continue to do so. If we don't, that's when we're going to fail. If we keep fighting amongst each other, we can agree to disagree on certain topics. Not everyone's going to agree with how another does it. A lot of people don't agree on how Mark does it, but you know what? I do, especially after being with him for so long and standing beside him, doing events with him, doing the event in DC at the beginning of November. the logic is there. What he's doing is the right way.
So when you have legislators that are literally passing legislation, and Mark has a way to listen and talk to them at a very monotone, a very level-headed, emotionless. Not to saying he's not an emotional person, just he's very level-headed. He's very keeps the emotion out of it, and just he's doing the best he can do to posture us well as a group of not, what do they call us? Oh, they're just a bunch of angry dads, or oh, they just don't want to pay child support, or oh, they just, all those stigmas. We're taking that away from that narrative. And one of the things I've done, and I actually, to my knowledge, I think I'm the only one in the country that has done this. I've taken a completely different approach and said, I'm going to go start a nonprofit, and I'm going to be the very best leader in my community that I can be. And I'm going to bring awareness to fight hunger. And so I've actually created change about how men are perceived. I don't talk about my removal from my children, but I do ensure that, over 40,000 people on an annual basis have access to a basic human right, which is food. And what
you have done, and we stated this on the Christmas Marathon, you have found a way to be able to cope with what you're dealing with.
Right.
You found a way to take your mind off of it, to focus your mind on something other than dealing with being taken away from your children.
Yeah, and I do have breaking news. I noticed you've noticed me in a tremendously calmer posture.
Much. Yeah. I will admit, you used to be very gun ho, and now look at you now. You're literally you're mellow. I like it.
Yeah, and I don't smoke 420 or whatever they call it. So it's actually just, I've come quite a long way on the journey. But I would say that thank you for the kind words. But I want to share with the audience that the statistics are a little too painful for me to repeat some of the things that I've transpired. But I have had nine different reunification therapists. I've had 6 different judges. I've had 4 GALs. I don't currently have a GAL. I've had 6 different attorneys. It's gone over close to 3,000 days, and I am regularly having access to my 3 younger children, and they got a good handle on what's going on. And I show up and I drive my 4 hours, do 2 hours there, 2 hours back. I spend meaningful and quality substantive time with my children to the best of my ability. And this 9th reunification therapist is well on to what's going on. I don't currently have a GAL because, frankly, no GAL wants this case. I've overcome the parental alienation aspect of the narrative is not angry father. The narrative is not disgruntled father. The narrative is not anything negative at all. I just do good, the very best I can do in my community. I present calm, cool, and collective with my time with my children. I show up with love and kindness every day for my community. And the 2 hours that I get, those 2 hours that I get a month, sometimes they only equate to an hour because, there's a lot of things that are being done behind the scenes to interfere with that time. I just keep showing up. And I will tell you, Brian, to span 3,000 days with, 9 different reunification therapists, they say, Brian, that I have the longest reunification case in the country. That 7 years of reunification. I have not heard of a longer case. I've not heard of one.
Yeah. No, no, trust me. I know you and I don't communicate as much as we used to. But I'm watching. I've been in the shadows. I've been observing.
I was just asking you a question. I was asking that I don't know of a longer reunification case in the country.
No. I don't.
I was saying that. So for those people out there that I only get 4 days, or I only get this, or I only get that, for 7 years I've been alienated, and I'm still in there, still hanging in there. So I just want to say for folks not to give up. But like I said, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to come in for a little while and just say hello and just show dads not to give up, not to quit. our organization is called Family for Eternity, and we just surpassed 2.5 million views on our Facebook and our website, and we now have over 70 partners. So
nice. That is awesome to hear. Like I said, I've known you over for many years now, and you have come a long way, along with many others in this movement. So many people, and believe it or not, I used to be the same way. I used to be so gun ho, rah rah rah. We got to get changed now, blah blah blah, and fighting for my kids. It took 12 years for me to come through this. It took you less time, and I'm proud of you. You've taken the advice that we've said over the years, especially here on the marathon, and you have taken that and you have exceeded far better than I did, and that's what I hope to see. The advice that I give everybody, based upon my own personal experience, I hope it works. What happened for you may not be the same for another. It may happen sooner. It may happen later for others. But the fact is that, the advice that we're given is working.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever understand that when the psychiatrists and the doctors and every therapist and Commonwealth attorneys, and they all write the court and they say you're fit, willing, and able. Why is the state interfering in your access to your basic right to your child? If you're not a danger to them and you've not caused anyone harm, why is the state interfering in your rights to parent? If you're fit, willing, and able, and you're no danger to the child, why does that take 7 years? It shouldn't take 7 years.
Yeah,
and
it shouldn't even take a year. A year is even way too long.
And then,
that's the thing. If we focus on to the reasons of why, then you're just going to keep thinking of the reasons why, and you're not going to come up with the answer. There is no answer to why. It's like I hear the phrase all the time. Please make it make sense. You can't. It's impossible to make it make sense.
It feels like they're complicit, and it just gets a little sad, because it's like, you just want access to your basic right of having a relationship with your child, and they have a right to have a relationship with you. It's just they're very apprehensive to intervene, and they're quick to take them away, but they're not quick to restore that access that they took away so like a snap of a finger. And that's an issue. It doesn't take lawyers and judges and GALs and all that to making decisions off a whim without any even investigation. That should not be allowed. Because someone felt, perspectives, due processes, it just gets trampled on, and no evidentiary hearings, no investigation.
Actual evidence to back up their claims.
Brian called me a meanie. I go to the Commonwealth, they'll get a warrant out. It's like, well, we shouldn't be living in a society like that. It really shouldn't. And based upon their
they especially, and I'm not saying that all of them, but the majority of domestic violence cases are actually unfounded. They just go in, oh well, he said this or she said that. Okay, do you have proof of it? Then sorry, domestic violence case dismissed. But they're throwing them out like candy. Unfortunately, in today's society, you go in, you file a paperwork, be like, oh well, I'm afraid for my life. Okay, DV granted.
And then they'll quickly say in the best interest of the child. Okay, what is the definition of the best interest? And everything is subjective. So if there's no definition and we're just everything's subjective, well, you never really get anywhere, because people are just going to make their own narrative, and that's where it gets frustrating, Brian, because it's just like
I don't remember if it's Yaya's or if it's Elizabeth's documentary. It's one of the two. I'm trying to remember. I want to say it's Elizabeth's, where they actually show the mother and the father, mixed race, black and white, and how CPS came in and took the children from them because a black man can't raise a white child. What does that have anything to do with it? This is an excuse for them to kidnap the children.
Yeah.
And that's what we're trying to avoid. And this is one of the things that we're fighting so hard to change is the whole narratives. to hold these people accountable, but not only the caseworkers, but the attorneys.
But
The judges, the good old buddy system. They think they're immune to prosecution for violation of constitutional rights and the law of the land. And times starting to change. They're starting to be held accountable. Look at the judge just recently who hid an illegal from ICE. She was just charged with several felony counts.
Right.
These judges, they're starting to be held accountable, and family court judges are starting to be held accountable. Caseworkers from CPS or DHS, they're starting to be being held accountable. Look what the Ninth Circuit Court did. There's a video out there of a caseworker that talks about lying under oath, and the judge on the Ninth Circuit Court goes, you can't do that. So we got people that are starting to stand up and starting to fight for the rights and of the parents. And one thing that we do need to do, we need to take our children out of the public schools, because they're indoctrinating them into things that they don't need to be doctored into. And I'm fully believing that the public schools need to be overhauled as well. They need caseworkers need to stop being able to go into these schools to be able to talk to their children without a legal guardian or an attorney present.
Yeah, I think that I just think it's a very delicate time right now to be a father, and I believe that there is somewhat of a warfare, all-out assault on being a dad. And I think that I wanted to come on here and I wanted to tell you I'm proud of you. 1, 2.
Thank you.
I honestly, I'm fine. I always speak truth. I wasn't really a big Mark person, and I've seen him grow a lot as a leader. I've seen him really implement change. I've seen Robert Garza do that. I've had to slide into the background and just I guess mourn the fact that I know what my role is going to be in my children's life, and I don't have to like it, but psychologically I can't. Wake up every day. I get
your situation will change.
Yeah.
And I never thought mine would.
Mm-hmm.
I said it earlier because somebody asked me, did you ever think you'd be where you are today? No. No. I don't know if you were watching last night. My son was actually on the Christmas Live.
He logged on to Twitch, I think, right? Logged on with you, and he was talking. And
yep. Well, he came in through. He was actually on here. He was chatting with me and Zach Martin last night.
How did he, if you don't mind, just so I can understand, was he able to get through the alienation to have a relationship with you again?
Yes.
Or was he not able to really talk about that? I didn't get a chance to watch.
He really didn't talk about it much because he just doesn't know what to say. He's both he and his sister are still processing it. But the fact is that they have that relationship with me. I've always had a relationship with my son. Always had that relationship. It's been rocky because of the parental alienation and the parental interference. My daughter was much stronger with the parental alienation. There was months where I didn't hear from her. But my son, we did talk, regularly. The calls wouldn't come in when they were supposed to, but when they did, we would always talk, and I'd be like, well, can I talk to your sister? And she said, she don't want to talk.
Yeah.
Okay.
The one thing I never understand is that when the alienation is prevalent and it's easily provable, why they never make their way in the courtroom and actions are never taken, because there's nothing ever done about it. And you pay and you pay and you pay and you pay and you pay, and then you pay and you pay and you pay, and then you just wait till that clock ticks and they're all 18. But they're so quick so what are you paying for? You're paying to literally be under duress while your children are actively being alienated, and you're stuck in this vortex of a never-ending resolution. And that's not acceptable. That is not acceptable. And there's never any action taken for interference with custody. And it's just
there can be.
And it's like less than 1%. And it's just that's not
it is. It's even less than 1%.
Yeah, it's like less than that, and that's totally unacceptable.
I will use my own personal experience for this here. It wasn't until the last hearing, and in the last hearing, I actually had filed contempt charges against the mom. Now, I have tried the two attorneys that I had prior to me fighting pro bono. I was like, we need to file contempt charges. What she's doing is violating the court order, and the courts are allowing her to do it because we're not following against it. And they said, well, following contempt charges ain't going to do nothing. It just won't do nothing. I tell you what, the last hearing, even though within the family court aspect, I got my ass handed to me. There was two cases that were happening that day. It was the family court case, and it was also the contempt charge. And I won the contempt charge. You know, I filed against her for the contempt, and she was found guilty. And the judge had no choice but to hold her accountable. Now, the punishment wasn't as what I was hoping for. I thought it would be a lot stricter. I thought I was going to be able to get try to get the time back, even though you can never get that time back with your children.
Mm-hmm.
But I was asking for more time to see them, more time to talk to them over the phone, just to try to make up for lost time. And I was denied that. And that's what hurt the most.
Just to update you, we were set for trial in January of this year. And we had all the alienation, all the experts wrote it. We were set for trial, and the court did not allow me to even have a trial. We were on appeal. We were on an appeal. My attorney said, this is the best you're going to get. And my four older children, they aged them out. They aged out my four older children. They said, it's not in their best interest for you to see them anymore. And we're going to give you an access to your younger three. And my trial, I never got to hear it. I asked to appeal it. My lawyer, I had to terminate my lawyer. And he told me the day before court, and I had no time to tell him that those are not, I put him very firmly, those are not in my issues. Those are not in my interest. I do not wish that. I do not agree with this. You're not representing me adequately. And, he took my money, and that was it. And it didn't matter though. They still closed the case, and the four older ones aged out. And so I have no access to them. They say it's in their best interest for me not to see them. Had all the doctors, all the letters, all of the expert testimony. And I had all of the witnesses subpoenaed, everything, and they never allowed me to have a trial. They said the judge doesn't want to hear it. And so it just was really frustrating.
The judge has no choice but to hear it.
Again, my attorney literally gave me zero avenue, closed the books. That's it. And and that was it. It was that like that. And the appeal was going to cost, I think, $100,000 or $50,000. And I said, okay, I'll make payment plans. And no, I could not get a single attorney to help me with an appeal. Could not get a single attorney. And this was already on appeal for 4 years. And so they aged out my four older ones. Well, she's already been known to do alienation. She's going to do the same thing for the next three. And nothing was done. Not a single thing was done, but they aged them out. And 7 years have transpired, Brian. So I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just telling you that.
Oh, no. I'm not saying you're being negative. I did not know that about your case.
I had the Commonwealth attorney. I had all the letters to the court saying he's a great guy. He does great in his community, and they closed my case. That was it. Yep. Start reunification all over again with the younger three. Well, we were already on our 9th reunification therapist. 9th.
Well, all I gotta say is with that, make sure you're ready for when the time comes.
Can I say one thing? Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
I know that I've never heard of a case that's had nine reunification therapists and 5 GALs. So Dwayne Ward tells me I'm a stubborn Pollock. So I just wanted to, when you talk about when in your circles and you're talking about, talk about the Charles Bazdanis case with those 7 kids. This guy went through 9 reunification therapists, 6 judges. I don't know of a case that had 4 GALs. I don't know of a case, and I can't find one. And I think, to my knowledge, longest reunification case in the country. So if it's not a reunification issue, then what's the issue? Oh, we have an alienation issue. So why aren't we addressing it? Why are we not addressing it? And then there you go. You have it right there in your lap. You have an alienation issue. Well, why can't we? Why are we not addressing alienation in this country? It's running rampant, and it's a major problem. And I do stay very calm. It's very triggering for me, but 7 years, we already know.
You're doing a very good job at it.
It's just frustrating, It's frustrating.
Trust me, I know, but like I said, and this is what I tell everybody, just wait. I know it's easier said than done. I know it is. Trust me, been there, done that. But look where I'm at today. I always say that there's always light at the end of the tunnel. That this does not last forever. Well, I'm a prime example of it. It doesn't last forever. Your children will come seek you out. I told a story, earlier this morning and last night about, the young girl, the 23-year-old at the time, but then when she was 21, she reached out to her father, and has a perfect relationship with her father now, but doesn't have one with her mom. Why? Because the truth was shown. She was told that her dad abandoned her, didn't want nothing to do with her, and when in fact he was fighting for her every single day, fighting in court, trying to get time with her, and being denied by the courts. And like I said, she's got a perfect relationship with her dad now.
Yeah,
not with her mom.
I would just ask you to keep in the back of your mind. I have made a lot of change. We have several delegates that support my nonprofit, and several very esteemed ranking members of my community and very reputable businesses, and over 70 partners that support what we do. I just wanted to give you a quick vector point that if you guys ever need anything from me, if you need me to provide testimony, or if you need me to if you need me to any kind of way, if you need me to speak up or write a letter, or just please feel free to call on me, testimony or something. If I can do it virtually, I'm happy to do it. I just want you to know, before I jump off here, one, I'm really proud of the shared parenting movement. We've come a long way in 12 years since you've started this. I started my journey 7 years ago. I would say that I think that if I could give a message to, if people go back and watch this, or if they're watching now, just remember what Brian says, that there will come a time where you are on the other side of this. They all eventually do turn 18. And just try to remember that your life does matter and your children do love you. And just know that regardless of the circumstances, Shawn Pearson says it best. You just have to be the best version of yourself you can be each and every day, and be someone that they can. This is what I say: just be someone your children can be proud of. And I would tell you, if I was to tell you 7 years ago I would be this calm, I would have told you that you're crazy. You've lost your mind, because this has taken a very psychological and emotional toll. So, Brian, I love you. I'm really proud. I think this might be my third or fourth year in a row doing this. And
it's been quite a few years since you've joined us.
I want to say Merry Christmas to Arthur, Kaylee, Aubrey, CJ, Landon, Kennedy. Just your dad does love you, and I know I get to see the younger three, but I just want to wish you all a Merry Christmas, and I love you all. And this is the only way I can tell you Merry Christmas. But just know that your dad really loves you, and I appreciate you, Brian.
Thank you, brother, and thank you for joining us today. Definitely thank you for joining us. You're always welcome. We'll have to get you on for a show and get and dive deeper into your case, because I know that we haven't talked very much over the time period, but definitely I want to know more. We got to definitely take a deep dive. So maybe we talk off screen here in the near future, and get you logged in for one of our upcoming shows.
That sounds great. And just want to say I appreciate the opportunity to spend 30 minutes with you. Love you. Love the work that you're doing. You've literally this was something that I could look to lose those ideations, or I forget, I don't want to say the term, it triggered
ideologies.
I had some really negative, this show got me through all 7 Christmases. I would say every year that I've watched this every single year. And this is the one thing I look to every year that fills my heart with love and joy, that I'm not alone. And Brian, you've brought hope to my life. You've brought hope to so many other lives out there. And, this is a huge part of my being able to get through the holiday. And I just want to tell you personally that this has a monumental personal impact on me, and all the folks that come on and speak and do videos and music videos and presentations. And I just want to say thank you to the shared parenting community. I want to say thank you to the people that have the courage to advocate for their children and advocate for change. And I just want to say that I love each and every one of you. And if there's ever I can be of assistance, I can be found at familyforeternity.org. And Charles Bazdanis, my information is on there. And we serve over 1,200 families, have over 70 partners, and we serve 8 different counties in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And so I love you all. May God bless you, Brian. I love seeing your Christmas hat. You don it out. You don out that Christmas hat, and I always love it. And I'm proud of you and the relationship you've grown with your children, and it gives me hope because I've seen you grow also monumentally. And I love you, brother. And I just want to leave it with that.
Thank you. I really do appreciate the kind words. And like I said, you have definitely grown over the years as well. You have definitely, Shawn said it best. You've come a long way over the years. You're not the angry parent that we once saw the first time that we had you on our marathon. And, I am so grateful that, everyone thanks you for this marathon. It's not me. It's you all. You all make this marathon happen. I'm just the guy behind the scenes. I'm the one that makes it happen. But it's you, it's the Shawns, it's the Mark Ludwigs, it's everyone who comes on here, it's the Zach Martins, and all the guests who come here. You guys are the ones that make this happen. If it wasn't for your all's material, to be able to share and to be able to bring people to your all's community and to share with the community, that right there is key. Like I said, this is everyone's. This is not me. We're RFIRN is just the one behind the scenes doing the work. This is for everyone.
If I was to be able to tell my something 7 years ago, first going through it, if anyone's listening, a blueprint to how to get through this kind of stuff, I would strongly encourage you to get a pet. That you will find solace and comfort. I have 2 emotional support animals, whether it's a cat.
I have a scorpion.
Yep. I would encourage you to get a pet. I would encourage you to close your circle to the people that you can trust, and not just, be telling everybody, whoever will listen, because you'll alienate yourself from your friends and your family. And the other thing is that find something that gives you joy, whether it's playing video games like Brian likes to game, whether it's sports, and I would say not only finding something, but try to find something meaningful. That maybe find a volunteer opportunity. Maybe you want to isolate, and I get the isolation part, but don't do it alone. Don't do it alone. That's the one thing, is do not really encourage you to find a pet and find a therapist. I know therapists are not cheap. We're usually broke. We're usually broke by the time we go through the lawyers and everything else, but try to find a therapist and try to find a team of allies, because it's going to take more than just yourself and going through it alone, because you'll fail miserably if you try to go through it alone. You won't succeed if you try to go through it alone. And try to stay off social media from the standpoint of getting into that negativity on the comments and the negativities. Try to find groups that have that don't just constantly promote like the world's going to end. The vindictiveness of getting back at the other person. Never in a million years would I think.
Well, it's pretty much. I want to add to that. It's pretty much just do your research. Don't just believe everything that you read on the internet.
Yeah.
Do the research. Don't just take the first one you see. Look up 5, 6 different articles. Different sources before you make a judgment. And that's what I tell everybody. Don't just take the first one you see. Look at 5 or 6 different sources.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that I would strongly encourage people to check out the National Council for Equal Shared Parenting. And I would also encourage you to start watching your legislators that are putting forward valid legislation. That there's a lot of hope out there, because there are states that are passing legislation. It's passing. And so there's a lot of, I wouldn't say there's a lot of, I don't know that there's egos as much as there's a lot of very motivated and dedicated people that believe in their path is the right way. And I would say that align yourself with just focusing on yourself. Yeah, great. The National Council for Equal Shared Parenting. And I believe they're still taking memberships. I think if you're a founding member right now, they're still taking memberships.
We will continue to take memberships forever. But those who do now, they're going to get a certificate of appreciation. If you donate $250, you'll get a certificate. If you donate more than that, you'll get like a gold member.
Yeah, and it's a great cause. There's a lot of people that are advocating for change. I would say that I don't recommend people just throw their money around, do your research, but I advocate for the National Council for Equal Shared Parenting. They do phenomenal work. Mark and Brian and the entire team. It's not just them. They have an entire team. They've been change forces in the group for, I think we can say, over a decade. I mean, this has been a long journey for all of them. And I think they have combined probably 100, 200, 300 years if you add everybody up in the group. And so I just wanted to say one last plug that, I believe in you, Brian. I believe in the National Council for Equal Shared Parenting. I believe in the work Robert Garza is doing. I think everyone's doing it the way they think is best. But I think Mark is really, really moving with all you guys in the right direction. And I think we're headed for a big 2026, 2027. And I would just ask if I could ask for everyone's prayers, because my relationship with my younger 3 children, it is a healthy one. And it's growing. It's growing. So, I just want to tell you,
hear it.
Brian, I hope you have a wonderful Christmas, and this made my Christmas.
Thank you for joining us, brother. I really do appreciate it. You're always welcome. We'll be in contact. Definitely shoot me. Do me a favor. Just shoot me a paragraph, a detailed paragraph, but nothing more than a paragraph. Make it as detailed as possible of what your organization does. I want to be able to create you guys a commercial. Send me pictures as well. You can do through email.
Yeah, we currently have two videos on our homepage. We have graphics folks out of London, and then we have over 28 volunteers all over the world. And this organization is massive, and we actually have 2 videos on our homepage that literally do it. And you do incredible work, so I would never turn down the opportunity to collaborate and work with you. So I've written down your email address here, and you do incredible work, and I would never turn down the opportunity to work with all of your creative skills and all of your brilliant capabilities. So I've got your email down, detailed paragraph, a little bit about what we do, submission, and
send me some pictures, and send me at least 20 to 30 pictures if you have them.
Okay.
Because then I can put them into my program, and it'll automatically, and I can turn the pictures into videos too.
Just last thing, when you guys are talking change, I just real quick is that when we're talking to legislators, there's this guy, Charles Paz-Danes, and this is how he went about turning his pain into a purpose. He's affected over 50,000 people with his organization's nonprofit, and they just closed on a Southampton Motor Speedway where Denny Hamlin once raced, is now our headquartered operations, where once NASCAR racers drove. It's a 68-acre facility with over 70 partners in tow, and a staff and an international staff of 28. So there is hope out there, and you have Zach, and you have Brian, and you have Mark, and you have Garza, and you have all these cool stories. Let's not lose sight of that, so we can give some of these poor, I don't want to say a negative word, these poor guys out there that just they lose everything. Some people are able to turn their lives around, and so there is hope, and there are those stories out there. Shawn Pearson, the Dad to Dad platform. I mean, all this great stories. So I just wish I knew that there was a lot more hope. And you get in your head, you get in your feelings, and you just got to grab life by the balls and take it. Yeah. But I appreciate you, Brian. God bless you.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us again, brother. I really do appreciate it. Give yourself a Merry Christmas and have a good night, and we'll be in contact.
God bless, sir. Take care.
All right. Have a good one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, hey, do me a favor for anyone who's watching right now. You would have to get off this live feed to go do it, but I want you to go over to Kids Deserves Dad. I want you to go to their Facebook page, because right now Zach Martin is live on Kids Deserve Dad, and I want to get him back into this marathon. So I want everyone to go over and flood the Kids Deserve Dad live feed. Be like, get into the marathon. He right now is on a walk. A hike, but I would love to get him doing that hike here on the marathon. So if anyone can go over, I know I already have. I've already posted, get on the marathon, but go over and flood his live feed so we can get him back on the marathon. It'd be awesome to have him here, but as he's on his walk, his little hike that he's doing. But we are going to take a short break here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to play a couple songs as well as a commercial for you guys. At 7 o'clock, we are going to be joined by Tiff and the Punisher. They're going to come on here and join us. It'll just be them. I will be in the background. My camera will not be up. But they're going to do their weekly show with us here on the Christmas Marathon. They're joining us on our platform. They're not going to be on theirs. But yeah, it's going to be nice to have other podcasters come on and share their thoughts and do something for an hour. It's going to allow me to sit back and enjoy the show myself, because I'm enjoying the pre-recordings and everything and the music that I prepared for everybody. But to be able to sit back and just let somebody else take the reins for a little bit, it definitely helps. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back. Like I said, we're going to play 2 songs. I'm going to play the Cut the Strings and let's see, what else do I want to play? You know what? Yeah, we'll do Cut the Strings and then we'll do Never Never with a commercial in between. We'll be back.
The lights are up, the tree is tall, but there's a shadow hanging in the hall. The mailbox is empty, the phone doesn't ring while you're busy stealing the joy that Christmas brings.
You've got the calendar locked in your hand, mapping out walls like a line in the sand. I sent a package with a ribbon of red, but you told our child that I'd forgotten it instead.
The schedule says holiday, the judge signed the line, but you claimed our child's laughter is yours and not mine. You're checking your list and you're checking it twice, but none of your spirit is naughty or nice.
Oh, you're a mean one, keeping our child away, stealing the magic from them this Christmas Day. Your heart is a cavern of ice and of stone. You think that they're better off feeling alone. You're wearing the crown in your kingdom of spite. You are the Grinch who stole a child's daddy or mommy on Christmas night.
A FaceTime is blocked, a Merry Christmas tonight, with a wall made of ego and cold bitter pride.
Child, that's where I am while you're trimming the tree, and you paint me a villain so they won't look for me.
It isn't about the toys or the bikes or the cookies and milk that you know that they like.
It's the sound of a voice saying I love you so much that you traded away for a power trip touch. Oh, you're a mean one, keeping our child away, stealing the magic from them this Christmas Day. Your heart is a cavern of ice and of stone. To think that they're better off feeling alone. You're wearing the crown in your kingdom of spite. You are the Grinch who stole the child's daddy or mommy on Christmas night.
The snow's falling down on a driveway that's bare because you decided I shouldn't be there.
You think that you're winning, you think that you've won, but you're breaking the heart of your daughter or son.
A child isn't a trophy, a child isn't a prize to be hidden away from a parent's own eyes.
One day they will grow up and they'll see through the haze and remember who kept them in this lonely maze. Oh, you're a mean one, keeping our child away, stealing the magic from them this Christmas Day. Your heart is a cavern of ice and of stone. To think that they're better off feeling alone. You're wearing the crown in your kingdom of spite. You are the Grinch who stole the child's daddy or mommy on Christmas night. Who's down in Whoville had a change in their soul, but you'd rather keep every ounce of control. Keep the doors bolted, keep the phone on the shelf. Merry Christmas, I hope you're enjoying yourself.
Yeah, you're the Grinch, just you and yourself.
Has the family court system damaged your relationship with your child? Were you shocked by the lack of due process? You are not alone. For 11 years, Mark Ludwig has led the charge for shared parenting reform. He's met face-to-face with over 700 legislators, hosted over 70 events, and pushed legislation in 31 states. Now he's building something bigger, the A-Team. We are recruiting trained advocates in all 50 states, people like you stepping up for kids and real change. By joining Mark's Legislative Leadership Development Program, you'll get strategy sessions with Mark and guest legislators, on-demand training videos, and advanced AI tools to influence lawmakers. You'll even earn a seat on Mark's legislative team to join us when we meet the lawmakers. Don't just hope for change. Be the reason it happens. Join the movement. Join the A-Team. Visit stlmarkludwig.com and click the membership tab to get started today.
Are you ready to challenge the script? Fathers face immense hurdles in family courts, biases that often sideline their vital role in their children's lives. This isn't just unfair to dads, it deeply harms children, who deserve the love and guidance of both parents. Solicitors often focus on winning cases, treating clients as battles to be won rather than families to be nurtured. Government agencies frequently act on one-sided reports without thorough investigation, forcing fathers to defend themselves against unverified claims. Fathers, don't let this break you. Play the long game. Document everything meticulously. Keep detailed records of calls. Consider CCTV at home for transparency and never react emotionally to provocation. Less is more. Avoid confrontations, never chase or pester, and focus on the end goal. Quality time with your child. Mandatory mediation, shared parenting presumptions, and accountability for false claims are crucial reforms. When fathers are equal partners, children thrive emotionally and socially, developing resilience, empathy, and security. Stand strong, advocate for change, and remember, persistent strategic action can rewrite the future for fathers, children, and society.
It's such like a tug of war with whose side are you going to choose. I realized like it was just tearing me apart.
It was always, you're on my side or you're dead to me.
The first time my dad saw me, I was in my grandma's arms in a courtroom.
It really felt like she didn't want anything to do with me.
It's hard when you have to stop and think that your child wants nothing to do with you because of what they've been taught.
One parent gets to be a parent and the other gets to be, at best, a visitor, and at worst, completely erased. And a lot of it has to do with our judicial system.
What I remember about being in court was having to lie to the judge.
It destroys lives, it bankrupts people every day, it tears children from their homes, and just so happens to be a $50 billion a year industry.
If you don't pay your child support, you're gonna go to jail.
Walter Scott decided to bolt from his car. Court documents show he owed more than $18,000 in child support payments.
These fathers are not deadbeat, they're dead broke.
Nothing I said mattered. None of the evidence I brought forward mattered. The judge wouldn't even look at it.
He's nothing like I was told he was.
If there's 22 million adults dealing with this, that's over 22 million children. And the mental health consequences are severe and long-lasting.
It's heartbreaking to me to see how many of you are dealing with this.
My dad was erased from my life.
It's happening all over the world. This isn't a father's rights issue. It's not a mother's rights issue. It's a human right issue.
My daughter here and I have been alienated from each other for the majority of her life. She called me and said, "Dad, it's time to move home," and she came home.
If the court worked in a way where there was 50-50 custody, I'd be happier. I wouldn't feel a void because I've never known a life where one parent wasn't missing.
A new bill would make default custody 50-50.
How come we don't have shared parenting in the law? It's called special interests.
We need more clarity in law to support what is best for children, shared parenting, and this helps move in that direction.
I want to show people that it can have a happy ending.
In about 10 minutes, we're going to leave for the courthouse so I can legally readopt my daughter.
I've seen families heal just because both parents got a fair chance. You don't have to agree on everything. You just have to agree your kid deserves both of you.
In the courtroom circus, the gavel swings. Family torn apart by invisible strings. Puppet master laughs while the truth is ignored. Lies get a crown, truth gets the sword. One wins the game, one's left to crawl. But the kids are the ones who lose it all. A house divided where loved ones tread. Now it's a battlefield of hearts full of dread. Cut the strings, break the chains. See the evil drive in this pain. Puppet master pulling the strings tight. The parents' eyes blinded by the fight. Cut the strings before it's too late. Rewrite the story, escape the hate. A house divided will always fall, but the love of our children can rebuild it all. The puppet master dangle power like it's a prize. Blindfold justice with their lies. No due process, just a twisted show. Who really wins, no one knows. Children watch from the shattered ground. Silent cries in a world unbound. The scars run deep, the wounds won't heal, but parents still spin on the puppet's wheel. Cut the strings, break the chains. See the evil drive in this pain. Puppet master pulling the strings tight. The parents' eyes blinded by the fight. Cut the strings before it's too late. Rewrite the story, escape the hate. A house divided will always fall, but the love of our children can rebuild it all. Cut the strings, break the chains. Parents, you have to before it's too late. See the evil drive in this pain. Rewrite the story, escape the hate. Puppet master pulling tight. A house divided will always fall. The parents' eyes blinded by the fight, but the love of our children can rebuild it all. Cut the strings, break the chains. See the evil drive in this pain. Puppet master pulling the strings tight. The parents' eyes blinded by the fight. Cut the strings before it's too late. Rewrite the story, escape the hate. A house divided will always fall, but the love of our children can rebuild it all. Cut the strings before it's too late. Rewrite the story, escape the rain. Come together working with a clean slate. The two of you together, condemn the pain. Cut the strings.
Why should kids suffer so lawyers can make a few bucks? Shared parenting works for kids, not lawyers.
They call it visitation, like you're a guest in your own child's life. For many unmarried fathers, the battle for 50-50 shared parenting isn't just about time. It's about fighting a system and a spiteful past that tries to erase the most important title you'll ever hold. The unmarried father is more than a movement. We are a brotherhood of men who refuse to be sidelined. We believe every child deserves the active, meaningful presence of their father, regardless of whether they were born in or out of wedlock. Your story matters. Your role is essential. It's time to stop fighting for permission and start standing for equality. Join us at TUF and help us change the narrative for the next generation. Because a father's love is not a luxury, it's a right.
I just wasn't going to allow my kids to grow up without their father.
And having absolutely no relationship with him, it hurts. It really does.
I'm a business owner. I'm an elected official. But the courts didn't think I was good enough to raise my kids.
There could be no system that would be designed to hurt the family more than the family court system in its present form.
They're not protecting the kids because they are cutting one parent out of the life of a child just because two adults can't get along.
What do people do when their children are taken away? And she said they pay their child support and shut up, and walked away. And I thought that was the most accurate encapsulation of my experience in family court.
I've been through 43 false allegations, not one conviction, not one arrest.
Lawyers, judges have financial gain. Social workers and people that are in the community, our jobs really is to clean up after the mess that happens from courtrooms.
Did you know that nearly 50% of all marriages end in divorce? That's nearly one divorce every 36 seconds in the United States. That breaks down to nearly 1 million children a year who are affected by divorce. 75% of children of divorced parents live with their mother. Teenage children are 3 times more likely to need psychological help within any given year, 50% more likely to develop health problems. 85% of incarcerated individuals were raised in a single-parent home, twice as likely to attempt suicide. About 70% of all high school dropouts come from a single-parent home. 75% of teenage substance abuse comes from single-parent homes. But did you know that children of divorce who are involved with both parents equally have far better academic results and are less likely to drop out of school than those living in a single-parent home? They're better off on measures of mental and emotional well-being, they suffer less depression, and exhibit less anger, and are less likely to participate in underage drinking, premarital sex, or drug use. So support 50-50 shared parenting. Our youth are counting on your support. This message is brought to you by the Illinois Fathers for Equality.
Oh, those boys are much too much. Those boys are much too much. We got the spirit. We're hot. We can't be stopped. We got the spirit. We're hot. We can't be stopped. We're going to beat them and bust them.
The smallest moments can have the biggest impact on a child's life.
Let's get a little bit rowdy. R-O-W-D-Y.
Take time to be a dad
One more
today.
time. Oh, those boys are much too much. Those boys.
Suicide is not inevitable for anyone. There's no shame in seeking help. And there are resources available if you or a loved one is contemplating suicide. Here are 5 key steps that you can take to help someone who is struggling.
Ask, are you thinking about committing suicide? Listen to their reasons for emotional pain, and then help them refocus on their reasons for living.
Keep them safe. Put time and distance between the person and potential suicide methods.
Be there for them, in person, over the phone, or however else you can.
Connect them to helpful resources, like the National Suicide Prevention Hotline.
And follow up. Text, call, or see them in person to help reinforce their connectedness to the world.
Please click the link below for further information on suicide prevention resources.
Flipped a little too fast. September's gone, the choir didn't last. The stores are all playing that same old tune under a big bright holiday moon.
But in this house, the silence is loud. Just me and my shadow in a one-person crowd. Another December, another year the same. Wishing I could just say your name. 'Cause the holiday season hits like a hammer, knocking the breath right out of my grammar. The presents pile up, a colorful heap. Promises of joy that I can't keep. An empty chair where your smile should be. Are there other parents out there who look like me? Lost in the tinsel and the festive light, just trying to make it through the lonely night. The lights on the street, they twinkle and glow. I turn off my lamp, I just don't wanna know. Each unwrapped gift is a memory I pack of all of the moments that I can't get back.
Self-doubt's a cold wind that blows through the hall. Was it my fault we hit this wall? Did I mess up? Did I let you down? Feeling like the loneliest parent in this whole town. 'Cause the holiday season hits like a hammer, knocking the breath right out of my grammar. The presents pile up, a colorful heap. Promises of joy that I can't keep. An empty chair where your smile should be. Are there other parents out there who look like me? Lost in the tinsel and the festive light, just trying to make it through the lonely night. I see happy families on the TV screen, living the life that should have been. They wrap up the toys, they share a warm hug, while I just pull a blanket tight and snug. I that the holidays bring.
So here's to the other parents wherever you are.
We're shining a light, we're a distant star.
'Cause the holiday season hits like a hammer, knocking the breath right out of my grammar. The presents pile up, a colorful heap, promises of joy that I can't keep. An empty chair where your smile should be. Are there other parents out there who look like me, lost in the tinsel and the festive light?
Just trying to make it through the lonely night.
Just trying to make it through, hoping you're okay. Maybe next year, maybe someday. The presents stay wrapped, the room is still bare, but I know that I'm not alone in my prayer.
Not alone in my prayer. One day you get the gifts that set unwrapped for days, but for now the hammer falls and the silence stays.
What does a complete family look like? For too many children, the picture isn't complete. Legal battles, complex custody laws, and outdated assumptions often keep good parents from being active participants in their children's lives. When a family changes, why should a parent have to step out of the frame? The National Council for Equal Shared Parenting, a future where children get the benefit with both parents. We advocate for laws and policies that ensure children have equal time, love, and support from both mom and dad. Because a child thrives with the consistent, loving presence of two parents. Promote the simple, equal, shared parenting is best for kids. Learn how you can support this vital mission and help keep families whole. Visit NCESP.org today.
Everywhere that we go, he makes people laugh and makes people smile, and I feel like I have that quality.
He's the one who always takes me fishing.
I watch golf with him. And
I watch him cook, because when I grow up, I want to be a cook too.
We have the same faces like this.
Dad is the one, when you fall, that picks you up.
That unconditional sense of presence and reassurance is really what makes him my father.
The snow is falling softly. The lights are on the tree, but there's a heavy silence where the laughter used to be. The calendar is marked in red, the season's drawing near, but the Grinch is at the doorway freezing out the cheer. The phone stays on the counter, the ring is turned to low, the messages are mounting but you'll never let them know. In bitterness and lock the garden gate, trading Christmas spirit for a heart filled up with hate. The children ask for daddy or they wonder where mommy had stayed, but you brush away their questions like the plans that you delayed. You tell them that they're busy or they didn't care to call, while you hide the very heartbeat of the meaning of it all. Oh, you're playing at the hero while you're acting like the thief, feeding on the tension and the children's quiet grief. You stole in every phone call and you've hit across a disappearing line. Yeah, the Grinch is in the hallway and he's wearing your disguise, stealing away the holidays right before their eyes. Yeah, you're turning green in your tower of pride, keeping the love of a parent outside. You've stolen the Sundays and the holiday cheer because you're the Grinch of the atmosphere. You think that you're winning by locking the gate, but you're feeding the child on a diet of property, a child isn't a prize, but I see the stolen moments in the sadness of their eyes. You're counting up your power while you're tearing them apart, stealing away the magic with a cold and Grinch-like heart. The stockings hang in balance, but the joy is spread too thin because you won't open up the door and let the other in. You might own the winner schedule and you might hold every key, but you're the one who's losing in this lonely victory. Oh, you're playing at the hero while you're acting like the thief, feeding on the tension and the children's quiet grief. You've stolen every phone call and you've hit it every sign, building up a wall across the disappearing line. Yeah, the Grinch is in the hallway and he's wearing your disguise, stealing away the holidays right before their eyes. Yeah, you're turning green in your tower of pride, keeping the love of a parent outside. You've stolen the Sundays and the holiday cheer because you're the Grinch of the atmosphere. You think that you're winning by locking the gate, but you're feeding the child on a diet of hate. The tree is bright, the fire's warm, but the air is turning cold. A story of a holiday that never should be told. You've won the day, you've kept them close, you've had your selfish way, but the Grinch is all they'll remember when they think of Christmas Day. Yes, that is all they will remember this Christmas Day.
Family courts only grant shared parenting to 20% of divorced or split families.
That means 28 million children are being raised without one of their parents.
If my parents share parenting, I'll have fewer stress-related illnesses.
If my parents share parenting,
I'll be less likely to engage in delinquent behavior.
If my parents share parenting, I'll be more likely to graduate high school and college.
I'll be less likely to abuse drugs, alcohol, and nicotine.
I will be less likely to suffer from depression. I'll be less likely to become pregnant as a teenager.
I'll be less likely to become a teen father.
I'll be more likely to have positive relationships with my grandparents. If my parents share parenting, they would be more likely to be in my child's life.
One of the first things you taught me is how to share.
Share parenting.
Studies have proven that shared parenting makes healthier, happier children.
Please join us in this first ever national awareness advertising campaign for reform that will benefit children. Please help promote the equal shared parenting message across the country by giving generously. Your donation will help purchase advertising like this, strategically placed across the country. Together, we will make sure that children have equal access to both of their fit, loving, willing, and able parents. Please visit AFESP.com today and donate. Thank you.
A common strategy is called the silver bullet, which is where you make false allegations against the other parent in order to win the upper hand in custody. The reason that strategy even exists is because the system is designed to have a winner and a loser.
Courts have a financial incentive to take our children from us, to take us as parents, most often fathers, but also mothers. They reduce us down to visitors to justify child support order. And when they justify child support order, the state then receives federal funding through what's known as Title IV-D of the Social Security Act.
I did a great job and raised them myself pretty much. Their mom did what she had to do to help out, but she didn't allow the system to come in and force me to raise my own kids.
My daughter died. No one told me. And her mother still collected child support.
Let's go, Sarah. Come on, sweetie. Yeah, I understand, sweetie.
I know a lot of you are going through the very same things that I'm going through right now.
I spent 15 years in prison because I didn't have my biological father there to influence me.
Anything you want to say? You're being accused of shooting a cop, killing him.
Society not letting me see my son. I lashed out with somebody that didn't deserve it.
85% of youths in prison were raised by single moms.
I haven't seen my son since November.
Like I said, I got one I ain't seen in 15 years.
I haven't seen my kids since December 2013.
I've been on house arrest for 2 years now for wanting to be in my daughter's life and being a father.
This doesn't just happen to men, this also happens to women. Mothers are alienated as well.
I'm personally a victim of a corrupt family law system.
They're being told by their father that your mother don't want you. She abandoned you. Do you know what this is doing to my children?
As President of the United States, I will do everything I can to address this inequality in tax policy.
Casualties of war, warriors against the regime.
Here's another set of myths and truths about shared parenting. Myth. Shared parenting arrangements are unstable and tend to turn into a sole custody arrangement except in name. Truth. While a very old 1980 study in California suggested that shared parenting arrangements tended to drift over time to sole maternal custody arrangements, recent research has demonstrated that the living arrangements of children with shared placement were at least as stable as those of children with sole mother placement. Myth. Even though shared parenting is better for children, there should be no legal presumptions about parenting time. Truth. Legal presumptions of equal shared parenting provide parents and children with assurances that their relationship will be protected. Young adults who are raised by divorced parents wish that they had more equal parenting time with both their parents.
Thoughts of suicide may feel impossible to overcome, but with help and support, you can find hope and meaning. Call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-TALK to speak to a counselor, or visit suicidepreventionlifeline.org. It's free, it's confidential, it's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And even if it feels like it, you're not alone.
Change is a whisper, it's the roar in the crowd. It's a silent prayer as we scream out loud. It's the hands that hold and the hearts that mend. Change is a story that will never end.
Yeah, family core got us twisted in the system. Dreams of the kids, but the gavel won't listen. Two parents, one love, split down the middle. Broken hearts play in a bittersweet fiddle. Fighting for rights, but the road hasn't played fair. Justice been blindfolded, acting like it don't care. Let us through the law, seems like they're gathering dust, but we continue to march on because change is a must. Never, never, never stop the fight. Equal shepherding and shine in the light. Change is coming, it's within our sight. Never give up the hype, we're gonna make it right. Never, never, never give up hope. Seeking justice as we climb the rope. Every tear we shed fuels the fire we stoke. No more broken homes, this is the dream we evoke. Courtroom circus, they juggling pain. Tears on the gavel, lives down the drain. Family split, hearts severed in twain. But the future's a canvas, we splatter the stain. Yeah, 50-50 vision, balance in sight. Fathers and mothers both deserve the light. Kids need both, wrongs turn to right. Family law reform, we ignite the fight.
Never, never, never
Stop the fight. Equal shepherding and shine in the light. Change is coming, it's within our sight. Never give up the hype, we're gonna make it right. Never, never, never give up hope. Seeking justice as we climb the rope. Every tear we shed fuels the fire we stoke. No more broken homes, this is the dream we evoke.
speak out loud, don't be afraid. A future's built on the stands we've made. For fathers, mothers, children too. Family reform, it starts with you. Never, never, never
Stop the fight. Cold shepherding and shine in the light. Change is coming, it's within our sight. Never give up the hype, we're gonna make it right. Never, never, never give up hope. Seeking justice as we climb the rope. Every tear we shed fuels the fire we stoke. No more broken homes, this is the dream we evoke. Change is the whisper, it's the roar in the crowd. Never stop the fight. It's the silent prayer as we scream out loud. Shining the light. It's the hands that hold and the hearts that mend. No more broken homes. Change is a story that will never end. It's the dream we evoke. Never, never, never stop the fight. Equal shepherding and shine in the light. Change is coming, it's within our sight. Never give up the hype, we're gonna make it right. Never, never, never give up hope. Seeking justice as we climb the rope. Every tear we shed fuels the fire we stoke. No more broken homes, this is the dream we evoke. It's the dream we evoke.
We go by many names. Dad, Padre, sometimes old man. Usually it's Daddy. Daddy's the favorite. But they all mean the same thing. They all mean father, a man in relationship with his children. We're the Father's Rights Movement. Because every child deserves a father. We're working for justice in the family court system. Support fathers' rights. Come join us today.
Single motherhood can be totally exhausting. You do it all. Take care of the kids, run everyone to sports, doctors, play dates, cook, clean laundry. Plus you work full time. I get that when you divorced, this made sense. You were the main parent and maybe even the better parent. Kids can see their dad on the weekend, but they need a primary home, right? Plus your mom, your best friend, your lawyer, everyone told you that's what you should fight for in divorce and pay the lawyer for. But what if I told you the every other weekend schedule isn't actually what's good for kids? That it hurts kids. In fact, there are 60 peer-reviewed studies that prove that it's best for kids when they spend approximately equal time with both parents. That every other weekend schedule was developed in the 1960s, back when June Cleaver was the feminine ideal and women couldn't get a credit card without her husband's permission. Think about it. Your current setup is pretty sexist. You are responsible for the kids while he has time to focus on his career. It turns out, though, when kids spend equal time between both parents' homes, good things happen for everyone. Kids grow up seeing dads juggle family and work, manage households, and be involved caretakers. And kids grow up seeing moms as breadwinners and taking care of themselves as well as others. After all, now moms have more time to build their careers, build a life, and swipe right more often. Not only do kids benefit from bonding with both parents equally, all that lawyer money can go to the college fund. Everyone wins. So if you believe in gender equality and what's best for kids and what's best for you, start by splitting parenting time 50-50. Simple.
We're here today because shared parenting isn't just a right, it's essential for the well-being of the children.
You got a king?
Go fish.
The smallest moments can have the biggest impact on a child's life. Take time to be a dad today.
Not today.
I'm here. You can tell me anything.
I see you. We're in this together.
Breakthroughs are happening.
Treatments are evolving.
The stats can change.
Society can change.
We can all say, not today.
Not today.
Not today. Not today. Not today.
If we're together, bound to be better. When we're together, together.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and I know we got Tiff on. We're just waiting for the Punisher to get in, and when they're ready, we'll definitely get them up and running. But ladies and gentlemen, yes, this is another podcasting group that we're going to be bringing up here momentarily. We're just, like I said, we're waiting for the Punisher to get in. I don't know if he's with Tiff or if he's at his place. But, again, this is a marathon, ladies and gentlemen. So for the next hour, as soon as Tiff and the Punisher's ready, we'll bring them on live, and they'll be talking all up until about 8 o'clock. From 8 o'clock on. We'll open the floor to anyone who wants to join again. I know Zach Martin said he's going to be coming back on for the closing. Hopefully we'll get Mark on. Maybe we can get Mark to get some legislators to come on and join us. We will try to do that, and to share a good word and what they're hoping to see in the coming year, now that the new year is right around the corner. So many great things are coming up, though, ladies and gentlemen. So many great things are coming up. I know we're waiting on Mark to give us the final dates for the March event that's going to be happening in DC. It's going to be part 2 from the first trip from November. So we are definitely looking forward to that. I'm personally looking forward to that. I had such an joyous time back at the beginning of November in DC with the A team doing some legislative work and doing the press conference the next day, as well as hitting the club up for that major event that we did that the National Council for Shared Parenting put on and at the Capitol Club. And I tell you what, I've never been to such a government event like that before, and that was huge. What we accomplished that day, we were only expecting maybe a handful of people to show up. That room was packed, and when I mean by packed, it was elbow to elbow. I have pictures where I literally had to hold the camera up above my head just to be able to get pictures of everything that's happening in the room. But it was elbow to elbow. A lot of great individuals. Several senators were there. Congressmen were there. Legal aides were there, or should I say the representative aides who weren't in DC at the time. Their aides showed up for them, and it was just a wonderful experience to be able to have to see that. And I got to meet Bob McEwen again. Thanks to Mark. I am back. I went over to my. Very nice. Okay, very nice. But thank you for coming back in the chat and joining. I really do appreciate that. Like I said, right now we're waiting on Tiff and Q, Tiff and the Punisher to come on. I know Tiff is already in the queue. We're just waiting for the Punisher to come on. I don't know if he's having some internet issues or not. But as soon as they pop up and get their cameras on, we'll definitely bring them on live. So Tiff, if you can hear me, as soon as you bring you guys' camera up, I will definitely bring you guys live. Just let me know when you guys are ready, and I will bring you guys live. Ladies and gentlemen, the November trip, this is fantastic. And the part 2 is going to be happening in March. I know Mark said it was going to happen in February. He had to postpone it because there's another event going on in February that he's going to go to for what we're trying to accomplish. So we're pushing it back to March. And I'm still looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to meeting new legislators and new congressmen that I haven't met before. I've always said I was going to be, the guy in the trenches. Well, now I'm a guy in the suit too. I'm doing both. And for anyone who saw the picture from DC of me wearing a suit, I've been told I look like a gangster. I'm a big boy. I'm short and stocky. I got a belly, so I'm looks like I'm well fed. I am well fed. I feed myself pretty well. But yeah, no. I'm still looking forward to this next trip to DC. Merry Christmas, justice for the kids. Shirley kids, yeah, justice for the Shirley kids. Merry Christmas to you as well. And hold on, looks like I got a private message. Okay, just got a message from Tiff. They're almost ready. All right, just let me know. And like I said, just turn your camera on. As soon as you turn your camera on, I know you're ready, and I'll pull you guys up. I'll give you like 15 seconds after you turn your camera on, and I'll bring you guys up. But yeah, so many great things. RFIRN, we are coming back for our daily Sunday evening 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern time shows here in the beginning of the new year. Stephen and I will be back and doing this again. And I've been still looking forward to getting back behind the microphone and providing you guys the shows and giving you guys the platform to have a voice to speak. This is RFIRN, the voice of the voiceless. And so if you want to join us on our show and be a guest, do reach out to us. Send us an email at rfirnetwork@gmail.com. Again, rfirnetwork@gmail.com. And we will definitely get you a slot on one of our shows. We will do a behind the scenes interview with you and, go over everything that's going to happen while on the show. And, because, you see, we got commercials, we got, songs. And so we'll be doing all of that. And, I want to make note that if anybody out there has music they want us to share on our show, if you created music based upon your personal experiences of dealing with family courts and CPS, send them to us. We will play them. Just make sure it's an MP3 file Or if you have a video that goes with it, a music video, make sure you send us the MP4 via email. We will make sure we download those through our system, and we will play them, throughout, our shows. It's not just the music that I produce or somebody else is producing. We want to be able to share the work of others. We want to be able to promote others' work, to promote other organizations. So if you want us to be able to make a commercial for you guys, if you're a part of an organization, do reach out. I will, I'll create a commercial for you that we can use to help promote your brand, to help promote your organization or group. And we want to be able to do this for you because we want to be able to promote everyone within the community, because that's the only way that unity is going to work, is if we promote each other. And we want to promote as many people as possible, promote every organization, every group that we can, to be able to unify under one umbrella, under the National Council for Equal Share Parenting. And I'm telling you, what we did in November, so many groups came together. I want to say, Mark, I don't know if you're lurking in the chat, 'cause I know you got your son, but I think we had like 40 different organizations that are now collaborating under one banner, under the National Council for Equal Share Parenting. And it's not about it being the focal point. It's just we're all finally collaborating together for the greater good. So, we got to do it. It's got to be done. Okay. I figured as much. Just whenever you guys are ready, we'll bring you guys up. But yeah, it is amazing to where we have begun to come to. The footsteps that we have taken to be able to talk to the legislators and congressmen and all these, aides. I spoke to many aides back in November while I was in DC, and it's been a phenomenal. I was expecting to get a little bit of a pushback. No, we didn't get no pushback whatsoever. We were actually open or granted with open arms. Every office that we walked into, whether it be the aide or the representative. I said it last night, and I would like to say it again. I would like to wish my children. Yes, you know what? I am going to bring your comment up on camera there. Here we go. So you would like to wish your 4 children, Ariana, Tommy, Bianca, and Charlie Sherlick, a Merry Christmas. This is my 6th year of not having any meaningful contact with them while I continue to fight a highly corrupt family court case between Illinois and Florida. Heather Bend. So, my heart goes out to you, Heather. It really does. Thank you again for coming on and joining us here. And, I want everyone to do this right now. For everyone who is watching, copy the link and share this to your Facebook page. Share this to all your social media pages. We want to get as many people in here as possible to be able to, provide more assistance to those who need it during this time. All right. Looks like we got the Punishers on. We're just waiting. There we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are bringing up Tiff and the Punisher. Here we go. What's going on, guys?
What's going on, man? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. How are you guys doing today?
Well, we made it.
Right, +2 still, please. Or +3, right? Like there's 3 of us that can be accounted for. Hopefully everybody else, the numbers are still up there, right? Hopefully everybody else is still on the plus side.
I was so blessed that throughout the night, because I've been having some internet issues with our internet server, our internet company. They've been working on the server all last week, and it's been causing major delays and service downfalls to where our speeds are like way up here, and then they just drop, and we have to reset the router. Luckily, we only had to do it once, and it happened around 5 o'clock, and that was the first time it did it during this live feed, and it just took 2 minutes for me to get it back up and running, but we were able to get it back, and we're still rolling.
So what Brian, I gotta ask you, what happened with our enemy, the YouTube man? They didn't like what you were doing? Is that what happened?
No, they did not like what we were doing.
Oh, that's awful.
Facebook and YouTube, because I've been doing this for so long, the algorithms, they hit RFIRN like that. And anytime they hit me for content that we were providing, they did not like the content that we were putting out there. It wasn't the music, it wasn't the videos that we're playing, it was the content itself, the nature of the content of what we're discussing. And they gave me a strike on the YouTube channel for it. They said I have 90 days to repeal it, and after 90 days they'll take the strike off. But if I repeal it and I lose the appeal, then that could stay on for a full year. Oh. And so it's not even worth fighting. You know, I want to be able to still post the videos, the music videos. I want to be able to share other people's things, events that we do in DC. I want to be able to share those onto the YouTube channel. So I'm not even going to fight it. It's not even worth it. But I'm encouraging everyone to come over to Twitch. Twitch is a much better platform. So much more can be done over here, and they don't censor you. They do not censor you. It's like even on my gaming channel, when I got music in the background, as long as the music's not the focal point, you know, if it's copyrighted material, as long as it's not the focal point, they will not, you know, shut you down. They allow you to do it because they understand that sometimes, you know, having music in the background, it helps not only your stream, but it helps you as a streamer. So they understand that, unlike YouTube and Facebook. That's why I got away from Facebook streaming. That's why I got away from YouTube streaming. You know, we tried to YouTube this time around, and, you know, we went about 11 hours before they shut us down, but they did around 6:14 this morning. Something woke me up. I don't know what it was. Maybe I just had a hunch, and my body's like, hey, you want to get up?
Hey, maybe you twitched, right? Now.
Yeah, you need to check your stream. And it's literally, as soon as I looked at it, I'm like, oh, shit.
Right. Man
but
down.
we were still rolling on Twitch, so we're all good, you know, and we're still here.
That's great. That's good.
Well, thanks for having us.
Yeah.
I'm honored to be here, actually. I appreciate it. And I did call Darren. I said, oh my God, can you let Brian know that they took him down off YouTube? So I had to switch over to Twitch, but that's a whole other mess. But anyway.
Yeah. Well, you know, a lot of people, you know, they're afraid of change and opening up a new platform. There's nobody over here on Twitch that's talking about these type of issues. Nobody. I've looked. I've done my research into it, and there's nobody else here talking about these issues. So it's about time that we finally get over on this platform to do so. And there's, like I said, there's so much more. Once RFIRN becomes an affiliate of Twitch, if we can get the likes and the follows and, you know, get the people in chatting, it's going to take some time, especially when we start our shows every Sunday. We'll be able to get affiliate real quick, but we need 150 followers. We need at least 3 to 5 chatters constantly throughout the live streams, and we got to do it at least for an hour each stream. And that's in order to become affiliate. Once we become affiliate, the possibilities are endless on Twitch, and that's why I'm trying to bring everybody over to Twitch. And, you know, it's free to join. Anyone can join Twitch. It's free. It's free to create your account, and you can create your own name, and just come in here. And the emojis that they have, the sounds that we can put on here is so much better.
Do they have a ton? So they have a ton of extra effects. Then is what you're saying.
Yes, a lot of different effects. You got sound alerts when somebody, you know, follows you. You'll be able to do a sound alert for somebody following, somebody who subscribes. You know, you can subscribe straight from the YouTube channel. I'm not YouTube channel, the Twitch channel. But we're not asking for subscribers. If you want to subscribe, it is $5.99 to subscribe. And any money
it is a good time to ask for that.
Yeah, any money that is raised through our Twitch channel goes towards you know, a better system. So it all goes back into the stream. It's not used for personal use. It all goes back into the stream. You know, it's the same thing with my gaming channel. Any money that I make from my gaming channel on Twitch goes right back into the streams. You know, helps be able to it's like I know my my gaming card is starting to go up on me a little bit. Every now and again, I got to take it out and clean it off and whatnot. But it's this computer that I'm using is about almost 9 years old, so it's time for an upgrade. But yeah, the video card is what I need. So any money that that is made through either RFIRN or through my gaming channel goes to get new equipment, new materials for the computer. So yeah, if anybody wants to, wants to become an affiliate and able to get the follows like that, if you want to subscribe, more than welcome to. It's not necessarily, it's up to you. Like I said, it's not necessary. Follows, however, we want people to follow us. We want to get to follows. We want to get up to 150. I don't even know how many we have at the moment. We have.
I started following you last night.
Yes, you did. I got the notification right on the Twitch channel. We need. It's 21 followers right now. We have 21 followers.
We're getting it.
On
It's
our
better than
YouTube channel.
It's better than 19, Brian.
Exactly.
So hey, each one counts, man. You know what? And each time you get a new follower, that means that they're still on this earth with us. So that's a good thing, man. Every follower means that there's a breathing soul on the other end of that. So that's good stuff right there. They made it through the holidays,
Yep. All right. Well, I am going to take myself off screen. I will leave it up to you guys. Just before 8 o'clock, I will come back on screen. But I will. If you guys have anybody else that wants to come on with you guys, all they got to do is literally click on the link. It's a pinned post in the chat. So it's at the very top of the Twitch page and in your chat area. It says if you'd like to join and say a few words. To those who are struggling, click on the link to be directed to StreamYards. Click on that link, and it'll literally bring you right into the StreamYards and put you in the queue, and we will bring you up. So if you have anybody, just let me know. Just be like, hey, Brian, we got so-and-so coming on. As soon as you pop on, bring them up. All right?
Sweet. We'll do that.
All right. I will be back here just before 8 o'clock. Enjoy, and thank you for joining us.
Yeah, you got it, Brian. Anytime.
So, hey, Darren.
I feel strange. Like when you're like, all right, guys, we'll be back in a half hour to pick you up. Be good. Don't do anything strange. Like here you go. What is this weird? But
so
hey,
first, let me tell the people that are watching who we are. We're Tiff and the Punisher, and we're on YouTube and Facebook. And I think we need to start a Twitch account, Darren.
We do have one. We do have Twitch already. We're already here, Tiff.
Okay, so
we are already in. Yes, but
so you can come and join us too if we're not on, but Darren says we're on. You can join us on YouTube. So that's who we are.
Yeah.
So
we talk about CPS and all their shortfalls.
We also have a whole team. Go ahead, Darren. Who's our team?
Oh, we have many. We have a whole slew of people. We have a bunch of shows Monday through Friday. What am I thinking? Monday through Monday. Tiff and I are on Monday through Fridays from 7:15-ish to 8:30, 9-ish. That type of area. So if you block 7 to 9, you'll catch us. And then we have a bunch of other shows with people like Danielle that does Unmasking Foster Care Corruption. We do have Brenda that does Bringing Back Brenda, and that's telling her story of how she fights Louisiana and Florida and all of those states that have kidnapped her kids and stolen her husband and put him in the penile system. And that's where he goes. So the story is about her fight and everything. She has been as of recent been slowed up a little bit because of what she's got going on, but that doesn't mean she's disappeared. So pay attention to those things, and you'll see that stuff appear in there. And if you haven't seen that in the prior, if you haven't, go and look at the reruns. Go look at all the the previous shows that we have and check them out. We have Gunning for CPS, that's on Sunday nights. That's Gunnar Evers telling his story and his march to beating this government down with the 1983 and winning the system that way. He also helps other people out with the constitutional law and the appendix of that stuff. We have his wife Sharon, that she too is a freedom fighter, freedom family fighter, if you will. Sorry, my mouth's dry. So we have her. Oh, good, thanks. We have her wife that she does healing. She helps parents heal and become back to being solid so that they can too fight. She has also been a victim recently of retaliation, and she's getting ready to. She's feeling like it's finally time for her to come out and say some things, but she's dealing with her first holidays right now without those kids. So our prayers and everything for her. And if you guys could do that for her too, that would be huge. But she's ready to come back, fight, and kick some ass. No doubt about it. We got Henry, or Hank, as he likes to call himself, Hammer and Hank. He's our ADA specialist. Henry's one of those people that knows a little bit about a lot of things, but he knows a hell of a lot about the ADA as he fights to make sure that his son is treated equal and the same, as he liked to say it, as everybody else. He wants to make sure that everybody has an even playing field when they go to the courtroom or they go to whatever position of authority that they need to be comparable to. He wants to know that this system that he's going up against is all equal and the same. So that way the ADA or the people with disabilities don't suffer, or they do understand what's going on with them, because it's not fair that people with disabilities don't get to know what's going on with themselves, when they go to the courtroom, whether they can't read, write, or whether their disabilities are stronger than that or weaker than that, And that's the beauty of the ADA, is you don't need to tell anybody what your disability is. You just have one. It's nobody's damn business. So if you've got one, you need some help, you definitely want to get old Hank. We got healing with Sam. Sam is another healer. They're both Sam and Sharon are good friends. They both are similar in their healing paths, but not at all either. That's like saying that two people are the same. They both go at things a little bit differently. I've been with Sam since I started my journey here in the podcast world doing this stuff. She came along with Tiff and I this year. It was this year, right, that she finally jumped the fence. And she came on board with us full time. She's an awesome healer as well. She too has lost her kids to this atrocious mess of a government agency we call CPS. But she's fought her way through it, and she's here helping people one kid at a time, trying to fight their way through. I believe that's
it for right now. But
we got Jess. We have Jess. Jesus Almighty! Thank God we didn't forget that. I never heard the end of it. And we also have Becca. Jesus Almighty! Sorry, but you know what? Let me see if I can just pull up our Christmas song.
Yeah.
So
and we're
Becca is Becca works with me in the back of all this stuff. We've got and she's a MOD mods, right? Is that what they call it? MODs, MOIDs, MOIDs.
Yeah, and we have a manager. Her name is Alicia.
Yeah, Alicia's another one that's fighting her way through the system right now. And we got a ton of people. We got Jess. We got Derek, who's actually doing a show right now. Fostering Reality. Right? Yeah, he's doing a show right now on YouTube, guys. So if you're done with us here, I don't mean to take anybody away from Brian's show, but if you get the opportunity, make sure you check it out, because him and Jess are doing that right now. So that's cool. We got
we're also adding 2 new shows.
Oh yeah, we got Jesus Almighty. I forgot about Amen Osiris.
Yes, child support specialist.
Title 4D destroyer, right? Yeah. Title 4 destroyer is what you're known as you like to call him. He's amazing. So I mean, we got everybody pretty much covered in our little lickety.
Well, we forgot one little person.
That's Claire, who's right there next to you.
She will be starting her show probably in May or June. And her show is going to be called Clarity with Claire.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. I know that Claire is a little person with a huge punch. She is making waves of a difference down there where Tiff is. She's like Tiff revisited. There she is right there. It's Tiff's little twin.
Yes, she is my little twin.
Yeah, Tiff's little twin. So Tiff's put her under her wing and turned her into a beast. Not that she wasn't a beast without her, but she's definitely got the Tiff twang, and now she's making a huge amount of differences.
Is that the
those
cat?
damn kittens. She's making big differences in things. Right, Claire? You're
we're
scaring the hell out of the town council members and everything down there, aren't you?
Yeah, we're trying. We're getting ready to scare the hell out of CPS and DSS. What is it? It's like
they're going to go in front of the board of social services next.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
That's in January. So
Yeah,
We might have to do that one live. That might have to be a live with Claire moment.
Yeah,
maybe,
we might have to go live.
secretly. Yeah,
Time we can
that'd
do
be
it
cool.
right there in front of everybody and God.
Yeah, that's it. That's absolutely it. What else you got going on, Claire? How was your Christmas?
It was okay. I got to see my son for an hour at Denny's, so it's
Oh,
kind of
good.
sad. The morning
You got a
was
grand
good.
slam.
Yeah.
I didn't even know Denny's still existed.
Yeah, Denny's exists here.
Oh, it's big in the South, I guess.
Whatever.
So that's awesome. And what's going on with that? Are you still on track? Everything's still on track?
Everything's going well. We got another court date. What is it? They
March
put it on
30th.
They put it on the docket. So
Cool.
they're trying to get the protective order disposed and all that stuff.
They're scared.
Yeah. Well, that's because you got your firepower corner over there with Pat, right?
Yes, Pat and Tiff.
You put the Benjamins on Pat, and it looks like heads roll, right? Isn't that how that works?
Yeah,
that's what we needed.
Mm-hmm. So that's really cool. Do you want to plug him right now, too, Tiff? Since you're here,
huh?
Do you want to plug your lawyer right now while we're here too?
So if you live in Virginia, duh, it's Christmas. If you live in Virginia, Patrick McGraw out of Roanoke, just say Tiffany sent me, and talk to him from there. That's all you got to say. Tiffany sent me.
That's right. That's the Pat that I was just making reference to. If you guys didn't, if you couldn't pick that one up, that was Pat. That's Tiffany's little secret weapon she keeps in her pocket. So, man, you guys got stuff happening down there in Virginia, because of course you have Danielle sitting in the back that pulling the heartstrings of all the CPS workers down there.
Yes, Danielle.
So you got that going on.
Not only does she have her own show with us, she also works for RFK in DC, and she has denied Virginia CPS workers their raises, and she got us a meeting with RFK.
Yeah, sure did. So it said.
So we'll be talking to him in January.
January. Yep. That's going to be exciting. See what he has to say.
Yeah, let's see what he's got to say. My husband said, can I talk to him that day? Yes, you can talk to him.
That's right. That's right. Oh, yeah. You know what? I wonder if people have comments going on here. Oh, well, Lord, look at that. We got comments here. I'd like to start telling my story as well. This is Erica. Oh, hey, Erica. How are you? Way to follow us in here.
Thank you.
Erica. This awesome. Love for me is Erica, everybody. All right. Well, we got Erica following since. That's cool. How was your Christmas, Tiff? How did everybody fare out?
Like bandit.
Can we get a roll call? I mean, is anybody else out here watching by Erica? Do we got everybody? Is everybody still around? Nobody's we haven't lost anybody, right? Can everybody, if you guys can sign in on this little rap sheet here on the text area on the side, if you could fill your name in of who you are on YouTube, just so that we know that you guys are all still good. Because we don't know what Twitch names are and such. So if you guys could make sure that you fill in that spot, fill in, your name and everything, so we know who you are and what you're about. That would be really huge. That'd be really great. So we can
Merry Christmas.
You can do that.
But we will be back on tomorrow night at our regular time on YouTube. But I want everybody to know that this day is almost over. You can breathe a sigh of relief. And I hope that all our people that watch us on our show are doing okay. And I hope everybody checks in tomorrow night when we go live. Aw, that's great. We're getting a sleet, snow, freezing rainstorm tomorrow. So I don't know.
Did you see? I was just watching this before he came in. Let me see if I can find it again. I don't even know how I found it. It was a Trump.
With the birthright?
No.
While you look for that, I'm going to say something else.
You go ahead.
We also, thank you, Darren. We also have a website. It's CPS Breaking News. You can find all our profiles on there. You can find all kinds of information on there. And we want people to stay educated. And we want people to stay in this fight because we're only a week away from a new year, which means a new beginning and a brand new fight.
Mm-hmm. That's very good, Tiff.
That is very good. And so these next couple of weeks, we need to be resting, getting our minds right, getting our energy right, because 2026, the fight is coming even harder, especially with everything going on around here. Like Georgia's having issues. Virginia's probably going to start having some issues real soon. West Virginia's having major issues. So all the states are having issues. Oh, there's a lady in Maine that's suing for her parental rights up in Maine.
Nice. Very good. Yeah, there's a lot going on up here. I'll tell you. There's a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. And people, I don't know if we're allowed to cuss on here, but sometimes people just have to fuck around and find out.
That should have given you your 7 seconds of banning it if you blocking it, Brian, if you needed to. But yeah, that's it. FAFO.
That's right.
Right? That's right. So that's what we do. That's what we do. That's what we do on our place, which is abolishcps.com/ Oh, you know what, Tiff? Yeah. I know Becca and I worked very diligently at it last night to try to make it so that we were ready for the final phase. But don't forget the CPS Punisher app. When it analyzes all your documents, it analyzes all your CPS case, puts it into a nice case file for you, tells you what your violations are, tells you what they've done wrong, tells you what you can do to defend yourself against them, tells you pretty much everything you need to do to get your kids back. And that's the app. It's at thecpspunisher.com. It's supposed to be up and running right now. My daughter's, I'm looking at her trying to push it to make it happen. And she's been here for 3 days solid. I don't let her leave. She's actually to the right of me on this computer. So she's not leaving here until that thing's actually working. So please make sure you guys check that out. And
say the link one more time, Darren.
It's thecpspunisher.com. So thecpspunisher.com.
And
that's
we don't know who all's watching. We don't know. So I'm going to say this because I say it on our show all the time. The absolute best thing for everyone to do is learn your Constitution, your Bill of Rights, your state Bill of Rights, and your state Constitution. Because everything, the Constitution of the United States is superior law of the land. Your state Constitution is actually the law for your state. So everybody that's on here that doesn't watch us over here, make sure you know those 4 things, right? Because you can walk in a court of law and say, well, you're violating my rights. Because the next thing they're going to ask you is what rights are they violating? And you have to be able just to ramble them off. Like I can do it in my sleep.
Yep.
So that's my gift to everybody who doesn't watch us. Constitution, Bill of Rights, state Constitution, state Bill of Rights. You need to learn that.
That's good stuff, Jeff.
Thank you, Darren.
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, I found this last night. I used to love this stuff right here. So this is just like a little, because it's the holidays and everything. This is kind of like the stuff I used to enjoy. Let me see here. Here we go. Let me see if I can do this here, though. Let's see
This
here.
is all new for Darren.
That's right. Sharing is easiest. Okay, share screen.
Now he knows
Yep.
how I feel.
There we go. Yeah, but watch it. I'm still fast. Lightning speed. We got it?
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead. You can take your time.
Oh, wow.
Go ahead.
You love video games? Yes.
Right.
I hope you do.
Yeah.
Right?
Go
Hope
ahead.
the dreams come true.
has a tracker on him.
Okay.
Well, we track Santa all over the world. We want to make sure that Santa is being good. Santa's a very good person. We want to make sure that he's not infiltrated, that we're not infiltrating into our country a bad Santa. So we found out that Santa is good. Santa loves you. Santa loves Oklahoma like I do. You know, Oklahoma was very good to me in the election. So I love Oklahoma. Don't ever leave Oklahoma, okay?
Okay, I'll try.
Good. That's good. And
Andy, you got a question?
go ahead, hon.
You want you want to ask when Santa's going to be here? Okay, ready? Yeah. Okay, when is Santa going to be here?
Santa's going to be here. Well, Santa's going to stop over tonight, leave you a lot of beautiful presents, like really beautiful presents. What do you want more than anything else? What present would you like?
Hello, Emily. Hello. Merry Christmas.
Wow, a dollhouse. I think we can work that out. I have a feeling, Mommy, that we can work that out, right?
Family.
I think Santa's going to bring you the most beautiful dollhouse you've ever seen, okay? Let me know how good the dollhouse is, but we owe a lot to Santa, so I think Santa will fulfill your wish, okay?
I look forward to it too. So,
Thank you, honey. Take care of yourself.
That is so sweet.
Say hello to Oklahoma.
Isn't that
We
cool?
love Oklahoma, okay?
And he goes
Thank
on
you.
and on and on and on, for like, and Melania does the
Thank
calls
you, darling.
also.
Thank you very much.
I'd have called if I had the damn number.
Yeah, I don't know how that works. I don't know how that works. If they had a number that they, because you know what it is, right? You know, it's the NORAD, NORAD tracks Santa Claus and all that stuff. They've been doing it forever.
Aww.
So,
we
but yeah,
track
it's nice
Santa
that he
too.
still continues on with that. Of course, Saturday Night Live has already gotten a hold of it, and they've made a spoof of it.
Wow.
Which whatever is pretty funny.
So do you have anything to say to the people or no?
Do I?
Yeah. How fast can we get our Twitch up?
Our Twitch is up. We're twitching right now, Tiff.
Oh.
Don't you feel it? Don't you feel it? Mm-hmm. Let me see. I don't know if we have a Tiff and the Punisher Twitch here, or if we're just the Punisher. Let's take a look here real quick.
Yeah.
Because
we need to link it to our thing so we can be on here too. So for those of you who don't know, I'm not very good with this stuff. So as I'm trying to find Brian last night and set up this Twitch account, I told Darren this today. I said, what the hell is an alphanumeric number? I didn't call him. I finally got it set up.
What the hell is an alphanumeric number?
What the hell? This is why I don't play with stuff, because I don't understand it.
That's funny too.
Yeah, and
Tiff,
then I sent you the link. What?
What are we planning on for next year? What's our goals? We got goals?
Oh, do we have to talk about that tonight?
Well, I mean, it's not. Is this the new one though? This is the new app that I just redid? No, it's not. Does this have a paywall on it?
You should.
Can we talk about that tomorrow?
What's our next year?
Yeah, I do know that I want to start doing webinars, and I want to start teaching people how to represent themselves. And I want to teach people the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and I want to teach them how to use their rights. And for those of you who don't know, Darren and I, if you go back and watch some of our videos, I do live rallies here where I live, and we're live because Darren's there too on the screen. But I hand out paperwork here in Winchester, Virginia, because Frederick County Sheriff's Department doesn't like Tiffany, and Tiffany doesn't like them. So we started doing rallies and educating the people. So I want to start doing the webinars.
Yeah.
And I think the person to give us the good pointers is going to be Osiris, because he's been doing this
Hell
longer
yeah.
than me.
Mm-hmm.
And that's my buddy too.
Mm-hmm. That sure is your buddy. Man, he is your buddy. He's a good man too. I mean, he's ready to go to war. That's his right.
Yeah.
That's his right. That guy is. He's rallying the troops up. He wants, he's not playing any games. This guy is here for one mission and one mission only. That's to get this kids home at no cost.
Well, he is that fuck around and find out person. He said last night on our show that if Santa rolls up in his house, Santa might have some bullet holes in it.
Yeah, you're gonna watch out in the hood. You know, they're rolling around in the pimp Santa wagon. Yeah, you gotta be careful. I never really thought about that.
Love for me 91. Go to our YouTube channel and subscribe and hit notifications and come on. We'll be on tomorrow night on our regular show. And we can talk then, and we'll talk.
Mm-hmm.
And it's TIFFN The Punisher. And you can find me on Facebook too, Tiffany Wise, TIFFINI. Well, I have fun. I hope we get to do this again next year.
Yeah, we will. Obviously, we will. We're in this to win this. You know what? I hope we don't get to do this next year.
We don't have to talk about CPS. We're really not saying too much about them. We could just all come on and talk.
Oh yeah, but I really hope that we don't have to do this. That would be great if we didn't have to.
Gotcha, Erica.
Okay.
And I love Brian's background. See, I can't do all that. I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to find a Santa hat. I used to have one. I'm sure, the cat destroyed it.
I don't want to interrupt you guys, but when it comes to Twitch, what a lot of people don't know is when you're an affiliate, you get to raid into another Twitcher. So if you guys do have a Twitch channel and we can start promoting you guys promote us, we get each other promoted to affiliated. We get other streamers into Twitch to do this as well. Next year's Christmas marathon, we can literally every 4 to 6 hours we can raid into each other. So so I'm not just the one doing the whole 24 hours. We can do a multi collaboration of streams. On Twitch. So so if anyone who's watching right now, please like our Twitch page, follow our Twitch page, help us get it 150 followers. When we do shows, it's gonna, I think it's like 10 consecutive shows where you have to have at least 3 consecutive chatters for 10 shows that you will eventually become for at least an hour each show. You will become an affiliate. And with that, it comes with so many perks. It gives you that chance to be able to raid into other channels. I do that on my gaming channel all the time. So, that's something that we can get all these podcasters to do is create a Twitch page to where we can literally just raid into each other and give each other breaks along the way. I would love to see that happen. I would love to bring that type of platform to the family law and equal share parenting community.
Darren, I hope you got all that, because I didn't understand a damn thing that he just said other than following.
We can all grow together is pretty much his words right there.
Okay,
We're all going to be growing together. Yeah, and like I'm sure, like whoa, nice words choice there. I'm trying to share some stuff here. Let me see. Let me see what else I got. You know what, Tiff? I'm going to show off just for the people that haven't seen this. Let me see if I can show. I'm going to show what our show opening usually looks like.
Okay, great.
That would be cool, right? So everybody knows when you come across, when you hear this tune, that this is, in fact, the right place to be at, into the Tiff and the Punisher little neighborhood that we've created. All right, so there we are. Where is Tiff and the Punisher? There we are. Boom. No, okay, I knew it. I'm coming, people. I'm coming. Just bear with me. Tiff, you can chat me up a little bit. That would be great while I'm searching for this here.
So Darren makes songs too. And
I do make songs.
Every song he's made for all of our hosts, I love them. One of them is my actual ringtone. And I was at the courthouse one day and my phone started ringing and all you heard was our theme song. And Darren's about to play it. And I can only imagine the looks on those police officers' face when they heard my phone ringing in that locker.
I mean, it's not inappropriate, you know. It's not inappropriate at all, but it's yeah. All right, here we go, Tiff. We'll show them a little bit of what we got here. So it starts here.
The money, we know they lie, we know this is corruption. Does CPS know what they are doing to the children?
And then we go to this. If I will come on. If I just press play. There we go. I think it should just come on.
All about the money. We know they lie. We know this is corruption.
Yeah. You know what's really this is like here, we'll take it right out of there. Now we'll do this. Now we should be able to do this. There we go. All right, and this is our theme song right here, guys.
Tiff and the Punisher, they won't back down. Fight for the children in every town. They are taking our kids every day. I shout them in and no one has a thing to say. For those who have been isolated, don't be worried, you have a voice today. So listen up everyone, here is the story. Child Protective Services is real. CPS is what they call it. They want our kids because it fills a lot of people's wallet. We We all think it won't be us. We say when they come, we will be so tough. It all sounds good when there's no one to take them. But when they come, your voice gets to breaking. Stay calm, step away. CPS ain't taking no one today. We are educated. Stay calm, step away. CPS, you need to leave. I know the tricks up your sleeve. You can't do what you're trying to do. We have done our homework. Don't do a damn thing without a warrant. You no longer will steal our kids this way. Tiff and the Punisher have come for the calling. They are giving us the CPS warning. Their voice is loud and clear. We stop losing our kids this year. Tiff wants to fight the entire planet. She is tired of our kids being taken, God damn it. She's been fighting CPS for 30 years, bringing children home from this disgusting mess. The Punisher is screaming out loud, abolish CPS and tear it down. I want all our kids to come back. Look at all those kids' pictures held up like thin tags. Together we are stronger than we need. We will tear down CPS with high speed. We will do so much being together. Birds of a feather flock together. So watch out CPS, here we come. Picking you one by one. We promise to bring back the family and prosecute the caseworkers unhandily. Give us back the kids you have taken. Tiff and the Punisher sending you all on a vacation. The one with bars in the windows and the only games you play are old Nintendos. Corruption in courts, here we come. We won't stop until it's done. You judges need to learn what you stand for. This is Tiff and the Punisher warrior, and we cry out to all of you out there. We need support for a cause that many don't care. All children are being stolen way too often. So CPS, we plan on doing the stopping. Stop it.
Love that song. My ringtone.
That is one of the best ones I've done.
Yeah, I love that song. Our time is almost up. But this is what I want to say. I want to say Merry Christmas to everybody. Happy holidays. It's almost over. Take a breath at midnight or tomorrow. One more week. The new year starts. New year, same fight, harder, stronger, and we're going to get it done.
Harder, stronger, we're going to get it done. I like that. You are absolutely right about that, Tiff. And like we say always, make sure that you guys are make sure that nothing stupid happens between now and then tomorrow night when we get a head count of everybody. Please, if you guys need some help, you know how to get a hold of everybody. Here's the 211 system. I think it is up here. I don't know what you guys have down there, Tiff, but and then there's the international line too. I think it's 988, right?
Yeah.
So if you guys can't, if you think that you can't hold on and it's going to be like that, then make sure that you reach out, because we don't want to see any negative numbers. Because your kids are going to come home. Might not be today, might not be tomorrow, but they are going to come home one way or the other. Don't let that system beat them, and let that system
don't let them control you, because that's all it is. They took everything. Don't let them take your life. Don't give them that, because that's just the cherry on top for them.
Oh, cherry on top, Tiff. That's That's the hell of a. I know it. Cherry on top. Dang. Oh, there it is. I was going to do this for our outro.
Can we at least have the ice cream to go with it?
Yeah, right. Who's bringing that stuff? Brian, here's our Christmas song. We're going to out to it if you don't mind. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, no, we still get a few minutes if you want to play it. You want to
yeah,
play it add it
I'm
into
trying to make it work. Let's see. Oh no!
And I know we got another guest coming on here. They are in the queue, and it's one of my all-time favorite grandma warriors, and we'll definitely be bringing her.
Who is it? Who is it?
You already know who it is.
Kathleen Arthur.
I love her so much.
But yeah, we'll be bringing her on during the 8 o'clock hour, and which will be in a few minutes. So yeah, if you want to play that song real quick, just go ahead and upload the file, and we will get it.
And thank you for having us.
Brian, this is really awesome. I feel like
thank you for coming on and joining. This year has been a little overwhelming trying to get people to the schedule to come on. You guys have just been fantastic on communicating through your all's channel whenever I'm on your all's YouTube channel. Thank you for having me on your guys' show as well to be able to plug in the marathon and other events that are going on in DC. Mm-hmm. And so many great things are coming.
This is how teamwork works, Brian. This is what it looks like when everybody talks about uniting and teamworking and things like that. This is what it looks like. This is how you do it, guys.
Absolutely, it's the collaboration. We all have strengths and weaknesses, and where one is weak in one area, another person who's strong in that picks up the slack, and that's what it's all about.
Mm-hmm. All right, Brian, I'm going to play this, man. I think we're going to exit to this tune right here, buddy.
All right.
If you're cool with that, I'm just going to do it as a share on the screen, but there we go.
Yep, go ahead.
Do you have it?
I can hear a song, yeah. It's not showing on the screen.
All right, let me come back to you.
No, that's not it.
Oh, okay. My bad. Okay, here we go. Share screen. And it is, where are you? Window audio instead. Also share. Here we go, guys. Boom. We'll start it over. There you go. All right, everybody. Thanks.
All right, and then that will be the end of this, and we'll get over to Kathleen and the other guests that we have coming on.
That's right, stay for Kathleen. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
Empty Christmas trees as they're playing. There's one thing they don't know. All us parents have a place to go, where so many others wish they had a place where we are like mom and dad, a place we all can call home. Look at our shining lights. Santa Claus are coming tonight. Oh, hear the sound. TPS won't break us down. Oh, hear a sound. CPS won't break us down. CPS won't break us down. We wish to be with our kids tonight. Tonight, lay your heads down, slow the fight. Our kids know we wish they were here. This fight will be stronger next year. We are all here to wish you the best. Alicia, Daniel, Henry, here with their hearts. Gunnar and Sharon doing their parts. Sam and Jess by the fireside. Becca reading everyone goodnight. Look at our shining light. Santa Claus are coming tonight. Hear a sound. CPS won't break us down. Oh, hear a sound. CPS won't break us down. CPS won't break us down. Gather around the tree, everyone. Let's make hot chocolate, have some fun. Let's laugh and tell stories like before. Our love is too much to ignore. We all want the best for you, so let's relax and kick off our shoes. Here we are by ourselves. Our kids love us, no one else. Tiff and the Punisher. Ooh, Tiff and the Punisher. Ooh, Tiff and the Punisher. CPS won't give us down.
Oh my God. Thank you guys so much for coming on and joining us this Christmas marathon.
Thank you, Brian. Have a good night, buddy. And everybody, make sure you watch Kathleen Arthur coming up next, because, man, you got a lot to learn from that lady. Thanks, guys.
All right. Have a good night, guys. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, over the years of battling the system for the past 15 years that I've been battling, I've got to meet some incredible people. Some very, very incredible people. And one of the most influential individuals who I seek guidance, and she reaches out to me all the time as well to seek guidance and advice, and I cannot describe her any more than just one of the biggest grandma lawyers of the movement that we have, besides Karen Cook. Karen Cook, I would say, is the top one. But Kathleen Arthur, you are right there, my friend. How are you doing today?
I'm doing really well. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Is that the ocean behind you?
Yes. It is. I just want to make sure it's not like too loud. You know?
No, absolutely not. It's absolutely wonderful. Thank you for joining us this Christmas.
You're welcome, Brian.
And Tiffany and the Punisher, thank you. You know, you guys were wonderful. Thank you for joining us again. And you know, it's always a blessing to have other streamers come on and collaborate. And I'm hoping for next year, if we can get some other podcasters onto the Twitch streams, to create an account and do shows over there, and then we can just raid into each other and help each other out for next year's Christmas marathon. But Kathleen, please, the floor is yours, my friend.
You know, what I'm thinking about most is how lonely people are right now, right? Lonely without your children. Lonely because of the path that we've been forced to take, not of our own will, to fight for freedom. I'm here right now at the beach because my own sister, who has adopted 3 children and was a CASA worker, will not allow me to enter her home because of my advocacy work that I've been doing. She did, adopt 3 children through the system, and she was a CASA worker, and she works for the DA. And unfortunately, my life's work basically has been more or less against all of these things. But I stayed kind of neutral. In essence, I knew that I was a fire and that anybody who came too close to me was going to get burned. And I knew that with absolute certainty. They tried to kidnap every single one of my grandchildren after we got full guardianship. I actually had to leave the country for a while. We got no help with the children, and one was schizophrenic and 6'6". And his grandma. We suffered so much with no family. There wasn't any family who was going to help us with this because it was too hard. Between hiding with CPS, which was an unknown enemy or entity in 2015. 2015, no one was talking about this. And that's when my
you froze, Kathleen.
second or third struggle that flipped me to the AFESP. Oh, okay. So I used to be a foster mom. I've actually been a foster mom since I was 20 years old because the busboy went home and his parents moved without him. So I let him stay with us. But I was always the golden child, right? With CPS until my own grandchildren were at risk. And I wasn't going to let them get away with what they were trying to do. They were trying to take our grandchildren away from us. We had a grandchild who did go into the system because her mother was actually, using drugs. And it was a very bad situation. We moved quite some distance from them. And it happened in a very short period of time. But those children did need to be removed. But they needed to be removed and, brought to their grandma and grandpa, right? That was when in 2016, I found out about AFESP and all that kind of good stuff. And I started fighting for the children and the parents who were having their complete and absolute judicial misconduct rule the roost when it came to their evaluation of their children. It was awful. Anyway, so I'm just kind of sad and I'm feeling empathy for those parents without their children. Now, luckily, we ended up, by the grace of God, one miracle after another, after another, after another, to where we did get the kids. But I can empathize with loss because my sister, this year, she invited everybody to her house for Christmas. And then when I asked her what time it was, she said I wasn't invited. So my son and my grandson and my husband, and I actually could get a whole flock of people here if I wanted to, but I'm just sad. I'm sad that she hates me. She beyond hates me because I have been working for the foster children and for the sex trafficked children and for CASA improvements, et cetera, et cetera. Whatever I do, she hates. And I know that you guys can really kind of relate to that. So that's why we're at the ocean. But let me give you a quick rehab. And this seems to be a theme. But what the most important part is of the theme is that God told me to do something. When it became very apparent that HHS was the primary sex trafficking supplier, God told me to stop it. And I obeyed. I wasn't too happy about it, but I obeyed. And so I started walking forward with it. And so I'd already lost my family just from working on foster care. But then I lost the Family Forward Foundation. I'd been working with them for, gee whiz, almost 10 years. And Connie, bless her heart, and I love her, she wanted to work on, advocacy issues, which was cool. But what was happening is that I was actually hosting them. And I would bring like 16 people every 2 or 3 months to DC to tell their story. But then Connie decided that that's not what we should be doing, even though we had always been just advocating for whatever our heart felt us to do with child welfare. She wanted all of us just to stick to one thing and do her thing. And when I told her that God had told me, and this was pretty recently too, it was just after the Connecticut audit that showed all of the awful data from the government itself, she told me I couldn't work on it. She did not want me to. She was pissed off at me every time I opened my mouth in these appointments with the senators. And so we broke off, and that broke my heart. And they were very unhappy with me because I had to go a certain direction. Frankly, I didn't want to. I'll be honest. Those trips to DC every 3 or 4 months were most of my social life. I had a lot of fun with those gals. I did, but we just were not being productive And then I was talking to somebody in the group during our last meeting in DC, and she accidentally left the phone on. So I got to hear about what they were all saying, how unhappy they were with the way I was organizing things, and how they were pissed off that I kept talking about the missing foster children or the ghost children when we were supposed to be talking about Connie's thing. And so, basically Connie and I did talk it out, and we there were a few bumps in the road, but we basically agreed that we're just going to go off and do our own thing. So then I made the silly mistake of trying to find another leader, basically. Because as Brian and everybody who really knows me know, I have post-traumatic stress really bad. I do not like being the center of attention. So I was kind of looking around for another leader.
Oh, bah humbug. You'd like to be a part of the attention.
No, it scares me with my post.
I know.
I mean, if I didn't have post-traumatic stress, I probably would love the attention, right? But frankly, I'm glad that God gave me post-traumatic stress and that I don't like attention, because after Fran just piddled out for a multitude of reasons, primarily she went to Grassley's office and Chuck Schumer's office, and they both told her bill was a no-go. None. Done. And so, I mean, if Grassley isn't going to do the bill, it's not going to get done. So she wasn't very happy about that, and she started slamming me about it and this and that. And so I, again, just sort of ignored things. And then God just lifted me up. I mean, I ended up being a policy advisor to HHS, very high executive level people, and many other things. I just don't even want to talk about all the weird and wonderful things in terms of God just making pathways for me. I was so afraid. I did not want to lead the group. I also didn't want to be by myself in terms of like the leader, because the leaders that I'd had in the past were more concerned with getting their agenda done than doing whatever was before them urgently for the children. And there was also, normal kind of, people want to be the author of their stuff, and, they don't necessarily want any changes. And I can go on and on and on about you. But basically, you need to put your pride before the children. Behind the children, I'm sorry. Put your pride behind the children. I'm not picky about who my superheroes are. I'm going to tell you that much. I've had some weird superheroes, but I was asked to help write the executive order for foster care. And the bad news is that I went to a meeting with him and explained everything and blah, 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 and told him what I was doing and why I was using these 20 points. And the bad news is Trump did sign the foster care, executive order. So did Melania. I think it's the first one she's ever signed. But they only used 2 of my points. 2. Only 2 out of 20. Now,
well, that's a start.
Good news is, oh my God. The good news is they used 2 out of 20. So I have helped to write an executive order before. And here's my husband, Bart. He's coming to join us. He's my best guy in the whole world. He's so supportive of me and loving. And he's okay that I'm a crazy woman following God's will.
He needs to come to DC.
He will again, too. Yeah.
Hi, all. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
So, in terms of like child welfare stuff, what's going on now is that with Fran, what happened with Fran is that I agreed to help her. And I asked Brian for his advice, and he said not to. And I ignored him. And so I agreed to help her. And she kept not giving me a copy of the bill. And so when I finally got the darn thing, I thought, oh my God, this is so unconstitutional.
You're breaking up. And give it a second. She should be back.
All holy hell broke loose because Fran sent a whole bunch of people to the senators' offices in DC that I was working with. And this just scared the hell out of me. Oh my God, I worked for like 10, 15 years, not one complaint. And all of a sudden I've got all these people going against me. But what happened was, since I've worked with Senator Grassley's office for ever since the No Place to Grow Up hearing, which was about 15 years ago, they did what guys do and they defended me. So instead of like taking the gossip and going with it, it was like, hey, Kathleen Arthur has been here for over 10 years. She is a trusted advisor. And we don't want to hear this, basically. And so he had actually started referring people for me to look over their bills. And I was thrilled. So once Fran and Connie were gone, I was looking around for another leader, and there really wasn't one. And what I really felt in my heart was that we don't need another leader. We have a whole bunch of excellent leaders. What we do need, though, is somebody who loves to do statistics and data and compile all that information in code form. So that exactly is what I'm doing. I'm taking people's skills and I'm converting them in, and I'm only taking, like, for example, troll and roll. Boy, they've got a lot of folks. They've got a lot of movement. They've got a lot of stuff going great, and I'm going to be meeting them. But I am only taking the parts of their bill that are Title 4, E, B, and D. And then I'm coding them right now of the bill that it goes to. I mean, and truly, nobody has ever presented this sort of information to Congress before. And so basically what I'm doing is I have like 100 bills now that I need to convert into an Excel sheet that will do basically a data point of what the most important issues are to the general public. It will identify outliers, which we already have, and I'll go into it later, but we have already identified outliers we would have never thought of, that were federal funding that are taking children from parents and hiding them, basically. It's awful. It's just, that it got to I have been working on this for 10 years and I want to know why it hasn't stopped yet. This is horrid. But we are gaining unprecedented ground in terms of parent involvement. And then there's another miraculous thing that I think is going to really just overturn this movement and make it judicial again. And that is AI. Now, I'm going to say right now, AI is wrong. AI is wrong all the time. But when you throw your ideas through it and then look and edit it and make sure that it's correct, it will give you ideas about your case you never would have known of. These lawyers are, I'm sorry, but they are not AI. I was going to say they're lazy, but a bunch of them aren't lazy. But the lawyers are not AI, and they are by the hour, and they're only going to work on your case so much. But if you get in there and use like 5 or 10 AI on your case, it will give you great suggestions specific to your state and to your county. That, I think, is going to help this movement almost unexpectedly more than anything else that we've really been trying. The movement is there. The facts are coming out. We are uniting in our purpose. The one little thing that I'm a tiny bit concerned about, actually a little bit more than a little bit concerned about, is when you're looking at Title 4E, that's foster care, and everybody seems to feel the same way about exactly what needs to be done to make foster care not kidnapping Americans' families.
Mm-hmm.
Title 4E, which is child support, on the other hand, seems to be getting very split up by the very active female groups and the very active male groups. And they seem to be going to war with each other. So I did realize that this form of kind of making a puzzle out of the different laws will be very helpful in this episode, because what I'm doing is I'm making sure that they're neutrally written, not male and female. It's parent A, parent B. I want to try to remove, neutral. So I want to try to, in the language, remove all of the pre-prejudices that there is out there and just concentrate on the two human beings who made this child and how they need to figure out this phase of their life, to successfully raise their children together while they're apart, basically. And so I'm getting a lot of data about that. It is weird, guys. I mean, I don't know if many people know about the statistical arch that they use with outliers and stuff like that. Most of the information that you're getting should be in the middle of this chart, or this, what's it called? I forget. But it goes like this, it goes up and down, and then you have outliers and stuff. I can't remember what it's called. But anyway, most of the information should be in the middle. But when I'm looking at the data with Title IV-D, which is the child support data, it is either here on the outlier or here on the outlier. There is not a lot of middle ground going on. And so what I'm trying to do is just get as many little people's suggestion for bills and problems and solutions so that we can get some middle ground in order to try to solve the problems. And as far as my immediate work, what I'm doing is I am gathering the data, and then I'll take it to Senator Grassley, who's very interested in doing a bill on Title IV. So we've pretty much got the commitment from him, and I know that he's already working on my ghost child bill. But Senator Grassley, who is, the senior member of Congress, is going to write us a bill, guys. It's going to happen. We just need to make sure that everything is in there that we need to get in there, in order to make it not a crappy bill like they usually do, right? Yep. We need to make it inclusive and as far as possible, include absolutely everything. So I'm not the leader. I am not writing this bill. What I am doing is I'm taking everybody's bill and putting it into a data form, and then I'm going to present that to Grassley's office. And I think that's going to have a lot of power to make change.
Kathleen, I really want to touch on something real quick because, we were back in D.C. at the beginning of November. And one of the biggest events of the 50-50 equal share parenting community and the family law reform community, we had one of the biggest, governmental events that we have ever had. And that was at Capitol Hill Club. Can you please, because I could describe it until people are blue in the face, and they may believe me, they may not, but because I've done so. But I want somebody else who was there that night and to give their perspective on of that event, what took place, how it was, and can you please just talk about that for a moment?
Sure. Well, I kind of have to describe the setting, really. When you go to D.C., you see the Congress building, but the Congress and the Senate don't go there hardly ever, except for just to vote. Most of the activities that are occurring in D.C. having to do with Congress are either on the House side or the Senate side. When you look at DC too, another factor in this is that within 2 or 3 miles, there's very limited places to hang out as far as having privacy and that sort of stuff. But there is one spot known in DC for both Democrats who won't go there but really wish they could, and Republicans who are very privileged to go there, is the Capitol Club. And the Capitol Club is like half of a block from the House side of Congress. It's very close. They have really great buffets for the senators and the Congress people, and it is very strong Congress people there as a general rule. Now, to get invited to one of these things is just a big process that I'm not going to go into, but let me tell you that not very many people can do it. and it's very coveted. And Mark was able to pull it off. Oh my God, so well. He had just classy event is all I can say. Classy, well done event. And I was so proud to be there. I really was. I was like, I have facial recognition blindness, and I'm almost glad that I didn't know who all was coming there, because there was just one name after another. And Mark is so good at getting people together. He's just one of the better people I've ever seen in my life. He really is a true blessing to all parents who are suffering from any child support related issue. And I know they're awful. I know people are going to jail and they're not seeing their children. They're ignoring evidence that should be, used. I mean, our judicial family court having to do with anything Title IV has broken. It is no longer functioning, period. It is not. We need to rewrite the entire thing, take all of the incentives out. I mean, it needs to be gone through with a fine-tooth comb. And praise God, I have, some contacts now to where I'm meeting with people that need to hear this, and they are freaking listening. So I'm thrilled. I'm scared. I don't want to do this, frankly, but it's like I ended up at the bottom of the pinball machine. It was like there was nobody else left, it seems like. But I think that was because God knew I didn't really want to take a leadership on. I just wanted to organize the information that's already out there and help to get a problem solved with it. So I've written 3 federal bills now that have gotten passed, and this is hopefully going to be my 4th. I still don't have an idea exactly where it's going on because I saw that coming in and stuff like that. But in January, I'm going to be in DC very, very, very frequently. I've got a whole bunch of different organizations that have asked me to rewrite their bill with just my Title IV E, D, and B suggestions. And then they also asked me to kind of go over the bill. Some took suggestions, some didn't. It didn't matter. I'm going to attach the original bill to my like addendum or index. And then I'll also have a master list that will be able to turn into charts and stuff that'll see what's going on and what needs to be changed and link that back to the federal government, the power of the purse, or Congress only has 2 powers. It has the power of the purse and it has the ability to make laws. So we either need to amend a law, write a new law, or other. There are some others too, but I'm putting that into categories too. So we know what actions need to be done in order to fix whatever the identified problem is. And I know I'm listening to myself and oh my God, I'm a math geek. Oh God. So Brian, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. Of course, you and I speak regularly, whether it be Facebook Messenger or over the phone. Like I said, I highly respect everything that you do, everything that you've done thus far, and to be able to help guide you and vice versa. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you over the years. I met you for the first time. I want to say in 2013. It was at the event on the East Side.
Yeah.
It was only like a handful of us. It was like not even a dozen. It was only like 6 to 8 of us. And of course, I am, strolling this little stroller behind me with a bunch of banners and props and everything to set up. And we sat on the east side of the Capitol building and just with the bullhorns and whatnot.
Oh yeah, I remember that now. Where we were, and we did that a lot. I don't even know how many different events we went to DC together. You have a heart of a servant, Brian. You're always there. You always help. You're always cheerful. This movement would not be where it is now if it were not for you, period.
If it wasn't for everybody.
Well, you too, though. I mean, there's been some really heavy hitters that have just devoted their life really, to trying to change things so that people won't have to experience what we experienced, right? And I'm not going to let you minimize that. You've been there, you're going to be there, and I'm proud to stand by you.
I'm here for the long haul, and I know for the first time ever at the Family Four Project event that we had in DC this past summer, you guys were able to officially, for the first time ever, meet my children, and the mom, and I know when you had called me asking me if I could run the sound system and help set up the stage and stuff like that for this event, and I was more than happy to, and even being here in Delaware, and luckily I had a friend of mine that I was able to borrow a vehicle to get back and forth with all the equipment. But I reached out to you. I was like, hey, I wanted to be a surprise for everybody, because everyone has heard me talk about my children on a daily basis and talk about Nancy Schaefer and all about veterans and everything at these events. And, but for the first time, I was able to actually have my kids there and their mom. And I was like, I want to bring them up on stage. I don't want nobody to know that they're coming. I just want this, like, literally very, very select few. And it was such a huge thing that when I brought them on stage and people were like, wait, what? It was huge. And, thank you for helping me pull that off. I couldn't have done it without you. That was, honest to God, one of the most wonderful endings to a rally that I ever saw. You first, what you did was the Rest in Peace ceremony, where we named off all of the children and parents who have committed suicide or otherwise died as a direct result of Title IV and the awful way that it is written. And then you went from grief to healing and brought your children and family up. It was just fantastic. I mean, I know you didn't necessarily plan it that way, but oh man, just going from the grief and the acknowledgement of it and stuff like that, and then to think that there's hope, like on the other side, even seriously broken families, believe it or not, can heal. They really can. Brian's wife is grateful to him now for the activities that he's doing. Can you believe that? Yeah, she actually reached out to me. Well, she's not my wife. Ex-wife. Sorry. Yeah. Well, we were never married. We were engaged. Or baby mama. Yeah. I just want to make that perfectly clear. Okay, that's fine. We were never married. We were engaged, but we were never married. But it was shortly after the last year in 2022. Where I said, I'm done. I can't fight in the courts anymore. I can't continue to get my rear end handed to me. The narrative was never going to change. I had to make a decision. Right. Yeah. And shortly after I made a decision to cut the strings of the puppet masters, the courts, the judges, the attorneys, the guardian ad litem's, the CASAs and the Galls, it's one of those things where my life became so much better. And next, the mom reached out to me and said, things need to change. You need to be in the kids' lives. And this is like all I ever wanted, was to be a part of my kids' lives. And everything started to take a 180-degree turn. And, I'm still not turning my back. Don't get me wrong. I'm still very cautious in what I do, because, what I have now is wonderful and I don't want it to end. But I'm still very cautious. But to show that, I wanted to bring that's the focus of hope, that it doesn't last forever, that it can change. Everybody needs to heal within each situation. It's not just the father or the mother, the custodial parent or the non-custodial parent. Everybody needs to heal, and get out of the grasp and cut the strings with the puppet masters. Once they do, life becomes so much more simpler. It really does. And I encourage everybody to do that. And sometimes, you have to fight in court. Sometimes you have to. And if you have to, do so. But do it very strategically. Have a game plan. Don't just go into it raw dogging it and getting your rear ends handed to you like I did. Because I will admit, I was hot-headed. And Kathleen will tell you firsthand. I was hot-headed. I was very strong-headed in my thoughts and how I wanted things to go. And but I had always hoped for the best when I went into the courts fighting for the kids. But after that last time, I just mentally and emotionally, I just couldn't do it anymore. And here I am having the wonderful relationship with my kids. I don't know if you were watching last night, Kathleen, but my son was on the live with us.
Oh, how fun.
That was pretty cool.
That's
Zach Martin
great.
was on with me for the first 4 hours, and my son wound up coming on for the last hour, and we were just sitting there talking with him about video games and his own personal experience. And he for all the children out there, he gave his ideas and thoughts that never give up hope. Support both your parents regardless with what one parent says about the other. And so he smart kid. He really is. And God, he's probably watching right now. He's probably lurking in the chat somewhere. But yeah, it was nice to see him come on and be able to spend a little bit even though I'm not physically with him, but it was nice to be able to spend a little bit of Christmas with him during the Christmas marathon. And it was a sight to see. I know when I saw him pop up in the chat, I'm like, oh my God, it's my son! It's my son right there. He just made a comment. Oh, it was so cool. But yeah, no, he supports everything we do, and their mom supports everything that we do now. It was unfortunate that I hate to say it like this, but the shoe was on the other foot for a change. She had to face for a short period of time accusations from an individual, and the first person she reached out to was me. And I was ecstatic that she reached out to me. She's like, "What am I to do? What do I, how do I handle this? How do I do this? How do I do that?" And I was I was fortunate to be able to assist her in that. And and she's like, "I am so sorry. I know when I went to my daughter's 8th grade promotion ceremony going into high school, 9th grade, that she literally said, and she said it right in front of our son." Because when we were sitting, I was sitting on the aisle seat. She was sitting next to me, and our son was sitting next to her left. And she literally turned to me and she's like, "I want to apologize to you for everything that took place over those 12 years." And I was stunned. I was taken back. And but the only thing I could say is, well, we can't dread on the past. We can only look forward towards the future.
Your family is really an example of what can happen if you go past what the government is demanding, which is basically to fight with each other over every dime, get together, figure it out, and demand that they agree with you, which is silly that you have to do. But this is where the healing comes. I'm just so proud of you guys. You are just very much a kind of a good example of how to do it. And you're also an excellent advocate so that your frickin' son doesn't have to go through this either.
Exactly. And that's
getting the evil eye from the cook in there. So I'm going to have to go. But I just wanted to say that I love you and your family. And gosh, I'm so honored to be on the show and thankful to be able to say Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Kathleen. Much love to you as well for everything that you've done. You've definitely been a huge inspiration to me and to many out there in the community. And I look forward to the days to come with more collaboration.
I think they're going to come. They are. We are finally doing it. It is happening. The wave is built up enough pressure to where it's going to happen now. It's just that I've kind of been in this situation before with the Family First Act. They act so fast and they write such stupid bills with no accountability and no oversight and blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to let that happen this time. And I'm in a position.
I guess the government needs to slow down a little bit, don't they?
They need to just add some basic. They don't have the power of the purse. They do not. They've lost the power of the purse. And I'm trying to teach them how to get it back. Slow going, but okay. So anyway, honey, I'll see you later.
All right, go enjoy your dinner, and
Thank
I
you.
will definitely we'll be in contact. And thank you again for coming on and sharing a few words of
Okay.
wisdom and your experience.
You're welcome.
Have a good night and Merry
Christmas,
Christmas.
everybody.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Zach Martin will be joining us again. We should also be joined by Mark Ludwig here very soon. We are going to take a short break. I have to go use the restroom. I know we said that this was a 24-hour marathon. Well, guess what? It is 8:42 now. It literally just changed to 8:42. We are going to go past 9 o'clock. I don't care. In past marathons, we have done more than 24 hours. I think the longest one was close to 36 hours. But we're not going to go near 36 hours. But we are going to go past the 24-hour mark here on the Christmas Marathon. You know, if you want to be a guest on here and share a few words, the link is posted in the chat. I will post it again just so you guys have it. So you guys can join and share a few words of encouragement. There it is. The link is in the chat. Just posted it again, but it is at the very top of it's at the pinned post. It's got a little arrow. All you got to do is click on that arrow. Boom, it's got the link right there as well. But come on and join us. I'm going to play a quick song, play a commercial, and yeah, we'll be back, and we'll spend the next hour or two just collaborating, working, coming together as a community. That's the purpose of this marathon, was to come together as a community, help those that are struggling this holiday season. And it's just, it's been a blessing to be part of your holiday day, and hopes that everything that we've said today has helped you be able to cope with the struggle. And it's very dear to me. I hope that if you were having ideologies of wanting to commit your own life because you can't handle the struggle, I hope we were able to save you and give you some encouragement to keep fighting and keep moving forward. I have a shirt that literally says from Till Valhalla Project, your fight is not over. Keep fighting. Don't ever give up. And with that, I am going to play this song. It's called Never Never. And for anyone out there that's struggling today, please listen to these words, and I hope they're very inspirational to you. We'll be back in about 10 minutes, and we should have Zach Martin on. Mark Ludwig will be coming on. And if anybody else wants to join in, please click that link, get yourself into the queue, and we will bring you up. We can have 8 people on at a time, so we'll try to cycle it out as people come in. But I want to get as many people on for the last bit of this Christmas marathon because, this is the time. This is the voice of the voiceless on RFIRN. We'll be right back.
Change is a whisper. It's the roar in the crowd. It's a silent prayer as we scream out loud. It's the hands that hold and the hearts that mend. Change is a story that will never end.
Yeah. Family recall got us twisted in the system. Dreams of the kids, but the gavel won't listen. 2 parents, 1 love, split down the middle. Broken hearts play in a bittersweet fiddle. Fighting for rights, but the road hasn't played fair. Justice been blindfolded, acting like it don't care. Let us through the law, seems like they're gathering dust, but we continue to march on because change is a must. Never, never, never stop the fight. Equal shepherding and shine in the light. Change is coming, it's within our sight. Never give up the hype, we're gonna make it right. Never, never, never give up hope. Seeking justice as we climb the rope. Every tear we shed fuels the fire we stoke. No more broken homes, this is the dream we evoke. Courtroom circus, they juggling pain. Tears on the gavel, lives down the drain. Family split, hearts severed in twain. But the future's a canvas, we splatter the stain. Yeah, 50-50 vision, balance in sight. Fathers and mothers both deserve the light. Kids need both, wrongs turn to right. Family law reform, we ignite the fight.
Never, never, never
Stop the fight. Equal shepherding and shine in the light. Change is coming, it's within our sight. Never give up the hype, we're gonna make it right. Never, never, never give up hope. Seeking justice as we climb the rope. Every tear we shed fuels the fire we stoke. No more broken homes, this is the dream we evoke.
Speak out loud, don't be afraid. A future's built on the stands we've made. For fathers, mothers, children too. Family reform, it starts with you.
Never, never, never stop the fight. Burning and shining in the light. Change is coming, it's within our sight. Never give up the hype, we're gonna make it right. Never, never, never give up hope. Seeking justice as we climb the road. Every tear we shed fuels the fire we stoke. No more broken homes, this is the dream we evoke. Change is the whisper, it's the roar in the crowd. Never stop the fight. It's the silent prayer as we scream out loud. Shining the light. It's the hands that hold and the hearts that mend. No more broken homes. Change is a story that will never end. It's the dream we evoke. Never, never, never stop the fight. Equal share, burning and shine in the light. Change is coming, it's within our sight. Never give up the hype, we're gonna make it right. Never, never, never give up hope. Seeking justice as we climb the road. Every tear we shed fuels the fire we stoke. No more broken homes, this is the dream we evoke. It's the dream we evoke.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and we do have the two individuals, Mark Ludwig and Zach Martin. What's going on, gentlemen?
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Yeah.
How you doing, guys?
How you doing this evening?
No, not too bad.
I know, Zach, when you were doing a live as you were on your hike, your little hike that you were doing, and as we're sitting there just playing music and commercials and everything back and forth, I was using my phone to get in your chat. I'm like, get on the marathon!
Oh, God. Right now, while I'm on the hike, I'm like 3% bar left.
But yeah, no, it's been a blessing. You know, I want to thank you guys for coming back on again. And I know, Mark, you had your son last night. Did you still have him today, or did he go back home to his mom?
Yeah, he was supposed to go to North Carolina for 4 days, and then I just got a message that the plans changed and he's staying with his mom. So I don't know if I'm going to get extra time with him or not.
Okay.
But yeah, I did have him last night. Poor little guy. He was not feeling well, which is why she said that he's not going to North Carolina. He was up coughing all night long, and you know he's sick when he goes to bed early. I mean, normally he would want to play video games all night long, and he went to bed at like 10 o'clock.
Oh wow!
Which during Christmas break for a 15-year-old, that's like going to bed at 7 o'clock. I mean.
Yeah, my son. I don't know if you were watching last night, but my son Matthew got on. Mark.
Oh, cool.
He was on here for the last hour before we went into the pre-recorded segments from the 1 a.m. until 9 a.m. And Zach got to speak with him for a little bit and and collaborate. It was pretty cool.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So, but yeah, you know, this marathon, you know, it was a little rough to put on this year with everything that was going on in the background. You know, putting on with the November event, and you know, then also had other things going on in between from the November event until this marathon. Streams for Tots, I had here on Twitch on my gaming platform, which I want to let everybody know we raised over $15,000 for Toys for Tots Foundation.
Holy cow!
Yeah, it was awesome. You know, what it was is my gaming platform. I'm part of a gaming group. That it's a different type of community than what we have here in the Family Law Reform, but a lot of them are veterans and, you know, they're gamers. So we all come together, we collaborate together, and every 2 hours on Twitch, we would raid into the next one. So when your 2 hours is up, you would raid right into the next. And then when that 2 hours, they would raid it. And it was a continuous cycle for 8 days. And everyone that did it, they did challenges for anyone who donated, you know, a certain amount of money. They would, you know, like me, for instance, I would take a shot of hot sauce, sriracha hot sauce. I even did the challenge. I said, look, if we reach our goal, which our main goal was 7,000, to start off with, and then the goal just went up every time we surpassed it. And but when literally before my stream on Thursday morning, we had reached over $7,000, and I was like, well, I guess I'm doing a challenge, and the challenge was the hottest chocolate bar challenge, 9,000 skulls. It was hot. And I did complete it, and people can go on my social media and just scroll down a little bit. You'll find the video of me doing that challenge. It was hot. But yeah, no, the Streams for Tots charity event, we raised over $15,000 this year.
That's amazing,
for the Rainforest
dude.
Foundation Twitch for Tots. So, and this is something that I want to do next year. Zach, I know, and Mark, I'm trying to get a bunch of individuals within the family law, equal share parenting community to who do podcasting to start coming over to Twitch, to start moving over to Twitch, because we all know how Facebook and YouTube love to censor us. We were censored this morning at 6:14 this morning. Our YouTube channel was literally, our live feed was cut. Because of the content we were providing. They did not like what we were discussing. It wasn't the music, it wasn't the videos, it was the content of what we are talking about and seeking change. They didn't like it, and they shut the live stream down. Luckily, we still had Twitch up, and Twitch was rolling right through. So they don't have the censorship over here. So if we can get the podcasters to start doing the
Levi's got a Twitch account. I don't have one.
I got one.
Do you really have one, Zach?
I made one yesterday.
Oh man!
Yeah. And it's free to join. It's free to create the account. If you want to become a streamer, it's very easy to do. Right now, we're trying to become affiliates with Twitch. My gaming channel is an affiliate channel. However, RFIRN is not right now. You need 150 followers, and right now we only have. Last time I checked, it was 21 followers. And we gained a lot of followers since the beginning of this live stream for the marathon. I think we only had like 10 at one point. Now we have 21. I think we just got a few more of the last couple hours. And so we need to get 150 followers. You can subscribe to the channel as well, but we're not asking people to subscribe unless they want to. That's your choice. Whatever the subscription is, $5.99 a month. So when you want to subscribe to that, all the funds that trades through the channel goes right back into the channel. Oh, cool. So it's never used for personal use. It goes right back into, make sure the computer stay running, make sure that the headsets stay working and so forth, make sure that the platform stays going. So yeah, if you want to subscribe, that's up to you. We're not asking you to, but the option is there. But yeah, if we can get other podcasters to really come over to the Twitch, maybe next year for the Christmas Marathon, we can do a raid train, which means that every 2 hours, every 4 hours, we raid into the next person. And it'll just be a continuous cycle, just so not everybody, doing 24 hours. Here we are, we're coming on 9 o'clock now. And yes, I've been able to sleep because I've done the 8-hour pre-recordings and the 4-hour pre-recordings. So I've been able to get a little bit of sleep, but it is, it's a rough situation. When
you put in a ton of work on these things, dude. I mean, all the work you've done for me on my conferences that you've done. Yep. And like I say, you're the biggest servant's heart of the community. So,
yeah.
Well, anything I can do I feel it's my civic duty in order to do so. But it would be awesome to get other streamers, other podcasters involved, and do a raid train where like I said, every 2 to 4 hours raid into the next and so forth. It's just get a schedule together. Say again?
Teach me what to do, and I'm in. You're always there for me, so if I can do something to help you out, you better believe it. I'm in, dude.
But yeah, I want to let people know that for coming to Twitch, it is free to sign up. You do not need to pay for Twitch. Yes, it is another platform, and some people don't like to change and to download a new app. And you can download the app, or you can put it on your computer. All you got to do is type in twitch.com in the search bar. There it is, right there. Create an account. Username, password, and boom, now you're on Twitch. You create your own username, and if you want to stream, you can stream straight from there. You don't need to stream on Twitch, but you can literally go to Twitch and watch all the other streamers. And good thing about Twitch, it's not just a gaming platform. Hell, here we are doing a Christmas marathon. We're not playing no games here. We're just chatting. We're having a good time, trying to provide a good message to those that are struggling during the holiday season. And that's one of the things that if you look at the description, it says the 2025 live Christmas marathon, and it's got bulletins down below. It says family law reform, equal share parenting, RFIRN, English, Title IV. Those are all tags. So anyone on Twitch, if they were to put in that tag into the search bar, one of our channel would show up, because that's what we're doing. The live channels, not the inactive channels, but the live channels that are on during that time will show up in their search bar. So that's how. And I've done it for for almost 3 years that I've been a game streamer on Twitch. I've been trying to bring RFIRN back online, and we're coming back as of the new year. But I've done my research. Nobody else is talking about these issues on Twitch. Nobody.
You are the man then, dude.
Couldn't play. I'm down to learn some. I saw some stuff you're playing, and it didn't seem like it was my style. But I'd be down to. There's always like shorts and stuff of guys like talking about topics and playing video games at the same time. They're probably not playing, and maybe they are. I don't know, but it's like a whole thing.
Yeah, no, I do when I'm gaming and I'm on my gaming channel on Twitch, and if anybody wants to know that handle, it's Crazy Chipmunk Crew. It's all one word, Crazy Chipmunk Crew, all capital C's. And literally, I'm physically playing the game and I'm chatting with those that are in the chat, and it's a wonderful experience. Being able to have that communication while playing. So they're watching me play the game, but we're also having a conversation at the same time. And I play a lot of games like Subnautica, which is an underwater world game, underworld planet game, where your spaceship crashes and you're the only lone survivor from the crash, and you have to go around, collect resources. You got to build your base. You get different missions you got to do, and you got to build a rocket to get off of the planet. And the only way to do that, you have to deactivate the alien weapon that's causing you from not being able to get off. And it's a very interesting game. It is an underwater world game. So people who are afraid of the water, yes, like you, Zach. You said you're not much of the water. It's definitely not for people like that, for the faint of heart. But I play a lot of other games like Pal Worlds. It's almost similar to like a Pokemon type game. Terraria. I do a lot of simulation games. American Truck Simulator. People see me play that before on my channel. So it's a wonderful platform. But it's not just games. You got bands that will do live performances on Twitch. Risky Business is a great group to follow on Twitch. They do shows all the time. Half the time they're just sitting in a bedroom, just like we are right now, with their that's surrounded by drums and guitars and keyboards, and they're sitting there playing, and it's pretty cool. So it's a great platform, but nobody, like I said, is talking about these issues that we're talking about when it comes to equal share parenting and CPS and family law issues. And so, but yeah, you guys got anything? Because it's 9:00 now. We're gonna go for a little while longer. We're not gonna go much longer, but we have reached the 24-hour mark.
Yeah, congrats.
Very cool. Yeah, I'm about to eat. I'm that brie that I was telling you about. I'm over at her house right now. She's making chicken fajitas, so I'm gonna be eating in a little bit here.
That sounds fantastic. Yeah, I'm making some videos and stuff, and getting some things organized for a grant that I've been writing and finishing my book. So that's been my big focus. My intention was to have it done by the day I get my son. But editing, Mark knows how editing goes. It's awesome.
Yeah, it is. Editing is actually pretty fun. It's a hobby, but it's also a passion, especially when we're dealing with the topics that we deal with. And Mark, I know you got a lot of big things coming up. You want to plug in the National Equal Share Parenting or the National Council real quick?
Yeah, National Council. We've got a lot coming up. We'll be down in Alabama for their opening week. The second week of January, we'll be out in California. February 22nd, at Mark Reel's law office in Corona, California. We'll be in D.C. in March, and then a biggie in June. And we'll be doing those receptions like you were at.
Oh, my God, the Capitol Hill Club. Yes, Kathleen and Arthur and I were just talking about, because I wanted to get her take, because I know I have talked about it so much over this last 24 hours, and I wanted to get somebody else's perspective, and she was like, it was fantastic.
Yeah, especially during a shutdown, when you can get 3 members of U.S. Congress to show up during a shutdown. 2 of them literally flew in just for that. Andy Biggs of Arizona.
Was it one from Alaska?
No, he was already in town, but Andy Biggs flew in from Arizona, and Eric Burleson flew in from Missouri. And Nick Bessick had already been there from Alaska, but and then we had 5 chief of staffs. We had 12 pretty big influencers from DC, but the next one's going to be even bigger. And then I am working on a special trip to the White House. I can't make any promises yet, but I'll be getting something going for a few of the leaders to be able to go to the White House with me. I've already had 2 meetings there. I've got a third one coming up the third week of January. But I'm trying to work on a special thing where I could bring about 20 or 25 people with me and just give you guys something kind of fun because a lot of people have never been there before. It's kind of neat to go on the west side instead of the east side. Well, the east side is nothing there right now.
Yeah.
But the east side tours are fun too. But there's nothing that beats going in the West Wing. It is just, I mean, literally, you get goosebumps when you go there. Every time I go, it's just a neat experience. So we'll be doing that. And we've got a lot of other things coming up. I do have a book coming out probably sometime late January, beginning of February that I'm working on right now on parental alienation. And then we do have the podcast and then the trainings going on at stlmarkludwig.com. And the reason for that is just because we have so many people who mean well, but unfortunately, if you never had training on how to meet with legislators, people mean well, but they create more chaos for us than actually helping if they haven't been trained. I always tell people if you want to be an electrician, you just don't rip a panel off the wall and start connecting wires. Well, we have people who mean well, but they show up at a Capitol with no experience. So I go through 7 sessions in that training class of every detail because, as I've always said, I don't want a statue erected after me. I don't want to be the magic. I'd rather have 1,000 people that they know what to do. It's got to be about the message, not the messenger. And that's, I always give the example. It's like a franchise. Ray Kroc is dead, but yet McDonald's, thousands of McDonald's open every single day because he created a system. And my goal is to create a system that no one person is the magic, myself included, that literally we could book one of these trips to DC and I could be in St. Louis and nobody would even notice until, later on, hey, where was Ludwig at? Oh, but that's my goal, is to create a system that is so good that no one person is important.
Yeah.
So
I tell you what,
trainings.
Yeah. When we were in DC back in the beginning of November, I was ecstatic. I was excited to be there. I was meeting some new faces and seeing a lot of old faces as well. And just the collaboration. I tell you what, Tay, man, she is a spitfire. She is definitely a spitfire.
Oh my gosh, yeah, she's been a lot out. She was great down in Fort Worth. That was what was neat, was down in Fort Worth to see the team really coming together. And we've got so many great leaders, and that's my big goal for 2026 is to really develop a team of 20 to 25 leaders that any single one of them, anytime, any place, anywhere, could run an entire event on their own. That's my big goal for 2026, and to make myself, I'd love to be more of the type of guy who coaches and mentors people behind the scenes. And you don't really need to hear my name. You'll hear about leaders like a Media Kasem or a Anthony Perez or Daniel Martin, and some of those guys
absolutely.
that are out there.
Absolutely, Medi, Daniel, Anthony, and Anthony was on earlier today around 4:00.
Oh, excellent! And he is awesome.
Yeah, he came on and chatted for a little bit, and then we did the 4-hour pre-recorded segments with the documentaries again. And we had Elizabeth and Mike McNeese this morning.
Oh my God!
Around 9:30. Oh my God, that was awesome. Yeah, having to chat with them was a blessing in disguise. we chatted for about a good hour this morning, and we just talked about the documentaries, things that are coming up within her state of Ohio. And, unfortunately that there some judges wrote a bill and just,
the SB
really put a
174.
damper. Yeah.
I think we're going to kill it on the House side now, though. We got some pretty big power groups outside the shared parenting community. That's
what she was saying. Yep.
Yeah, that bill has gotten so big with 420 pages. Sadly, they infringed on other groups' rights, not just our rights. So we got some biggies coming in to help us there.
Yeah, well, that just goes to show where the corruption lies, and how these judges just didn't want things to change because they realize they're collecting that federal Title IV-D, Title IV-E, and just Title IV funding from the government. So if we change these laws, they'll probably lose that funding or not get as much funding.
Yeah.
So, but that's the goal that we're trying to do.
Like I said, I think I got chicken quesadillas waiting for me out here, I think. So I don't know. I got her little boy's playing on his Oculus here. Yeah, little Isaiah. He's 8 now, so he had a good Christmas over here.
Very nice. Well, go enjoy your chicken fajitas, burritos, whatever you want to call them. Definitely take a picture and post it. I want to see it. Make me hungry.
Yeah.
But thank you for coming on and joining us for the last little bit. Like I said, it is past 9 o'clock now. We have crossed the 24-hour threshold. But thank you, Mark, for coming on and plugging in the National Council and as well as your training platform. And I will show that again for those who are interested in joining the course enrollment for legislative training. That's the link right there, www.stlmarkludwig.com. Again, www.stlmarkludwig.com. And then also the NCESP.org.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, make sure you go to those websites, and I'll post them in the chat here momentarily as well. So you guys will be able to go and just click on the links, and it'll take you directly to them. But Mark, thank you for joining. I hope you had a wonderful Christmas. I hope your son had a wonderful Christmas, other than the fact that he was sick. I do, give him our condolences for being sick on Christmas. But other than that, I hope he had a wonderful Christmas too.
All right. Well, I appreciate you guys too, and I will chat with you later.
All right. Have a good night.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. And what do you have for us?
Oh man, nothing serious. I just came on to hang out a little bit, but I've been working on a lot of different stuff. So my big thing that I've been focused on is making a men's center, and so that's been one of the big things that with kids or dads I've been focused on is addressing like domestic violence and giving men a place to go and be supported. And so one of the things that I've always I've been debating about was women's shelters are called like shelters, right? And then like transition homes. And negative connotation, especially for guys, as being a transition home or it's like a homeless shelter, right? But this is a place where guys can go and they can bring their families. And so I've been working on getting apartment complexes and taking on getting VAWA money. So that's been my big push. So trying to get federal funds to come and support men.
Yeah. And we need that with everything that's going on there. There's so many programs out there for women, so many shelters, and there's barely, if there's any at all, extremely rare for men. There's no resources out there for men. No. And we need those resources. Times have changed. It's not just a one-sided loop anymore.
Right.
And so yeah.
In the old stats from 20 years ago, 30 years ago show that men were as viewed as much as women were. And those types of things, but that the money all went to supporting women, and there was nothing to help men out going through these same things. And so that is just a continuation and acceleration of those same traumas and problems in our society, and the way that the legal system sees it is men are abusers and women are victims. And so women know that, right? And they use that quite often.
They do. It's very unfortunate, very, very unfortunate. But yeah, no, it's just, first and foremost, I want to thank you for coming on at the very beginning with me as well. You definitely been a big part of this Christmas marathon to start it off, and you're ending it with me as well. And For everyone that's out there, this is the reason why we do it, is because of y'all. We do it for the people. Mark, myself, Kathleen gave me a lot of praise, and I don't seek it. I don't want the praise. Right. I do it because it must be done, because I know there's people out there hurting. I know there's people out there struggling. We've seen it all throughout this marathon. We had Jennifer come on, and she was just in a real bad way, and luckily Ryan was able to, talk with her, because he got off of here and really called her immediately. Yeah. But there's other individuals as well. Erica, that was on here, the sleepy panda mom, she too was also struggling, and she kept making comments, and we're like, oh my God, we feel you, we understand you, but it was just
her book was incredible. Really great.
Say again?
She's a great writer. I was watching her when she was reading her book live.
Yeah.
I mean, she painted the picture really well. She used the good words. I mean, she did a great job. So
yeah, she did. She's like, it's very short. I was like, okay, this ain't short. But no, it was literally, I'm sitting there, I'm listening to her, and I'm like,
that's their name.
I'm sitting here listening to her words, and I'm like, it's exactly what I went through. Yeah. And I guarantee you, her words, I guarantee everybody else was able to say, that's exactly what I went through. Mm-hmm. Or is something darn near close. Right. But I hope that for everybody out there this Christmas who was struggling in the family law, equal share parenting community, I hope that we were able to help you be able to cope and give you some strategies, give you some ideas of hobbies and whatnot to help cope with what you're going through.
Yeah, 100%. I think, and I think if you got nothing out, there's a lot of people actively involved.
I see you. Love for me on 91. If I'm not mistaken, I think that is her. I think that's Erica.
Yeah. I mean,
if I'm not mistaken, yeah. It is Erica. I see her in one of her previous comments. It is Erica. Yeah, she goes, I'm still here. Yeah, she's like, I'm still here. But I hope we were able to help you and give you some closure for the Christmas holiday. That's the main focus, is to be able to help people be able to cope with it. And right. That's what we're here for. We may talk about men's rights all the time and how fathers are treated. But in reality, we understand that it's not just a one-sided effect anymore. It's not it's neutral now. And moms are going through it just as much as dads are.
Yeah, and like I said last night, I mean, I think for women it's worse because, hey, as guys, we're expected not to be allowed to be parents. Like if there's a court battle or disagreement, that we're expected to not be allowed to be an active father, at least equally. But that for women, there's a stigma that like, oh, women win every time, and so then when they aren't given that because a judge has to do it sometimes, or else they'd be accused of being biased, then they're like, well, why? And then you have all this whole thing, and all these cases are so incredibly detailed, and there's so much nuance and things, moving parts all over the place, that anybody who's not been involved in this situation has no idea how horrible and all-encompassing all this stuff is, and that there is no justice in the family court system, and it is not.
Oh, sorry.
All right.
I was trying to pull up the live stream on my phone. I wanted to check something in the process, and my volume was way up. Whoops.
So yeah, I think it's just it's a hard place to be at, and so definitely empathetic all the time. And I do talk about dads because I'm a dad, and so it's an easy place to come from. But that for women, I definitely agree that they have. I would say that a non-custodial mom has it worse than a dad does because she's expected to be the dad, and so then everybody kind of treats her like she's got some kind of problem, and likely she probably has no problems except for the fact that the court decided to abuse her instead of the dad this time.
Well, I can officially say that for the president who said these words, dads must step up to the plate. I think we've shown that. I think we have stepped up to that plate.
Heck
And
yeah.
a lot of us, Mark, myself, you, Carlos Rivera, Ryan, yes, we all might talk about fathers more than moms, but we all do. Like I said, we all do know that moms go through it too, and we work with a lot of women in this movement. Like Kathleen Arthur, like I said, she's a huge supporter of the equal share parenting community, and what she's doing is wonderful. I've had the pleasure of knowing her over the years, and literally I've known her, like I said, the very first time I met her was in 2013 when we did an event on the east side of the Capitol building. Let's see here. All right. Erica actually just posted, because I am glad to tell a small part of my story, but this new year I will be starting to come out more and tell the full story. Once you hear all the crap that has been going on and still going on, you would ask, how am I going? How am I still going? And it's because of God and everyone that I have started watch from Malibu, Dallas, Tiff, and the Punisher, and now you guys. That is awesome. I'm not a religious guy. I'm a very spiritual guy. I believe in a deity. I don't believe just necessarily in a God, but I believe in a deity because it could be anything that I choose. But yeah, you hit the nail with the hammer, and on this one here, everyone's story, will never ever top another. We all are fighting the same monsters. It might be a different aspect, it might be a different situation, but it's the same monster. It's the family courts. It's the family law that we're fighting. It's the monster that we're fighting, and therefore, we are all battling the same battle, regardless of situation.
And we need more of it being exposed from every angle. So whatever your experience is, and I listened to your book today. Oh, no, this is Erica from last night, right? Not.
No, it was this morning.
Oh,
it was this afternoon. It was just before 4:00.
Okay.
So it was this afternoon.
Anyways, the lady that was reading the book. Who's the lady that was reading the book today?
It was Erica.
Oh, okay. That's Erica.
Yeah.
Because there's Erica yesterday also. That was Erica Goodman, when we were talking about Jennifer and Erica, and that's what I thought.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. Right. So, anyways, Erica's book was fantastic, but telling those stories is so impactful and so necessary to put it out there, and that everybody has a story, and the fact that most of these stories go away and most people don't put it out there, that these people are allowed to keep doing this to other people and keep doing this more and more often. And the more we talk about, the more people that are out there exposing it, the more that this comes to light. And so we don't need less people out there talking about it because, oh, he's doing such a good job. We need more people exposing it from every angle, because your story is unique, but it's not that unique. Someone else is going through something very similar, but they need to have you out there to get that story going, because not everybody feels comfortable doing it. And you did a great job today, Erica. Your book was fantastic in talking about this. The judge's name is like Judge Power, right? Or Judge, what was his name? It's actually his real name, right? Judge Payne. Anyways, the story was fantastic. So she did a great job, and I think you should keep going. So don't stop putting out those posts and stuff, and get more.
You know what? You should actually publish that.
Yeah.
Even though it's a short story, it is a short story. That reading it is one thing, but it's not going to be like a novel. But short stories like that, it's really going to get people's thought process. Maybe you could do a lot of different short stories and put them into one book.
Yeah.
No book for me, wrong person. Maybe this isn't the Erica.
This is the Erica that was on last night. I think she was on here last night.
Okay. So yeah, no, it was the other Erica that was on earlier. Okay. Yeah. My apologies. I had it backwards.
It's so impactful, and so I think we just need to all get together, and really it's about supporting everybody and being engaged. And you don't know who is going to resonate with what you have to say.
Yeah.
Getting out there and being active. Some people are going to really enjoy it and appreciate it, and what you say is going to mean something to them, and it makes a huge difference. And you may not even know the difference you make, but it could have that impact. But if you don't put it out there, you make no impact.
Yeah, absolutely. It just amazes me to the people that I have got to meet over the years, and the events that I've been able to attend, also host and be a part of. And it's, everyone that I've met. Thank you, Erica. She's like, no worries. But for everyone that I've been able to meet, it's been a blessing. I get friends requests all the time from people that I don't know. And I want to apologize to anyone who does send me a friend request on social media, on Facebook. If you only have one or two people that are mutual friends, if I reach out to them and I'm like, do you know this person? And they like, no, but they're a friend on my friends list, I won't accept you. And that's just for my own sanity. But if you have more than 20 people that are mutual friends, then you'll have more likely of becoming a friend. However, even if you're not my friend, you can still find me. You can still send me a Facebook message. You can also message RFIRN on the RFIRN Facebook page. Matter of fact, I will get that up for you. Let me there it is. Here's the link to our Facebook page. It's in the chat. So yeah, that is our Facebook page. You can reach out to me that way. You can get a hold of Stephen Ball that way as well. We both have access to that account. But yeah, this is how you do it. And for anyone, we are bringing the show back. Our podcast will be right here on Twitch every Sunday night here in the very near future. Sometime in the beginning of the new year. May not be January, possibly be February. Right now, we're still working out the greater details to make that happen. But we are coming back for Sunday nights from 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern time here on RFIRN, the voice of the voiceless. And I'm looking forward to getting as many people to come on, whether you're a parent or a doctor like Dr. Carlos Rivera, for instance, psychologists. We want to bring all these people on. We want to even get judges on. I would love to be able to get Judge Judy. If we can get Judge Judy to come on as a guest, that would be awesome.
That would be
but with her, I think you have to, contact her publisher and be like, yeah, we like to, bring her on our show. And, they're, we've done it before. And they're like, well, it's going to cost you. And we're like, well, how much? And they're like, trust me, you can't afford her.
More ads, non-custodial, can't afford this.
Yeah. But I would love to. I'd be like, look, can you just give her a message for us and just be like, hey, this is what we're doing. We would love to get her take and just do a small interview, like a small 10, 15-minute interview with her. We would love to have her as a guest on our show. And here's one thing for everyone to know. When I first started this, and there was an actor that I reached out to, and I will mention his name in just a moment. But he and his ex were fighting, and it was all over the paparazzi back in the like 2013 when I first started podcasting. But I reached out to his manager, and I was like, "Hey, I would love to be able to speak to this individual based upon his experiences and get his take, and get his support and everything." And so I just took a chance. And a few days later, I get a phone call. And they're like, yeah. I was like, can I speak to Mr. Lee? I was like, speaking, who am I speaking with? He goes, sir, this is Brad Pitt. And I'm thinking to myself, is somebody pulling my leg here? And I was like, come again? It was actually Brad Pitt. We spoke for a good 45 minutes to an hour over the phone. He supports everything that we stand for in the equal share parenting community. He supports everything we did with our podcast. And it was such an honor to be able to speak to him. We wanted to bring him on as a guest, but he simply respectfully declined. Saying that, with everything that's already being put out there by the paparazzi, he didn't think it was the right time to even speak about the situation that he was facing with Angela Jolie. So, but it was a complete honor to be able to speak to Brad Pitt about what he was going through. And just hearing him, and being able to literally, it shocked me. A couple of years ago, during the Christmas marathon, I want to say it was 2021. It was right before COVID. We had a famous actor who played with Johnny Depp on Pirates of the Caribbean. Come on, Greg Ellis. He was the commanding officer of the British forces. That was always going in. I've never met a worse pirate in my life. And and I didn't know who he was at first. I got Shawn Pearson literally sitting to my right, and we're literally doing the Christmas marathon. We're all, it's like 5 of us on. We're all chatting, and he starts talking about Nancy Schaefer. I'm like, who is this dude? This is me in a different body. And so, but we went to a break, and Shawn's like, you do know who that was, right? I'm like, no. He goes, that's the colonel or the officer that was always going after Jack Sparrow in Pirates of the Caribbean. I'm like, you're kidding me. I said, we just had a famous actor and I didn't even know it. Oh my God. It was so awesome.
That's awesome.
But there was one that I wish I was able to speak with, and I almost got to see this actor and this comedian overseas when I was on deployment, because he was still around then. But Robin Williams, I would have loved to do an interview with Robin Williams. One of the most, and especially for everyone in the family law reform movement. And
backing up.
Say again.
He would have had a hard time asking any questions because he would have made jokes the whole time. And
probably, but and the reason why I really wanted to speak to him is because it reminded me of the movie Mrs. Doubtfire.
Yeah.
And so many of us can relate to that movie. Not necessarily dressing up as a woman, dude looks like a lady, but it's the whole process of dealing with not being able to see your children and having a court system that's literally stopping you and thinking that you're crazy because you do the unthinkable. And, I would have loved to be able to talk to him about that movie. I know he was asked to do a sequel and he was like, absolutely not. You can't do a sequel to that movie.
No, you can't.
But I would say that, at the end, it was a happy ending because he was able, both he and the mother of the children in the movie were able to come together and co-parent for the greater good of the children. Mm-hmm. And it was a wonderful ending. It was a sad movie, but a wonderful ending. And I would say that my situation is the same way. It's a happy ending. I got that relationship with my kids now. Carlos Rivero's got his kids. You see your child. Ryan Powell, even though it's still a bit of a struggle, he does get to see his daughter. And so there's so many people out there that are speaking out against the system that do have access to the children. So for everyone who doesn't, my heart really goes out to each and every one of you.
No, it's it makes me thankful for being in my spot. My trials have been hard for me. That I also a lot of people have had to go through a lot more difficult experiences to maintain be involved in his life, or to not be involved for absolutely no good reason. And it gives me motivation to keep pushing because I am blessed, and you never know when that's going to be you, right? I mean, it could happen at any time. And so be in that moment and experience and cherish it, and also never drop that guard because you never know what's going to come. So
yeah, exactly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 9:30. I think we're going to close it out here. Zach, I want to thank you for coming on and joining me at the very beginning of this and coming on this evening to help close out the marathon. It's definitely been a blessing to be able to be with each and every single one of you. For those that have been lurking in the chat, it's been a blessing having you guys there. For those who have all made comments throughout the Christmas marathon, we've seen some old faces, seen some new faces, and got to, talk with a couple new individuals. I definitely want to thank Kathleen Arthur, Elizabeth, and Mike McNeese. I want to thank Anthony Perez, Mark Ludwig, of course, and everybody else who has just been a part of this Christmas marathon. Connie Regoli, Carlos Rivera, and Annie Rossini. Again, my heart goes out to her because she lost her brother this past week. And so, she's still sending a video message for this marathon. And so I really want to give a shout out to her. She lives in Australia, and my heart goes out to her for her loss of her family this Christmas. So you have anything else, Zach?
Nah, Merry Christmas. If you need anybody, reach out. Even though Christmas is over, there's always hard times and stuff, and you have ups and downs. Don't feel like you're alone. There's hundreds, if not thousands of people out there that would support you at any given moment. And you can any and all of us. And like I said, my number, you send a message to my page, it gives you my cell phone number. And so many people in this movement are that giving and supportive. Do not choose to be alone and do it by yourself and isolate. Choose connection, and all of us will be there for you. And so many more. So you're not alone, and we're going to keep fighting to make this happen. So get involved.
Absolutely. Thank you again for joining me, Zach. I really do appreciate it.
I'm gonna see more next year, but definitely next year, and let's make some music together. So
absolutely, we'll do that.
And I'll share my stuff with you. I'll let you listen to it. We'll have to hang out one day and share some tunes. So stuff going. But yeah, man, I'd love to work. I think the stuff you made is absolutely incredible, and I just I couldn't go through your YouTube and do it all yet till I can actually listen to the whole entire thing. Like don't go on Brian's YouTube channel and not listen to the whole entire song. Like listen to the whole song and give it a like and a share. That's how you help.
Even comment too. Comment on it as well.
Yep.
Comments are open on all of the songs.
You comment, you share it. That's how they do it.
Yeah.
And
make it go viral.
Make it go viral, and make sure you go on there and watch the whole entire thing. Go all the way past 100% because that's what helps him out in his algorithm. So, dang algorithms, but dude, the stuff you made was fantastic, and I loved listening to it, and it was just everything about this whole weekend was fantastic, man. So thank you so much for inviting me and let me be part on the front and on the back, and I look forward to so much more. Thanks, Brian.
Absolutely, we got so much more to come. Thank you for joining us, brother. We'll catch you on the next one.
Yeah, man. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, we do have Restoring Families Internet Radio, the voice of the voices. We are coming back for our show at the new year. We don't have the exact date yet. Stephen and I are still working on that. And yes, Erica, thank you. Have a good night yourself, and Merry Christmas to you. She literally says good night and Merry Christmas. Thank you for everything you're doing and still doing. I will be celebrating or contacting you on Facebook soon for help and guidance. Absolutely. Do contact me. For those who want to be a guest on RFIRN for the upcoming, reopening of the show, you can email the show at rfirnetwork@gmail.com. Again, rfirnetwork@gmail.com. Let us know that you want to be a guest. Now, give us a few days to respond to your emails. Both Stephen and I will be responding to those emails. And we will do the behind-the-scenes work. Now, again, we're only going to be doing shows on Sunday nights because so many other podcasters are doing shows all throughout the rest of the week. So we still want to give them the responsible time and not take over slots that they're already doing. We want people to be able to listen to everyone. Again, our shows will be from 9 p.m. until 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Again, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I'm so looking forward to bringing everybody on. We are the home of the voice of the voiceless, giving everyone a chance to have a voice. And we're going to be talking about multiple different topics. We'll be talking about Title IV, parental alienation, and other topics as well that has nothing to do with family law reform. We're going to have fun nights. It's not just going to be all seriousness and straight down to business, because we got to learn how to cope with the tragedies that we're facing. And, so we're going to make it fun. We're going to make it enjoyable. But, we want everybody to have a voice. And if you're an organization out there who wants to participate within and get promoted on our show, please also send us an email. Again, the email is right there on the screen, rfirnetwork@gmail.com. So if you're an organization, send us an email and let us know that you want to collaborate. And we'll get together. We'll make a commercial for you so we can air on our show as well to help draw people to your organization or group. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end with this is our time, because it is our time. 2026 is right around the corner, ladies and gentlemen. We got so many great things that are coming up for the equal share parenting community. And as a whole, it's, and like I said, as a whole, it can't express that enough. It's as a whole. You know, it doesn't matter what organization you're with. It doesn't matter what group you're with. We're all collaborating for the greater good in order to make change. You know, come over, join the National Council for Equal Share Parenting. You know, come to these events in DC, and, you know, let's have a good time doing it. Yes, it's a struggle. I understand. But we got to have a good time. It's the only way we're going to be able to keep ourselves sane. So, again, if you want to join us on our show, send us an email. And we look forward to seeing you guys on our return show sometime here in the early new year. With that, everybody have a rest of a great Christmas, that you can reach out to us, reach out to anybody if you're still struggling, and we'll be there for you. Everybody have a great night. Merry Christmas.
Through the marble halls, hear our call. Voices echoing far, hear us all. Equal shared parenting, gaining ground. Our voices rise like a heavy thunderous sound.
Pleading for change of a system that's gone too deep. We must wake the giants from their heavy sleep. Seeking justice for the hearts that weep. Amending the laws and policies is what we seek.
November winds cut the sky like steel. Advocates gather with a cause to reveal. Roaming the halls where our voices once fade. Cannon house doors open where bonds are being made. Echoes in the halls, can you hear the plea? We're asking for justice, we're begging to see. Equal shared parenting breaking the ground. Can you hear us now? Can you feel the sound?
Under one banner we're standing tall, asking our government to hear our call. Building trust with every step we climb, making the connections we're in our prime.
This is our time. This is our time.
The reception rooms whispers loud. Capitol Hill Club draws a crowd. Congressman steps into the light. Hope ignites in the weary night.
They listen now, ears to the ground. Legislators joining sound by sound. Momentum building, they can't ignore. Our cause of just, they're finally hearing our own voices rising. We're shaking the ground. Members of power now coming around. Echoes in the hall, can you hear the plea? We're asking for justice, we're begging to see. Equal shared parenting breaking the ground. Can you hear us now? Can you feel the sound?
Under one banner we're standing tall, asking our government to hear our call. Building trust with every step we climb, making the connections we're in our prime.
This is our time. Reform in the air, the tide's turning strong. The fight's not over, but we're moving along. Equal shared parenting, gaining ground. Our voices rise like a thunderous sound. Echoes in the halls, can you hear the plea? We're asking for justice, we're begging to see. Equal shared parenting breaking the ground. Can you hear us now?
through the marble halls, they hear our call. This is our time.